Funding for this program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by annual financial support from viewers like you.
Funding for Reading Rainbow is made possible by a grant from Kellogg's, who urges you to explore the joys of reading. Funding for the series was also provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, this station, and other public television stations, the Carnegie Corporation of New York, and the National Science Foundation.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow.
A book is a set of pages filled with words or pictures bound into a square or a rectangle. And it's bound to make you laugh, cry, learn, or wonder. Books are one of the most precious things we have on Earth. But, as we say down here, you don't have to take my word for it. What's that? Oh, I see. Spots on a giraffe. Spots on a giraffe? That's not how I see it. Anybody can see that's two big eyes and a nose. I don't know what you two are looking at, but I see a close-up of a delicious piece of Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? You've got to be kidding. Giraffe spots do not look like something to eat. Oh, give me a break. It's obviously a face. Plain as the nose on my face, it's a piece of cheese. Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. Let's take another look at this. The way I see it, it's two balloons playing catch. See? It all depends on how you look at it. That's not my point of view.
You'd have to be really stretching it to think it's anything but what I see with me.
Is a nose. Wait! Since we don't see eye to eye, let's take a look at another riddle. Okay. This one's easy.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, anybody can see that's a closed eyelid. A closed what? From my point of view, it's a somersaulting caterpillar. No. Look at it this way. It's the entrance to a tunnel. Huh? No, look again. It's the sun passing by a window. Unbelievable. How come you guys can't see what's in front of you? Eye checkups. Look at this. Maybe we can see eyeball to eyeball this time. Now, from my point of view, it's really a wild hairdo, kind of a bright red afro. No way, man. Anybody can see that's the letter C. No, let me show you. It's a dripping drop of water. Purple water. Purple water? No, look at it this way. It's a rolling hot dog. A red collar. A half-eaten cherry lifesaver. A worm that's just been tickled. A clown smiling. A red nose warmer for a purple nose. Yeah, I see what you mean. Take another look at this. We're all right. It all depends on how you look at it. The riddles you just saw are from this, the Turnabout, Think About, Look About book. And there are lots more in here. These are riddles for your eyes instead of your ears, and the more you turn the book, the more there is to see. The artist who drew the picture shows 4 ways of looking at the same thing, but there are probably 4,000, 4 million, as many of you as are watching right now. That's because we all see things in different ways, our own special ways. We also have our own unique ways of hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. That's why I love coming to the Farmer's Bazaar, where I'm surrounded by all the colors of the rainbow, and as many textures and sweet-smelling aromas as there are fruits and vegetables here. Everybody loves to try their own hand at using their senses to discover the juiciest, ripest, and the most delicious of the market's pick. These are some of my best bets for today's tastiest treats. What do you think this is? The burning hot surface of the sun? A sponge? No, it's an orange. And how about this? Green coral? Seeds? Of course not. It's broccoli. And what do you suppose this is? A moon crater? A dried up riverbed? Not at all. It's a potato. Let's try another one. This could be lizard skin or a leaf. But it's not. It's an onion. You've been looking through a very special camera lens that lets you see ordinary things, things you've looked at almost every day of your life, in a brand new way. I'm sure you know lots of people who use special lenses to see all the time. Arthur could really tell you the importance of wearing glasses if you need them. He found out the hard way, and that's what this book, Arthur's Eyes, is all about.
Arthur's Eyes. Story and pictures by Mark Brown. This is Arthur before he got glasses. He looked fine, but he couldn't see very well. And sometimes he got headaches. Arthur had to hold his book so close that his nose got in the way. He couldn't see the board. Francine had to read Arthur the problems. "Are you blind?" she always asked. Francine got every problem right. Arthur didn't. No one wanted to play with Arthur. Arthur's father and mother took him to the optometrist. Dr. Iris tested Arthur's eyes. "You need glasses," said Dr. Iris. Arthur tried on all kinds of frames. He chose the ones he liked best. "You look very handsome in your new glasses," said his father. "Everything looks clearer," said Arthur. His mother told him he looked very smart. But the next morning, his friends laughed at him. Francine called him Four Eyes. "Sissy," shouted Buster. None of Arthur's friends wore glasses. No one in his family wore glasses either. Arthur felt awful. He didn't care if he could see. He didn't want to be called Four Eyes. Arthur decided he would lose his glasses. Arthur put his shirt in the laundry. In the front pocket were his glasses. His mother found them the next morning. "You have to be more careful, Arthur. You're lucky they weren't broken." That day at school, Arthur hid his glasses in his lunchbox. He told his teacher he forgot them. But now, things were harder to see than ever. When Arthur walked down the hall to the boys' room, he had to count the doors. He opened the door. Francine was talking. What was Francine doing in the boys' room? "Get out of here!" screamed Francine. "This is the girls' room!" Arthur couldn't find the door. Now all the girls were screaming out in the hall. Doors opened. Teachers ran out. The principal appeared. Everyone was looking at Arthur. Arthur turned red. He wanted to hide. The principal took Arthur to his office. Then Arthur's teacher talked to him. "Why don't you keep your glasses in a case in your pocket as I do?" he asked. "You wear glasses?" asked Arthur. "Yes, for reading," said his teacher. He took them out. They looked just like Arthur's, brown. Suddenly, Arthur felt better. He went to his lunchbox and he put on his glasses. In gym, Arthur made 10 baskets. Francine made 4. That afternoon, Arthur didn't need Francine to read the problems on the board. He got every one right. Arthur could see Francine's paper. She missed 2. After school, Francine asked Arthur to be on her team. "I'll consider it," said Arthur. The next morning, Arthur was very surprised when he saw Francine. "They're my movie star glasses," said Francine. "But there isn't any glass in them," said Arthur. "It doesn't matter. They help me concentrate and make me look beautiful," said Francine. That afternoon, a photographer took the class picture. "Just a minute," said Arthur. He took out his glasses. He carefully polished them and put them on. "Everyone ready?" said the photographer. "Wait," said Francine. She ran to get her purse. She took out her movie star glasses. "Okay, I'm ready too," said Francine. "Smile," said the photographer.
I wear glasses too. It certainly improved the view. Most of the time I wear contact lenses, but I like the way these look. What do you think? I got a complete eye checkup, including a test for color blindness. You ever have one? Let me show you. I got this from my eye doctor. Now, if you have normal vision, you see the number 5. But if you have red-green color blindness, you don't see a number at all. Not very serious. You just have to be extra sure that your socks match and double-check traffic lights when you cross the street. But there's another kind of color blindness, kind that has nothing to do with your eyes. It has to do with your mind, not with what you see, but how you see it. And it has to do with your heart, not with who you see, but how you see them. People come in all different sizes, shapes, and colors, and when you see through the skin on someone's face to the person underneath, then you're colorblind in the best possible way. That's what these poems are about.
I think the real color is behind the color. That skin on my face is for cold mornings and the cool breezes of some summer afternoons. Under that skin and under that face is the real face. I have all these parts stuffed in me, like Mama's chicken and biscuits, and Daddy's apple pie, and a tasty story from the family tree. But I know that tomorrow morning I'll wake up empty and hungry for that next bite of my new day. Imagine, I am standing with one foot in Africa, for my ancestors dragged away from their homes and lands and tribes to sail to America as slaves. One foot in Europe, for my ancestors living in their ghettos, in their Polish and German villages, until they sailed to America to find a new home and life. Imagine I'm standing with one foot in New York City for my first 8 years of riding the Central Park Carousel, walking on Broadway, listening to the music of the streets. 1 foot in Ohio for my present time of summer corn and the smell of hogs after rain. This town has birds that bring the mornings to my room. 4 foot feet. Enough to make me sit right down. The way I see any hope for later, we will have to get over this color thing and stop looking at how much brown or tan there is in or on this woman or that man, and stop looking at who is a woman and who is a man. Stop looking. Start loving.
I'll take this one. I've got a movie in here. Well, at least that's what it looks like. Watch. This is a flip book, and I made it myself by drawing a series of pictures that change just a little bit each time. Now, if you look at them quickly, you see the action of his arm instead of the individual pictures. That's how most animated movies or cartoon films are made, frame by frame. Anyone with a little time, patience, and a pencil can create one. Making a movie is one way of showing other people your own personal way of seeing and hearing the world. Now, here are some young filmmakers who are doing just that.
Close your eyes and listen to the music and see what picture you get in your head.
I saw a dancer, and I saw her dancing in a garden. And I saw her moving her legs and arms and spinning. She dances in her backyard, and her backyard's really a garden. And she has 5 flowers growing, and every day she leaps over them. I like to sing, and I like to dance to music, and I like ballet. That's why I made a ballerina in blue, because blue is one of my favorite colors.
We all listen to the music, but people have different feelings and they do different things and everybody's different. Some people like to eat, some people like birds. Or if you just learned a game called dominoes, which I just learned, you're probably going to think about dominoes. And so that's how it turned out for me.
I see dominoes with hands, and they're dancing, and they're singing, and they're just dancing along, and they're jumping on each other, and they're having fun. One advantage of working with a partner is if you're not sure of something, you could just consult your partner and see what he thinks about it.
Yeah, so if you have the slightest doubt about if something good or bad, you can just ask him, and then if they think it's bad, you get rid of it. I see blocks going around, and then they're coming into shapes, and then it goes into 3 different parts, and it just keeps on circling and circling.
If you use your other senses, smell, taste, hearing, and touch, you don't always need your eyes to know what's going on around you. Sometimes you don't even need your eyes to read a book. Meet Rolly. He's small, round, and very curious, and he wants to explore the book he lives in. This book, Rolly Goes Exploring, can be read by blind or sighted children. If you can't read the words with your eyes, you can read them with your fingers. These little raised dots are a special language called Braille. Blind people use it to read and write. Each set of dots is a letter or number that you can learn to read with your fingers, just like you can learn to use your other senses to read. I'll show you what I mean. Reading a book with my fingers makes me realize how much I see the world all the time without using my eyes. You can't always tell how ripe a melon is just by looking at it. You can't tell if it's sweet and ready to eat unless you smell it, squeeze it, even listen to it. Lots of times you can hear what someone has to say by using your eyes instead of your ears. Watch. You'll see what I mean. For me? You see what I mean? Mime is just one way to communicate without saying anything. And American Sign Language is another. If you enjoyed Arthur's Eyes, here are some other books you might like, but you don't have to take my word for it.
H-E-L-L-O. Hello, my name is Erin Klimko, and that was American Sign Language. It's a way of communicating without words. And if you want to do more of that, you should read a book called A Show of Hands. It's a book about a boy who doesn't believe in sign language till he meets a girl who's deaf and then finds out he's been using it all along. He used things like shrugging his shoulders if he didn't know the answer, raising his hand if he did, waving to a friend across the street, or just twiddling his thumbs. I especially like the pictures in the book. There's even a sign language alphabet. You can learn the whole alphabet from reading this book, and even some words, too. I was kind of nervous about showing you this book, so I hope you really like it.
Hello, my name is Robin Martin. Do you have any grandparents who are blind and who can teach you things? This book is called Through Grandpa's Eyes. It's about John and his grandfather who is blind. Grandpa taught John how to tell when breakfast was ready. He used his ears and his nose. He smelled the bacon cooking, and he smelled the marigolds, which didn't smell so good. I learned a lot of things from this book, like using my nose and my ears and how special it is to learn from a blind person. This is a wonderful book, and I hope you read it someday.
Namaste, everybody. And in India, we say that. It means hello. I'm Nilay Shah.
I'm Nirav Shah, and he is my twin brother. Even though we're twins, we don't always agree on things.
And we read this book called Is This a Baby Dinosaur? It's a science book.
It is also a non-fiction book.
My favorite part is the question that asks, look hard at anything you see. Is it what it seems to be? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You can really let your imagination fly.
But my favorite part is when they ask, could you hang these on your Christmas tree? And the answer is, no, they wouldn't last. They are dewdrops on a spider's web.
Nirav, I think they should read the book because of the science.
But I think they should read the book because of the close-up pictures.
Well, you can think what you want to think, but judge for yourself.
Aujo!
Boy, this guy makes Jaws look like a tadpole. Neat. Writing this letter is a big deal. I hope I can afford the postage on it. Must be part of a big band. Hey there, big guy. Would it be too much to ask if I borrowed your gavel? Order in the court. Order in the court. Judging by the size of this, I'd be a big hit on the bench. Or tops in my art class. Am I having some sort of weird dream? Have my big ideas gotten the best of me? Or am I just in a toy store called KB in La Mesa, California? You know, if I were to judge myself just by what I see right now, I'd feel awfully small. It could make me feel pretty unimportant. Boy, that looks so tasty. Wow! Thanks. I know I have a huge appetite, but this is ridiculous. I hope my eyes aren't bigger than my stomach. I'll take that banana, too. Sometimes even the real world can make me feel small.
Thank you.
Thank you. But you can't measure yourself by the people or things standing next to you. There's always going to be somebody bigger or smaller than you are. Thanks. The only way to really know how big and important you are is to look inside yourself. The things around you aren't nearly as important as how you see yourself. Some people say the best things come in small packages. Others say bigger is better. It all depends on how you look at it. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow, a reading rainbow, a reading rainbow, a reading rainbow, a reading rainbow.
What a blizzard! I can't believe we're going rock climbing in this weather! It's a good thing we have this safety rope. Otherwise, we could get blown right off this cliff! Wait a minute, wait! That's not in the script.
Okay, everybody, let's reset. Take 5, LeVar.
Hi. That mountain climbing scene looked pretty convincing, didn't it? But none of it was real. Usually, you can believe what you see, but sometimes your eyes can be deceived. Well, just take a look around this studio. That wind, the storm, even this rock is fake. They're all special effects designed to fool you. Let's take this snow, for example. It's plastic, and there's no big cloud up there sending it down. The plastic is sifted through a snow machine. It looks like a big mesh barrel, and when you crank it, the snow falls through the holes. You can sift the snow as slow or as fast as you want. Okay, Barbara, really crank it up. Now, this is great for regular snowfall, but if you really want to make it look like a blizzard, you have to see the wind blowing the snow. So, we have a wind machine. Wind, please. Now, this is what I call a blizzard. Now, let's take a look at this scenery. There are some pretty cool tricks here, too. This rock is really a piece of hardened foam that's been sculpted to look like a rock. It's hollow behind, and it's propped up by these pieces of wood. Now, where did we get those mountains in the distance? This is where it really gets high-tech. This wall is painted a special color called ultimate blue. The blue is special because it can disappear and let another picture take its place. Ultimate blue is the special ingredient that allows us to trick you into thinking there's a mountain in the background. But where does the mountain come from? It's a photograph. The camera takes a picture of the photo and it's electronically put in place of the blue wall. So, here's how it works. You put your scenery, like the rock, in front of an ultimate blue wall. Then, with the flick of a switch, you add your background. The blue wall never changes, but what you see on your TV screen does. Then all you have to do is add your actor and your special effects. Thank you.
Okay, snow, please. And action, LeVar.
What a blizzard! I can't believe we're going rock climbing in this weather! It's a good thing we have this safety rope. Otherwise, we could get blown right off this cliff!
With a little television technology, we made you think I was caught in a snowstorm. So remember, you can't always believe what you see. And there's another way that your eyes can be fooled. It's called optical illusion. An optical illusion makes you think you see one thing when you really see another. The pictures in this book called Opt are all optical illusions. Opt is the kind of book that you can really get into. So, let's take a walk in the land of Opt. Opt, an Illusionary Tale by Arlene and Joseph Baum. Here I am in the land of Opt, where optical illusions are everywhere. Take this envelope, for example. Look at the red and the blue lines. Which one is longer? Is it the red line or the blue? Actually, the lines are the same size. They only look different when seen against the background of the envelope. The line in the center divides the envelope into a big box and a little box. So even though the red and the blue lines are equal, your eye assumes that the bigger box has a longer line. It's just an optical illusion. What about these lines with the arrows? Are they the same or different sizes? The bottom line is longer, don't you think? Well, what do you think now? They're the same. It's tricky, I know, but when the ends of the arrows face out, you think the line looks longer. It isn't really, but it looks that way to your eye. As a castle guard, I cherish my trident, and I especially love this one. How many prongs do you see? There are 2 on the bottom, and on the top, 3. 2 on the bottom, and on the top, 3. A trident like this one can only be drawn. It could never exist in real life. Flowers fair, flowers bright. Which flower has the larger center, the black or the white? The black one looks bigger because it's surrounded by small circles. The white center looks smaller because it's surrounded by big circles. Here, I'll prove it. See? The flower centers are really the same size. Optical illusions are fun to look at, and they're fun to make. Here are some optical illusions you can create on your own.
This is just a couple of drawings, but when I flip it, the lights change. This pencil's made out of wood, but I could make it look like rubber. I bet you think I'm making a knot. It looks like a knot, but it's not.
I can make my thumb look like it's broken in 2 pieces.
This optical illusion makes you think you're seeing purple, but you're really seeing red and blue. I can make this pencil look broken. All I need is this glass of water. It's an optical illusion. I could have 2 faces in one, a man with a beard and just me.
Some optical illusions are quick and easy to make. Others require great skill and care. Here's an artist who puts tremendous effort into creating optical illusions. And when you look at his paintings, you'll see why. To fool you, he paints skies where there should be ceilings. And he paints windows with real scenes in them on the walls. He pays perfect attention to every detail, so his paintings look absolutely real. Just take a look at those cats tangled in yarn. They're drawn so lifelike, you expect them to jump down any minute and bat that ball of yarn around. This kind of painting is called trompe l'oeil, which is French for trick the eye. Usually, the whole picture is an optical illusion. It is designed and drawn to make you believe that something, like this table with jewelry, is real, when actually, it's only a painting. One thing you can count on when you see trompe-l'oeil is that something will surprise you. In this case, it's the blackbird perched outside the picture frame. Real as it looks, it's part of the painting. It's trompe-l'oeil.
My name is Christian Thie. I'm a painter, and I paint trompe-l'oeil. To be able to paint trompe-l'oeil, you have to understand the way the eye works, how to make things look far away, how to make other things look very close to you. Let me show you an example. We're going to establish what we call an horizon line. That's where the land meets the sky when you look off in the distance. A vanishing point is where things disappear to in this drawing that we're going to do of railroad tracks. Here's a pair of railroad tracks that are going to diminish right into the horizon. The railroad ties up close are further apart. As they get closer to the horizon, getting further and further away from you, the tracks get closer together, the railroad ties get closer together. If we wanted to put telephone poles, we could put a telephone pole here, find out how it goes into the distance by attaching our vanishing points to the top and bottom of the telephone pole, and then continue drawing telephone poles within those lines. And we have telephone poles that get smaller and smaller until finally they would disappear over the horizon. A bird on this telephone pole would be a tiny dot on this telephone pole, thus creating the illusion of distance. What I like about trompe-l'oeil is that anything is possible. Today, what I want is a view out of a door. You're looking across a balcony to a park, and in that park is a carnival with a roller coaster, a Ferris wheel. I think that would be a fun painting to have. When I'm preparing a painting, I create a plan so that I know exactly what I'm going to do before I do it. The more precise you can be about your drawing, the more illusion you can create. The tools that I use are the pencil, the paintbrush, the straight edge, but I guess the most important tool of all is the imagination. I think with any talent, you fine-tune it to the point where you can do exactly what you want with that paintbrush. The line, the shape, the sharp edge to an object is what basically fools the viewer and creates the illusion. Now that I'm close to finishing my carnival painting, I decided I wanted to do something that would add some really special magic to the painting. So I decided to make the lights of the Ferris wheel and the lights of the roller coaster operate, and all the other lights twinkling in the middle of a carnival. Trompe-l'oeil is a kind of painting that causes you to want to look out the window that is painted, pass through the door that has been created, to the point where you want to touch it. And when I've succeeded, nothing pleases me more.
In Opt, there is a first-rate art gallery, and the great thing is, each picture is more than it seems. In this case, there are 2 pictures in one. In one picture, there is an old woman facing sideways. Here's her eye, nose, mouth, and chin. Got it? Okay. In the other picture, there's a young woman looking back. Here's her eye, cheek, chin, and necklace. You can't see both women at the same time, but switch your attention back and forth, and each will appear. Here's an illusion that really makes you see things. Where the white lines cross, gray spots appear. You see them? Okay. See these boxes? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And if we turn them all upside down, there should still be 6, right? Wrong! Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It all depends on how you see it. And you never know which way it will go in the land of Opt. You can find optical illusions on television, in books, and in art. And you can also find them in nature. Animals use optical illusions like disguise and camouflage to hide from their enemies. Animals who blend in with their environment remain hidden until they move. Do you see the bird? Do you see the frog? From a distance, this white hair is invisible. And this owl looks exactly like the tree it lives in. Disguises work underwater, too. There is a flounder in this picture who perfectly matches the ocean floor. You can only see his eyes and gills move. And the flounder can change color if it swims to where the bottom looks different. Here's another camouflaged fish who looks just like the clumps of seaweed and sand that surround him. You only notice him when he moves. This horned lizard can barely be detected as it lunches on scurrying ants. The insect world is full of camouflage surprises. This walking stick looks just like a twig. Here's a leaf clipper you can't tell from the branch it's on. And doesn't this caterpillar look like tree bark? Here's one who anchors a silk thread to a tree to hold itself up in a branch-like position. Only because it's moving can you tell this insect from a leaf. Even this little thorn bug can be fooled by these caterpillars. It'll go all the way to the top without realizing it's on a fellow creature. Until it's shaken off. This green insect looks like the serrated edges of the elm leaves it eats. In this picture, the insect resembles the dead brown edges of the hornbeam it munches. See it eating now? Here's a perfect example of how well camouflage can work. This hungry little bird doesn't realize that inches away under the branch, there's a full meal disguised to look like the branch itself. That's the beauty of camouflage. In this world of optical illusion and visual trickery, you might find yourself looking at everything twice. Well, here are some books that deserve more than one look, but you don't have to take my word for it.
I'm Clexita Ortega, and I just found out how animals can trick your eyes in this book, Hide and Seek. For animals, fooling your eyes is serious business. It helps protect them from their enemies. Take a close look at this picture. You might be able to see an animal, or maybe not. Some spiders look just like flowers. This seaweed is really a fish. Are these thorns or bugs? They're bugs. Whenever you go outside, look carefully at the trees, the grass, and even the ground. You never know what might be hiding there.
Here's a book that's really different. Get ready to look at the world from a caterpillar's point of view. In this book, If at First You Do Not See. It's about a little caterpillar who's tired of eating the same old food. His adventure starts when he looks for something different to eat. He makes a new discovery. Things are not always as they appear. For example, ice cream looks appealing. But wait, they are really two clowns, not somebody's dessert. Here's a nice white mushroom, but it turns into two ugly witches before his very eyes. I love everything about this story. It's fun. It might even make you laugh. I'm Lisa Fajardo. There are many more surprises waiting for you in this book. So why don't you check it out?
Are you the kind of kid who likes modern science? Well, I've got a book that's a real eye-opener. It's called Lenses. I love this book. It's about lenses and the way you see. The test for color blindness is really neat. Can you see the giraffe? How about the fish? My favorite part was the optical illusions. These pictures play tricks on your eyes. Like this picture of a vase. No, I mean two people. No, I mean a vase. I'm Graham Pierce, and if you like having fun with technology, you should take a closer look at this book, Lenses.
You know, most of the time, your eyes don't deceive you. The world is a pretty reliable place. But keep your eyes open, because every once in a while, an optical illusion just might play a trick on you. I'll see you next time. Today's Reading Rainbow books are Opt, an Illusionary Tale by Arlene and Joseph Baum, published by Viking Penguin, a division of Penguin Books USA Incorporated. Lenses, Take a Closer Look by Siegfried Aust, illustrated by Helga Nenke, published by Lerner Publications Company. If at First You Do Not See by Ruth Brown, published by Henry Holt and Company, Incorporated. Hide and Seek, an Oxford Scientific Films book edited by Jennifer Caldry and Karen Goldie Morrison, published by G.P. Putnam Sons.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. Reading rainbow.
Watch carefully and don't blink, because there's magic in that paintbrush. Brian Tom is using it to wake up the spirit of that rainbow-colored lion. And soon, with the help of other artists, that lion will be ready to jump up and dance. Looks like I could be way at the other side of the world. But really, I'm in a very special neighborhood right in the heart of New York City, Chinatown. I'm looking forward to spending the day here, enjoying all the wonderful sights, sounds, and flavors of a very special neighborhood with a very special way of life. Lots of what you see in this neighborhood is probably very much like what you see in your own. But other things are deliciously different. An old friend with a new look. Eating bok choy or kumquats for lunch. Good luck dragons lurking on street signs. And dancing lions. Lions are just one way that Chinese culture is unique. In Western stories, lions are often fierce and dangerous. But in Chinese mythology, instead of hurting people, lions help them by chasing away evil spirits and bringing good luck. For thousands of years, Chinese people have done lion dances to celebrate any happy occasion or new beginning. Weddings, New Year's, even the grand opening of a store. As part of the dance, wise men feed the lions lucky foods, lettuce and tangerines. In return, the lions bring good fortune. Brian Tom, the one putting on the lion's head, started learning the lion's dance when he was only 6. It takes years and years to learn the dance, and only the very best dancers are given the special honor of dancing inside the lion's head. This evening, after all their practice and hard work, the musicians and dancers will make these lions come to life. Making something come to life is part of the magic of being an artist of any kind. Imagine what would happen if everything you drew came to life. Well, that's what happens in this book, Liang and the Magic Paintbrush. It's the story of a boy who wants to be an artist more than anything else in the whole world.
See you, Mosercha. Liang and the Magic Paintbrush by Demi. Long ago, in China, a boy named Liang earned money gathering firewood and cutting reeds. His one wish was to paint, but he could not afford to buy a brush. One day, he passed an art school and went in. "I want so much to paint," he said. "Please, will you teach me?" "What?" the teacher glared at him. "A beggar wants to paint." He drove Liang away. But Liang could not keep his fingers still. When he went to gather firewood, he drew birds in the sand with a twig. One night, as he slept, an old man appeared on a phoenix and placed a brush in Liang's hand. "It is a magic paintbrush. Use it carefully," the old man said, and flew away. Liang jumped for joy. "Thank you so much," he called after the old man. Immediately, Liang began to paint. He painted deer. As he finished, he saw that the deer came to life. It really was a magic paintbrush. "I will paint things for my poor friends," he thought, and he painted toy birds, horses, lanterns, and balls for the children. Then he went to the marketplace and set up a table among the other merchants, and he made pictures of birds to sell. To make sure the birds did not come to life, he left something out. One day, a man asked for a picture of a crane. Liang gave it only one eye. But by accident, one drop of ink fell where the second eye should have been, and the crane flew away. Now everyone knew about Liang's magic brush, including the greedy emperor. He went out with all his soldiers to take the brush away from Liang. But Liang refused to give it up. The emperor ordered him bound and brought to the palace. There the emperor ordered Liang to paint a dragon, but Liang painted a toad instead. Furious, the emperor seized the brush and ordered Liang imprisoned. The greedy emperor then sat down to paint mountains of gold, but they turned into rocks and rolled off the table. The emperor tried again. He painted a large tree. But what do you think happened? It turned into an enormous python which nearly bit the emperor's head off. Liang knew the brush would lose its magic in the emperor's hands. He thought of a plan, and he sent word to the emperor saying that in exchange for his freedom, he would paint whatever the emperor wished. The emperor accepted. "Paint me the sea," the emperor ordered. Liang drew a sea. "Where are the fish?" the emperor asked. Liang drew and drew, and soon a sea full of fish were swimming about. "So long as we have a sea," said the emperor, "let us have a boat." Liang painted a boat, which was soon bobbing about on the water. Delighted, the emperor called the royal family to come and join him on the boat. "Get us some wind so we can move," cried the emperor. Happily, Liang painted wind and the boat began to rock. "More wind," the emperor cried. Liang drew more wind and more. Soon waves were splashing and crashing over the deck. "Enough," the emperor cried. But Liang would not listen. He drew so much wind, the boat keeled over and broke into 1,000,000 pieces. The emperor and the royal family sank to the bottom of the sea. The story of Liang and his magic paintbrush spread far and wide. But what became of Liang? Nobody knows. Some say that he went back to his own village. Others say that he roamed the earth, painting for the poor, wherever he went.
Nobody knows exactly what happened to Liang, but I have a feeling a little bit of him lives on in all of us. Even ordinary Chinese writing like this looks like the work of an artist. In fact, the art of Chinese calligraphy is the work of highly respected artists who study for years to develop their skills. Let's go visit a calligrapher's studio and see how he works.
Dr. Leon Cheng is one of the finest calligraphers in the whole world. Ink, inkstone, paper, brushes. These are the 4 treasures of the Chinese calligrapher. Say, young friends in ancient Chinese characters. No work of Chinese art or calligraphy is finished until the artist stamps his own special seal in bright red.
Many Chinese people, especially artists and scholars, have their own seals just like this one. It's like having your own personal sign or symbol cut in stone. It's very beautiful, Mr. Shi. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This one was made for me by Mr. Shi, a master seal carver who just came to this country from the city of Shanghai in the People's Republic of China. A carver like Mr. Shi spends 20 years studying to master his art. First he learns painting, then calligraphy, then how to cut in stone.
Mr. Xu wants to seal back. It isn't quite finished yet. You have to put the dedication on the stone.
The dedication? The dedication is being carved into the soapstone with a carving knife that's very, very sharp. Every artist signs his work, and the dedication is Mr. Shi's signature that this is his work of art.
Okay.
Finished?
Yeah.
What does the dedication say, Miranda?
To Mr. LeVar from Mr. Shi.
Thank you very much.
我教你怎么用。
Now he'll show you how to use the stamp.
Oh, please, yeah. What is this? Is this ink?
Yes, it's called vermilion.
Ah.
Yes.
Just get it all over there like that, huh?
Press real hard, and then just lift.
Yeah.
Ah.
The seals means man who dwells in the rainbow.
The man who dwells in the rainbow. It's wonderful. Now can I put a stamp in my book?
Yeah.
Yeah? Like that?
Yeah.
There. Now everyone will know this book belongs to me. Liang was an artist who brought things to life. Mr. Shi is an artist who works in stone. The artists at the New York Institute of Technology are creating pictures using modern tools that are part magic paintbrush, part computer, and part pure imagination. Imagine painting with light instead of paint or ink. It's like painting with a rainbow that has over 16 billion colors. Watch.
Painting with a computer is similar to painting at home. The difference is we use an electronic pen, we use a tablet, and we display our pictures on a monitor. Hi, I'm Larry Green. I'd like to welcome you to the New York Institute of Technology Computer Graphics Lab. Right now I'm working on the dragon boat that Liang was painting for the evil emperor. The first thing I have to do is use the keyboard in order to start up the program. And now we're ready to make a painting. Here are all my choices displayed on the VT100. I've made a special brush to paint the body of the dragon boat. This is how it works. You can see it puts in the textures for me. But we can even do that faster. We can go in and fill that area. So now we've got all the patterns we need for the dragon. Now we're going to change the boat just slightly so it has more dimension. Now, in order to save time, I did some drawings earlier. I saved those drawings in the computer, and I can recall those drawings and show you exactly what I've done. You can see how I put in a nice slithery red tongue in here, and the contrast of the blue horns. That's important to make the dragon look so glamorous. And in come the emperor and his slaves who are going to row the boat. The oars are red, and the reason they're red is that they stand out against the rest of the colors, and they help us when we want to create movement. Now what happens if I want to change something on the picture? It looks good in this state, but we can still make changes. Now watch what happens when I magnify. See that? I changed the color of the eyes to red. But I don't really think that red suits the dragon. I think the green was the right choice. So let's go back and pick that green. There, now we're back to normal. Now wouldn't it be nice to put our dragon boat in its proper setting? Something like an ocean scene. Here we're combining our animation with the background and our original dragon boat painting. It looks like there's a storm brewing too. The clouds are starting to get darker and the water's getting rougher. I guess you can see why I like working on the computer. It has a lot to offer. We can adjust things, we can make some movement, we can even change colors. Before I say goodbye, let's take a look and see what happens to the evil emperor.
One of my favorite things about visiting Chinatown is the food. You know, Chinese cooking is really a very special art. But instead of using paintbrush, ink, and paper, or even computer and light pen, some of the raw ingredients are lo ba, Chinese white turnip, choy sum, which is baby bok choy, ginger, and even lotus root. You know, all this is making me pretty hungry. Why don't we go to one of my favorite Chinese restaurants, the Mandarin in Pell, and meet my good friend Alex Wong as he prepares a feast fit for an emperor. Alex, this smells delicious. What is this?
I'm serving you the Grandma Wong's chicken soup today.
Grandma Wong's chicken soup, huh? What's in
Yeah.
this now?
It has the whole chicken, cut in pieces, and then served and put in with fresh ginger and scallions.
Boy, smells great.
And takes about 3 hours to cook this.
3 hours for one pot of soup?
Right. That's for you.
Well, I love chicken soup.
Great.
I love chicken soup.
Try it, you'll love it.
You think so, huh? Outrageous. I love it.
Great.
Delicious. I love it. So what's for our main course now?
Oh, I'm having Mongolian beef for you. Is it okay for
Mongolian beef. Terrific, yeah. So while I'm eating my soup, you're going to prepare the beef?
Yeah.
All right.
Very important, keep the knife sharp, and that way you don't cut your fingers.
Right.
You see? And I'm putting in the vegetable oil now in the wok.
The wok is a really traditional cooking tool for Chinese, isn't it?
Yeah, you could cook a lot of food in the wok because it's very deep. And also it heat up the food evenly.
Alex, this looks great.
Yeah, this is a Mongolian beef.
Mongolian beef. Alex's specialty, huh?
Right.
Delicious.
Great. Glad
Delicious.
you like it.
You know, I think I'm finally beginning to master the art of eating with chopsticks here. Well, almost. Delicious. I love it. It's great. What's for dessert?
Oh, we have the candied banana for you.
Candied bananas. Great.
Right.
I'll finish this while you get the bananas, right?
Okay.
Okay.
This is the honey candy banana.
Outrageous.
Okay, LeVar, this is the candied banana for you.
Candied bananas.
Yeah.
Looks delicious. Thank you. How do you say thank you in Chinese?
Oh, thank you in Chinese is shay shay.
Shay shay.
Yeah.
Now, Alex, you've made so much food here, I can't possibly eat it all. You must sit down and join me.
Sure, I'd be love to.
Okay. Did you know that in China, nobody eats Chinese fortune cookies? Well, it's true. They're strictly a Chinese-American invention. But for me, no Chinese meal is complete without one of these curly, crunchy cookies. And a glimpse into the future. Let's see. You can't judge a book by its cover. Well, you certainly don't have to, because if you enjoyed Liang and the Magic Paintbrush, here's some other books that you might like. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hello, friends. My name is Jacobia Cunningham. I just got to read a terrific book named Emma. She was a 72-year-old lady who was lonely every day. So one day she said, I'm going to go buy me some paints and a brush and an easel. Then she painted a lot of things and she was never lonely again. The pictures in this book were very bright and nice. One of my favorite pictures in the book was when Emma and her cat named Pumpkin Seeds sat in the sun curling their toes. My final statement is that you can never be lonely if you're creative. That's what this book is all about. Signing off, Jacobia Cunningham.
Hello, my name is Tina Ingracia, and I like to draw very much. So if you like to draw, I think you enjoy this book called If You Take a Pencil by Fulvio Testa. One of the nicest things about the book is the illustrations. They're realistic and very nice. Lots of colors, and if you look closely, you'll see things that happen later on in the story, which give you clues about what's going to happen later. The very best picture in the whole book was the last one. It was the mystery of the whole story. It took you right back to the beginning. And you know what? I think a pencil is a real treasure. Hi, I'm Anne Michelle Harrington. That's Anne Michelle with one L. When I was 5 or 6, I wished I could play the piano, but I never got my chance till I was 8. In a way, it relates to the book I just read, Ben's Trumpet, by Rachel Isadora. Ben wants to play the trumpet so much, he goes around pretending he has a trumpet all the time. One day, he was standing in front of the Zigzag Jazz Club, and the boys across the street said, "Hey, man, what you think you're doing?" And he said, "I'm playing my trumpet." And he said, "Man, you're crazy. You ain't got no trumpet." And he started to walk away sadly, just as the trumpeter came out for his lunch break. The trumpeter said, "What's the matter?" And he said, "I don't have a trumpet." And he said, "Well, maybe we can fix that." And he went inside, and he let Ben blow on his trumpet for a little while. Remember, Anne Michelle is telling you to read this book because it says, never lose hope. And everybody needs to hear that once in a while.
Look, every color in the rainbow. The streets of Chinatown are especially magical at night. It's as if someone has painted the town with a giant magic paintbrush. You know, we haven't even begun to delve into all the treasures that Chinatown has to offer. But now, it's time for the lion dance. The Chinese seem to have a knack for making an art out of even the most ordinary things. Writing, carving, cooking, even the way they celebrate the opening of a new store.
Bob, would you like to join us?
Boy, would I love to.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Aloha. Welcome to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. And boy, have we got a show for you. I am standing near the top of Kilauea, the world's most active volcano. And as you can see behind me, she is really erupting. This is truly a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to experience nature at her most gloriously powerful. To give you an idea of the size of this thing, I'm standing about a half a mile away from that fountain, and it's spewing molten lava roughly 1,100 feet in the air. That's twice as tall as any skyscraper you've ever seen. I personally have never seen anything like it. It's just incredible. Lava is really hot, melted rock that's pumped up 40 miles through tunnels inside the earth. Those tunnels lie beneath volcanoes like this one. Sometimes flaming red rivers sweep through forests and fields, smothering them under a blanket of blistering ooze. The lava is so hot, it turns anything it touches to fire. And watch how fast it moves. No matter where you go in Hawaii, you're walking on a volcano. That's because the Hawaiian Islands are really the tips of giant volcanoes sticking up in the middle of the sea. All this beauty, the spiked cliffs, gouged out canyons, rivers and waterfalls, snow-cone mountains, and black sand beaches is here because of volcanoes. Most of Hawaii's volcanoes are inactive, but Mauna Loa and Kilauea are still very much alive. Even when they're not erupting, they let you know they're cooking. The earth is so hot that when it rains, the water seeps through cracks and boils into steam. Then, when it's ready, the volcano erupts. This is what Kilauea looked like yesterday, getting ready to blow. The lava is just beginning to leap out of the cone. You know, volcanoes aren't born very often, but one was born about 45 years ago in the country of Mexico. And that's what this true story, Hill of Fire, is all about.
Hill of Fire by Thomas P. Lewis. Pictures by Joan Sandon. Read by Fernando Escandon. Once there was a farmer who lived in Mexico. He lived in a little village, in a house which had only one room. The farmer was not happy. Nothing ever happens, he said. The people in the village thought the farmer was foolish. We have everything we need, they said. We have a school, and a market, and a church with an old bell that rings on Sundays. Our village is the best there is. But nothing ever happens, said the farmer. Every morning for breakfast he ate 2 flat cakes of ground corn. His wife had made them the night before. He put honey over the cakes and drank cinnamon tea from a clay mug. Nothing ever happens, he said. It was still dark and the farmer got ready to leave for the field. His son Pablo was still asleep. Perhaps today, said his wife, something will happen. No, said the farmer, nothing will. Late in the morning, when the sun was high, Pablo came to the field. Pablo, said the farmer, why are you not in school? There is no school today, Papa, said Pablo. I have come to help you plow. Pablo helped the farmer plow the field. The ox pulled, and the plow turned up the soil. Suddenly, the plow stopped. The farmer and his son pushed, and the ox pulled, but the plow did not move. It sank into the earth. It went down, down, down into a little hole. The little hole became a bigger hole. There was a noise deep under the ground, as if something big had growled. The farmer looked. Pablo looked. The ox turned its head. White smoke came from the hole in the ground. Run, said the farmer, run! There was a loud crack, and the earth opened wide. The farmer ran. Pablo ran, and the ox ran too. The farmer ran all the way to the village. He ran inside the church and rang the old bell. The other farmers came from their fields. People came out of their houses. Look, said the farmer, look there. That night, no one slept. Everyone watched the fire in the sky. It came from where the farmer's field had been. There was a loud boom, and another, and another. Pieces of burning stone flew in the air. The earth was coughing. Every time it coughed, the hill of fire grew bigger. In a few days, the hill was as big as a mountain. And every few minutes, there was a loud boom. Squirrels and rabbits ran, and birds flew away from the fire. People led their burros and their oxen to safety. Some of the people went close to the steaming lava. They carried big crosses. They prayed for the fire to stop. When the booming stopped and the fires grew smaller, the farmer's house was gone. The school was gone. The market was gone. Half the village was gone. One day, some men in uniform came in cars and trucks. So you are the one with the plow that opened up the earth, they said to the farmer. They laughed. You're lucky to be alive, amigo. The soldiers looked at the village. Everyone must go, the captain said. It is not safe to live here any longer. The farmer and his wife and Pablo and all the people of the village went with the soldiers. The farmer found a new house. It was not far from the old one, but it was safe from El Monstruo, which means the monster. That is the name the people gave to the great volcano. The people made a new village, then made a new school and a new market. They had a great fiesta because now they were safe. Now the farmer had a new field. Every morning he woke up early. It was still dark, and El Monstruo glowed in the sky. Sometimes Pablo brought the children of the village to see the farmer. From the field they could see the volcano smoking, like an old man smoking his pipe. Can you make another hill of fire? The children said. No, my friends, no, said the farmer. He laughed. One hill of fire is enough for me.
In Hill of Fire, the town was buried by volcanic rock. Here on Kilauea, this forest was demolished by lava. If you'd been here about a year ago, you might have climbed this tree. But when Kilauea erupted, hot lava flooded through and wrapped around these trees. The bottom halves burned up, causing these holes that you see here, and the top branches fell over and died. They call them lava trees. The lava flow was so powerful that it destroyed almost an entire forest. And over there are the lucky trees that were spared. Nowadays, scientists who study volcanoes, volcanologists, use sophisticated tools to try to predict eruptions. Instruments like this seismometer measure the forces inside of the Earth, a place no one has ever seen. If you were to look at this planet from outer space, you'd never guess what was underneath. But if you could somehow crack it open, this is what you'd see. Inside the Earth is rock, which is divided into the core, the mantle, and the crust. Under volcanoes, forces in the Earth heat the rock until it melts. Melted rock is called magma. The magma rises into chambers about a mile beneath the surface of the Earth. When they fill up, magma forces its way up through the volcano until the volcano explodes. The magma, or lava, pours out. It runs down the mountain, coating its slopes with new layers of rock. When the eruption is over, the magma sinks back into the chambers again. In time, wind, rain, and sun break down the new blanket of rock, turning it into fertile, life-giving soil. Trees and plants and animals return to live there. There are 600 active volcanoes in the world today, but only 3 are in Hawaii. The rest are scattered all over the Earth. It's unbelievable how much lava can gush from one volcano. And look at this. It's only just one little spill. There are 2 kinds of lava, a'a and pahoehoe. This is pahoehoe, the smoother of the 2. It dries in wrinkles and curvy snake-like formations that looks like rope. Some pahoehoe flows have toes, flat, round projections that tiptoe ahead of the rest of the pack. A'a lava is rough and rubbly, much chunkier than pahoehoe, and it's full of jagged, spiky fragments called clinkers. A'a is sharp enough to scratch your hand or cut up the bottoms of a new pair of boots. And just listen to how it sounds. Sounds really neat, doesn't it? And look at this over here. These golden threads are called Pele's hair. They're named after the Hawaiian goddess of fire. They're fragments of lava that the wind has stretched out and cooled in the air. This lava traveled miles and miles from the volcano's crater. You can actually see where the rivers of lava poured over that cliff and snaked right down through here. You know, when you look at lava closely, you can see that it glistens. It's really beautiful. It's full of colors and shapes, textures. Look at these pieces. You see how shiny that is on the surface? Smooth to the touch. But then when you turn it over on its side, see that? All those little holes in there? It's a lot rougher. It's almost like sandpaper or your cat's tongue. And look at all these colors. This one's got gold and blue in it. It's really beautiful. No 2 pieces are alike. And ooh, here's one here. This one's got some red, almost purple. And you know, lava isn't only what you see on the surface. Take a look at this. These are called lava drips. And they happen when the outside gets cooled and hard, but the inside is still hot and dripping. Neat, huh? Kind of looks like sculpture. You know, for hundreds of years, artists have been influenced by this natural work of art. And Liang, who lives here on Kilauea's summit, uses the volcano as inspiration for his own special kind of art.
Living on the summit of Kilauea is quite an inspiration to my work. One views lava rocks, the colors of the rocks, the formations, the textures, the surfaces. And living in the forest, one senses the quality of the forest and tries to transfer it to the work. The clay feels very wonderful. It's hard to describe how it really feels. It's like touching the earth. Particular series that I'm working on is a series to me symbolizing the volcano, living so closely to the volcano and creating a vessel from earth to depict the feeling of the volcano. For the opening of the volcano is irregular and not symmetrical. So I tend to reflect that in the opening of my vessels, whereas the rest of the piece is quite perfect. And to contrast that perfection, I create a slight imperfection, so then the piece would feel more balanced. But the piece is done when it feels right and looks right. The glazing is a process where one views the naked vessel and almost asks what it wants to wear. All my glazes come from the earth. They're all earth minerals that are combined in different proportions to give different textures and surfaces and colors. The kiln basically fires the vessel. It creates a temperature hot enough to melt the glaze. This particular process that I'm using is called a raku process, and it takes 3 hours to fire. When the volcano is erupting, there is a constant roar in the background. And this roar is just awesome and powerful. And as I'm working, I feel this power coming through me. I feel myself getting stronger. The most important thing when we're working with anything is to really find enjoyment in it. and to be able to express herself through whatever it is that we enjoy, and to perfect it and refine it to a point where it can express herself and our environment and the planet that we live on.
The hill of fire that inspires Chu Liang is the volcano Kilauea. But if the hill of fire that inspires you is this book, then here are some others that you might find hot. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, I'm Supernadetta, and I'm here to talk about a book which has your favorite imaginary creatures, dragons. It's called Emma's Dragon Hunt, and it's written by Catherine Stock. This story is about a little girl named Emma and her grandfather Wang, who came from China. Grandfather Wang talked about dragons, and Emma got interested. So her grandfather decided to take her on a dragon hunt. When a thunderstorm came, Grandfather said it was the dragons clawing up all the clouds. And when a solar eclipse came, Grandfather said it was the dragon swallowing the sun and then spitting it out again. I think you should read this book because it has delightful pictures and the story is really neat. I recommend it to anyone who likes to use their imagination.
Hi, my name's Liam McAllister, and if you like nature, you'll really love these science flip books by Ed Emberley. They really make still pictures come to life. I like these books because you can really see how animals are growing and flowers are changing. My favorite flip book was the one about the butterfly, because you can see the butterfly flying away and the caterpillar crawling and turning into a chrysalis. I like the science flip book so much that I made my own. It's about a rose that starts from a little plant and then gets a bud, then gets a blue dot in the middle, and then grows up to be a big rose. I think that you should really go out and get these flip books because they make you feel that you're right there in nature.
Are you a big poetry fan? Well, this book, The Tamarindo Puppy, is full of funny and kooky poems. It is written in 2 languages, Spanish and English, all at the same time. My favorite thing about this book was the funny characters in these poems. For example, I liked the animals in the poem Firehouse. What I really liked about this book is that I learned some new Spanish words. Mariposa means butterfly, and gato gordo means fat cat. The pictures in the book are funny and colorful, especially the castle in the clouds. I'm Roseanne Garassi, and take it from me, this book is full of great poems. Here's one for you called Nada. Nada is nothing, nothing at all. If you trip on a nada, you'll never fall.
I'm standing with Christina Hilliker, and she's a geologist here at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. Christina, can you tell us a little bit about the activity that's going on behind us?
Well, you're seeing the 31st phase of the continuing eruption on Kilauea's East Rift Zone. It's been going on since January of 1983.
And this particular eruption has gone on about how many hours?
Since about 7:30 this morning, so about 11 hours now.
What is it that the geologists are doing here?
Well, we're observing and trying to learn as much as we can about how the volcano works. And one good reason for that is to be able to predict the eruptions and help get people out of the way and let people know where it's safe to be, where it's safe to build their houses and so forth.
Christina, why is the ground here so warm?
Well, this whole area, there's magma not too far beneath us.
Right beneath our feet.
Oh, that's right, this whole area. And this hill that we're standing on is a vent from an earlier eruption in this series. So this hill, about 1.5 years ago, looked just like that.
Have you ever been scared at a volcano?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
But here these are pretty safe volcanoes, safe eruptions.
Right.
And we pretty much know what's going to happen. It can get out of the way.
Thanks, Christina. There's only one thing more spectacular than a volcano's ability to destroy, and that's its power to create. Volcanic eruptions like this one keep the flow of life going, for from the fires of the earth come the very stuff of which life is made. We'll see you next time. Today's Reading Rainbow books are Hill of Fire by Thomas P. Lewis, pictures by Joan Sandin, published by Harper and Row. Emma's Dragon Hunt by Catherine Stock, published by Lothrop, Lee, and Shepherd Books. Ed Imberly's Science Flip Books, published by Little, Brown, and Company. The Tamarindo Puppy and Other Poems by Charlotte Pomerantz, pictures by Byron Barton, published by Green Willow Books.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. Reading rainbow.
Hi there! Happy birthday! It's my birthday today, and I'm hoping for lots of cards and maybe even a package or two. Maybe no one even remembered.
Quicksilver Messenger Service at your service, Mr. LeVar Burton.
Yes!
Package for you, sir.
Thank you. Peanut brittle. I can't wait to take... What's this? It's like a note. Let's see. The secret password today is surprise, so don't just believe your ears and your eyes. Now follow this clue to your nearest bookstore. Go quickly, don't wait, we can't tell you more. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm sure gonna find out.
Can I help you?
Oh, yes, I was supposed to tell you, oh. I'm very sorry. I was just looking for the secret password. Here it is. Surprise. I'm LeVar Burton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Burton. I've been expecting you. Someone left this present for you.
Oh, really?
I hope you enjoy it.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Miss Nelson is back. Is that why all these kids look so sad? I wonder where she went.
Miss Nelson is Back by Harry Allard and James Marshall. One Friday, Miss Nelson told her class that she was going to have her tonsils out.
I'll be away next week, she said, and I expect you to behave. Yes, Miss Nelson, said the kids in 207. But at recess, it was another story. Wow, said the kids. While Miss Nelson is away, we can really act up. Not so fast, said the big kid from 309. Haven't you ever heard of Viola Swamp? Miss Swamp is the meanest substitute in the whole world. She's a real witch. Oh, said Miss Nelson's kids. I'll just bet you get the swamp. On Monday morning, Miss Nelson's kids were very nervous. Some of them had not slept well all weekend. If we get the swamp, I'll just die, said one kid. They heard footsteps in the hall. Slowly the knob turned, and the door opened. It was Mr. Blandsworth, the principal. Miss Nelson's kids were so relieved, but they soon learned that Mr. Blandsworth was not a lot of fun. All morning, Mr. Blandsworth tried to amuse the class with his corny card tricks. And for 2 days, Mr. Blandsworth showed slides of his goldfish Lucille. While dusting erasers in the schoolyard, 3 of the ringleaders of 207 discussed the situation. We must get rid of Blandsworth. And they hatched a plot. After school, they painted and sewed and borrowed some old clothes. The next day, they weren't in class. Mr. Blandsworth was about to show the class his collection of ballpoint pens from all over the world when someone came to the door. Slowly, the knob turned, and the door opened. Oh, look, said the class. Miss Nelson is back. A tall and lumpy Miss Nelson tottered into the room. Mr. Blandsworth was surprised. Are you sure you're well enough? Said Mr. Blandsworth. She's sure, said the kids. Well, in that case, I'll be getting back to the office. And he left the room. Hot dog, cried the class. We got rid of Blandsworth. Now we can do just as we please. And at the stroke of 10, the kids from 207 left the building. They went straight to the movies where they saw The Monster That Ate Chicago twice. Afterward, they went to Lulu's where they stuffed themselves silly. But soon they made a serious mistake. Heading back to school, they passed Miss Nelson's house. Miss Nelson couldn't believe her eyes. Those are my kids, she said in a scratchy voice. What are they doing out of school? And who is that with them? Miss Nelson telephoned Mr. Blandsworth to see what was going on. You're not Miss Nelson, said Blandsworth. Miss Nelson is back. And he hung up. Said Miss Nelson. Something will have to be done. And she went to her closet. Back in 207, Miss Nelson's kids were spending an agreeable afternoon. Oh, we should do this more often, they said. They did not notice the figure out in the hall. Slowly, the knob turned, and the door opened. My name is Viola Swamp, said the lady in a scratchy voice. Yipes, cried the kids. The swamp! That's right, said Miss Swamp. And I'm here to whip this class into shape. Get back to those desks on the double. The class did as it was told. The big kid from 309 was certainly right. Miss Swamp was a real witch. She knew how to get results. The class did a whole week's work in no time. We shouldn't have gotten rid of Blandsworth, they said. Pipe down, said the Swamp. Or, just then, something under a desk attracted her attention. It was a mask. Aha, said Miss Swamp. So that's your little game. And she tried on the mask just as Mr. Blandsworth stepped into the room. Miss Nelson, said Blandsworth, I'm of the opinion that someone has been impersonating you. Uh-oh, whispered the kids. You don't say, said Miss Swamp. Probably just some kids acting up. I'm sure it won't happen again. And Mr. Blandsworth left. And it won't, will it? Said Miss Swamp to the class. Because the Swamp will be watching. A minute later, Miss Nelson appeared. I'm back, she said. Hot dog, cried the kids. Are we glad to see you? Didn't you have fun with Mr. Blandsworth? Asked Miss Nelson. Said the kids. They decided not to mention Miss Viola Swamp. But they wondered why Miss Nelson hadn't seen her in the hall.
You can't tell a book by its cover. And you can't tell everything about a person just by what's on the surface. I mean, who would think that Miss Nelson could turn into Viola Swamp whenever she wanted to keep her second grade class out of mischief? Or who would imagine that Clark Kent is really Superman? Sometimes it's great to put on a disguise, to be somebody else for a while. That's why I love being an actor. Makeup and disguise are a part of my job. And one of the most amazing makeup sessions I ever had was with Tom Berman, one of Hollywood's most talented masters of illusion and disguise. Right before my very eyes, he turned me into this... Well, watch.
Well, this makeup won't hurt a bit. This is the cast from the impression we took the other day of your face. From this cast, we sculpted the makeup. We did that with dental impression material, the same material they take teeth impressions when you go to the dentist.
Okay. I think I'm ready. You ready?
Great.
Okay.
First thing we're going to do is put a ball cap on. That will cover LeVar's head and give him the appearance of being bald. This is spirit gum. This is the adhesive that we use to actually attach or glue something to the skin. The first piece we're going to start with will be the chin. Rather than do a full face, what we're doing is individual pieces, and these pieces overlap and they puzzle together to make a complete makeup. The makeup like this would normally take a total of 5 hours, 6 hours if you're going to do this for a feature film, especially if the makeup had to last maybe 20 hours in a day, which you very often end up working that many hours. One of the things I get to do that makes this job so fortunate is I get to use my imagination. I get to look in books. I get to go to the library and find books and research and decide how I'm going to design this particular makeup. And it's a lot of fun. And I learn an awful lot. Voila.
You done?
Yeah.
Can I see?
Sure. Let me get the mirror. Oh. Oh.
I like it. He's terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I was just sitting and thinking how
For most actors, time in a makeup chair is always real reflective time. And just as Tom was about to be finished, I was real excited about looking at my face in a totally different way. I had a lot of time while he was applying the different pieces to sit and think about what I was going to look like and what the character would turn out to be. And now that I see him, it's like nothing I ever could have imagined myself.
Well, we got the final touch. Want to see what that looks like?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go for it.
Wonderful. Yes. Thank you, Tom. Now I know what it feels like to be transformed into another person. I think I like it. Yes. That's why I know LeVar enjoys being an actor. He can use disguise to become anyone or anything. Yes. Just like the characters in Miss Nelson is Back. And you can become anyone or travel anywhere if you like. All you need is a good book. So if you're into a good adventure and you want to read about something, well, here are some other books you might enjoy. But you don't have to take my word for it. No.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sharita Garrett, and I'm here to tell you about a great book. And it's called Daddy is a Monster Sometimes, and it's just marvelous. The characters are Marilla, Jeffrica, and her brother and her dad. This book says children don't understand their parents as much as they should. My favorite person is Marilla because she really talks about how she feels about her father. No matter how she feels, she's always gonna love him. Everybody out there, listen to me. I think you should read this book because it's about a mean, old, hairy, old father that's nice, too.
You like to go to fairs, play games, and dress up in costumes? Well, I just read a book about a boy who wanted to go to carnival, but he couldn't because he was too poor to afford a costume. Hi, my name is Scott Bartholomew, and I read a book called Harlequin and the Gift of Many Colors. Harlequin wants to go to carnival, but he doesn't have a costume, so his friends decide to give him pieces of material from their own costumes. I like the pictures because you can read the story just by looking at the pictures. I like this story because it's about real people and it could have really happened. And do you think I'd kid you?
Do you have someone really special in your life? I do. That's why I particularly enjoyed a book called Grandmama's Joy. Hello, my name is Heather Jenkins. Grandmama's Joy is a book about a little girl named Rondi and her grandmama. Grandmama always called Rondi her little joy because she made her feel so good. I especially like the illustrations in this book because they go along so well with the story. They are so realistic, they look just like photographs. I think you kids out there should read this book so you understand that your parents and family need you just as much as you need them.
Mr. Burton?
Yes?
These are for you.
They are, but...
It's a mystery to me.
I don't get it. But what a great mystery. I mean, somebody's definitely playing a terrific practical joke on me. And here's another present. The upside-down riddle book. While I try to figure this riddle out, why don't you have some fun too? Why don't we turn the tables upside down and give you something to puzzle over? Round as a penny, flat as a chip, 2 pairs of eyes and can't see a bit. What am I? A button. I am long and slim with only one eye. Where light is dim, I can have a sharp bite. But please don't tremble, for you'll be all right if you use a thimble and have keen eyesight. What am I? A needle. Next to my cousins, I'm short and stout. Red within, nail faced out. If this riddle you don't understand, I'll have you know the answer's at hand. What am I? A thumb. If you want to stump your friends with more riddles like these, you'll find them in the Upside Down Riddle Book by Lewis Phillips and Bo Gardner. Oh, hey, what's this? Another clue. Where should you go, what should you do to find your next clue burst a circle of blue? A circle of blue. Well, here's one. Let's see. Be at Maloney's at 2:30, where a man and his kin are waiting for you. Maloney's. That must mean Maloney's department store. 2:30, I'd better hurry, I'll be late. Wow, it's exactly 2:30 and I don't see a man or his kin. I don't see anybody. I hope this isn't a wild goose chase instead of a treasure hunt. I get it. Man plus kin equals mannequin. Thank you. The time has come for you to go to see a special magic show. Blackstone is waiting there for you, and the tickets here are good for 2. I love magic shows, and Blackstone's one of my favorite magicians. Hey, I've got an extra ticket here. Why don't you come join me?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the foremost magician in America, Harry Blackstone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here's something I'm sure some of you have seen before, but if not, I invite you to watch and watch carefully. It has to do with a bird in a cage. Now, for this, I'd like to invite some of the people in the audience. How about some 4 or 5 of you young people coming up and helping me out? LeVar, would you help also? A young lady over there, both of you? Because I'm going to make this canary disappear right from the tips of my fingers, and you'll not see where it goes. Would you mind putting one of your hands, dear, on the side of the cage? That's the side. And your hand on the other side. You have a hand you're not using? On the back of the cage. And your hand on the top of the cage. No, put the clean hand up there. That's better. And your hand on the bottom of the cage. And your other hand on the front of the cage. Your other hand on the side of the cage. Yours on the top, yours on the bottom, yours on the front. No, the bottom. That's it. No, switch hands, Gina. You won't be all out of shit. That's the way it goes. Thank you very much. Watch your step as you go down. Whoop, careful. Don't run off. Don't run off. Oh, we have something special for you. Do you believe in illusion?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Do you believe in hypnosis?
Yes.
All right, I'd like you to sit down. I'll hypnotize you. And I'll do so in a manner like that. Now, even though you may not think you're hypnotized, you in fact are hypnotized. And while hypnotized, an individual is capable then of becoming totally wakeless and then capable of rising high into the sky. In fact, I want you to assume the supine position. That's prone, only face up. And I'll have you rise high into... Oh, I didn't notice all those hot lights overhead. Perhaps I'd better place this across your midsection to preclude your floating up too high too quickly. Now place your hands in the middle of your chest, one on top of the other, and leave them in that position so that later we'll know where to put the lily. Are you comfortable? Good. Then apparently he doesn't understand what's about to happen. A solid steel surgical saw. Would you be careful and touch that? You'll see that it's quite sharp. There. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Cut your thumb. Ah, but notice, he's not bleeding because he was hypnotized. If they believe that one, we got him. Now, to demonstrate that this is indeed a solid steel saw, I have several wooden pegs here at the front and at the back of this bracket. In order to demonstrate that it indeed is a solid and sharp steel saw, I'll cut through these wooden pegs, the front ones and the back ones at the same time, as well as anything in between. Now, if there is anybody here that cannot stand the sight of blood, please cover your eyes. Now, as we can... Not you. You put your hands up here. In other words, your right hand there, your left hand there, and get a good grip on yourself, because I'm going to cut all the way down through. A little sawing music, if you please. down through the pegs, front and there. That. All the way down through front and back, each one of them cut in half. Ladies and gentlemen, a young gentleman cut in half right before your eyes. How about that? And now, all the way through the body in a manner like that. However, even though you may not believe he's been cut in half, some that are skeptical will be, of course, convinced. Move the hands, show them that the hands can move. But try as he will, he cannot move his feet. Try, please try. Notice the feet are not moving until we put him back together again, like that. Now, the feet can move. Now, see how well it does? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I put you back together before I removed the blade. That means, of course, now that the blade is all the way under. Can you sit up? Can you sit straight up? Sit straight up, because you see the solid steel blade all the way through. Assume the New York position, if you would. There, and a solid steel blade all the way through his body. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen somebody cut in half and restored. How about that? Stand right up and take your well-deserved round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for watching our bit of illusion.
I love to hang out in the theater after the show is over. And what a great magician! You know, there are so many different kinds of illusions, from magic tricks and makeup to costumes and other disguises. And they all work best when you think that seeing is believing, even though you know you can't quite believe your eyes. Watch this. Miss Nelson and her second grade class knew how to use masks and costumes to make people appear and disappear in room 207, just like that. You can too. Here's how. Idea how Mr. Blackstone sawed me in half, or how he made that birdcage disappear. But you know what? I don't want to know. I don't want all the mystery and magic explained away. Wow, Mr. Blackstone, you are one great magician.
Well, thank you, LeVar. You are a great assistant.
Well, thank you.
And something special for you.
Wow, what's this?
One more trick before you read. I will disappear. I will indeed.
Well, we hope you enjoyed your treasure hunt, but now we give you one last stunt. Go back to the bookstore as fast as you can. Go back to the bookstore where you began. Well, okay.
LeVar Burton, is that you?
Yes?
Well, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear LeVar. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, a cake. A cake. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You ready? Ready?
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Hi there. It says here, goats love to eat clothing. I hope what I wore today is in good taste. Goats eat airline tickets, money, almost anything. Please watch your valuables when in the paddock. You know, I've always wondered if there was any truth to that story that goats will eat just about anything. That's why I came here to the San Diego Zoo to find out just what they do like to munch. Hide your food, the goats will eat your lunch. Come on, let's go see who's kidding whom. I guess those signs out there are right. These guys will nibble on just about anything. Come on now, give me my book. Now, here's something you can really sink your teeth into. It's a book called Gregory the Terrible Eater, and it's a story about a kid, I mean a baby goat, who's a picky eater, even though all the other goats will eat whatever they can. Hey, now come on, guys, this is a library book. Here's the story of Gregory. Who said you could eat these words? Come on.
Gregory the Terrible Eater by Mitchell Charmat. Illustrated by Jose Aruego and Ariane Dewey. Once there was a goat named Gregory. Gregory liked to jump from rock to rock, kick his legs into the air, and butt his head against walls.
I'm an average goat,
said Gregory. But Gregory was not an average goat. Gregory was a terrible eater. Every time he sat down to eat with his mother and father, he knew he was in for trouble.
Would you like a tin can, Gregory?
Asked Mother Goat.
No, thanks,
said Gregory. Well, how about a nice box, a piece of rug, and a bottle cap? Asked Father Goat.
Bah,
said Gregory unhappily.
I don't know why you're such a fussy eater, Gregory. I'm not fussy, said Gregory. I just want fruits, vegetables, eggs, fish, bread, and butter. Good stuff like that.
It's revolting, said Father Goat. Gregory is such a terrible eater.
I wonder what's wrong with him.
Mother and Father Goat ate their evening newspaper in silence. The next morning, Mother and Father Goat were enjoying a pair of pants and coat for breakfast. Gregory came to the table.
Good morning, said Gregory. May I have some orange juice, cereal, and bananas for breakfast? Please?
Father Goat threw down his napkin.
That does it, he said. Gregory just isn't eating right. We must take him to the doctor.
Father and Mother Goat took Gregory to the doctor. Dr. Ram was munching on a few pieces of cardboard. "What seems to be the trouble?" he asked. "Gregory is a terrible eater," said Mother Goat. "We've offered him the best, but all he wants are fruits and vegetables and other horrible things." "What do you have to say about all of this, Gregory?" asked Dr. Ram.
"I want what I like," said Gregory.
Makes sense, said Dr. Ram. He turned to Mother and Father Goat. "I've treated picky eaters before," he said. "They have to develop a taste for good food slowly. Try giving Gregory one new food each day until he eats everything." That night for dinner, Mother Goat gave Gregory spaghetti and a shoelace in tomato sauce.
"Not too bad,"
said Gregory. The next day she gave him string beans and a rubber heel cut into small pieces.
The meal was good and rubbery,"
said Gregory. The day after that, Mother Goat said, "We have your favorite today, vegetable soup. But there is one condition. You also have to eat the can."
"Okay," said Gregory. "What's for dessert?"
"Ice cream," said Father Goat. "But you have to eat the box, too."
"Yummy."
One evening, Father Goat asked,
"Has anyone seen my striped necktie?"
"Not since breakfast," said Mother Goat. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen my sewing basket today. I left it in the living room after supper last night." Father Goat turned to Gregory.
"Gregory, have you been eating between meals?"
"Yes, I can't help it. Now I like everything."
"Well," said Mother Goat, "it's all right to eat like a goat, but you shouldn't eat like a pig." After Gregory went to bed, Mother Goat said, "I'm afraid Gregory will eat my clothes hamper."
"Yes, and then my toolkit will be next. He's eating too much. We'll have to do something about it."
The next evening, just before supper, Mother and Father Goat went to the town dump. They brought home 8 flat tires, a 3-foot piece of barber pole, a broken violin, and a half a car. They piled everything in front of Gregory's sandbox. When Gregory came home for supper, he said,
"What's all that stuff in the yard?"
"Your supper," said Father Goat.
"It all looks good."
Gregory ate the tires and the violin. Then he slowly ate the barber pole. But when he started in on the car, he said,
I've got a stomachache. I have to lie down."
Gregory went to his room.
"I think Gregory ate too much junk," said Father Goat.
"Let's hope so." All night, Gregory tossed and twisted and moaned and groaned. The next morning, he went down for breakfast.
"What would you like for breakfast today, Gregory?"
asked Father Goat.
"Scrambled eggs and 2 pieces of wax paper and a glass of orange juice,"
said Gregory. "That sounds just about right," said Mother Goat. And it was.
One thing about Gregory, he knew what he liked. I guess you could say it's all a matter of taste. What you may like, someone else might think is awful. What you think is awful, well, it's something to think about whenever ordering lunch. Excuse me, sir. What have you got here that's good?
Everything is good.
I think I must be in the wrong restaurant.
You're in Billy and Nanny's Barnyard Cafe. Now, what are you gonna have?
Well, what do you recommend?
Let's see. You watching your weight? Okay, how about a nice cellophane salad? Or if you're real hungry, I can get you a slice of bath mat.
Sounds real good, but...
Now, and then there's the blue plate special.
Oh, what's that?
A blue plate. Now, there's a yellow one here somewhere if you want that.
Listen, I'm not really into the new foods. Can't I just get some home cooking?
Oh, home cooking?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. How about a nice shingle sandwich or maybe a buttered brick with a side order of aluminum siding?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Sounds real appetizing, but...
Hiya, folks. Go ahead, just sit anywhere. Listen, I got tables to wait on. You make up your mind. I'll be right back. So, what are you folks having?
Well, let's see. I guess I'll have a rubber glove, fried lightly, and a crumpled magazine cover, and a side order of nuts and bolts.
Darling, remember what the veterinarian said.
Oh, come on. We're on vacation. All right, just give me a plain rubber glove.
I'll have the same.
Hey, Nanny, 2 number 12s. And, what about the little guy?
Do you have a kid's menu?
Sorry, somebody ate the last one this morning.
Well, then just bring him the same.
Make it 3 number 12s, Nanny.
But make sure his glove is well done.
Put a burn on one of them mittens, Nanny.
All right, Billy. I only got 4 hooves.
And, to drink.
Ink.
Good. Be right up. So, what you gonna have?
I don't know. Hey, how about a chicken salad sandwich?
Hey, Nanny, 1 chicken wire sandwich. You want that on cardboard or whole wood?
Not chicken wire. How about a cheeseburger? Have you got a cheeseburger here?
Nix the chicken wire, Nanny, and set up a jeans burger. You want them jeans denim or corduroy?
Not jeans burger, cheeseburger. Okay, can I just get a glass of water?
Sure. Well, just what kind of place?
Hey, Billy, check, please.
Let's see. You had the plaster chips, light bulbs. There you go.
Mmm.
Look okay?
Yeah, looks fine.
Now, what about you?
Actually, I'm not very hungry right now. Can I just have a napkin, please?
Sure. Coming right up. I'm glad you finally found something that you like.
It's really fun to imagine what the goat menu might be like at Billy and Nanny's Cafe, but I still wonder, is there anything that you goats won't eat? Huh? Well, I bet you we can find out right here in the kitchens of the San Diego Zoo where they prepare the feasts for all of these beasts. Every day, these kitchens turn out enough food to feed 3,200 hungry animals, and all of them on special diets. So let's see if one of the zookeepers can tell us all about what these goats eat.
It's really not true that goats will eat anything. They don't eat violets and tires like in Gregory. They're just curious. They like to nibble a lot. The goats here at the San Diego Zoo are on a special controlled high-fiber diet. They get 2 types of tree branches, eugenia and acacia. They nibble the leaves as well as the bark. They also get horse pellets, which are made of alfalfa, grains, and vitamins. We're very careful about their diets here and the diets of all the animals. And it's lunchtime right now, so let's take a look at the menu. Now for our 2 otters, Osborne and Osgood, they have dry Katie, plus they have canned Katie, and they also get an egg as a treat. Osborne and Osgood are small clawed Asian otters. They're brothers out of a litter of 6, and they are the only 2 surviving otters, and they're very attached to each other. They're very hard to handle if you take one away from the other. Osborne is a pound heavier because he grabs everything. So he has a tendency to be a little bit of a pig and take what he can get. Suki is our hairy Saki monkey. She's a New World monkey, and she's from South America. And most of the food that Suki gets has been peeled. She only has a few teeth left, so we fix her a soft diet so that she can eat it. Plus, we cook yams and carrots for her. She likes to pick out the things that are favorite first, which are the bananas, the sweet potato, and the sunflower seeds, which she cracks open and just eats the inside. She also likes to dump her pan over to see if there's anything good underneath and to see what's on the bottom of the pan. Kinkajou's name is Chewy, and he has a very, very long tongue. He loves his bananas, and that's the first thing he eats when he's fed, and he rolls over on his back and eats his bananas, and usually when he finishes his bananas, he goes back to sleep till later on when he wakes up in the night and finishes his supper. And for our red pandas, Stuart and Stella, we make them a special type of gruel. It consists of baby applesauce, some water, some canned cow's milk, a box of rice cereal with bananas, a lot of the things that your baby brother or sister might eat. This is Stuart eating here, and he's a real chow hound, so he's down eating. Stella's a little more shy. Stuart really gets into his lunch, and he usually gets it all over his face. It's really important for our animals here to have a well-balanced and nutritional meal, and that's what we do here in the kitchen. We try to make it as balanced as possible, and they love it.
Every living thing has got a special name and its very own way to be. No two are the same, but on this they agree. Everybody likes to eat, yes, no matter what their mood. It's a treat. Everybody likes food. Some are so polite and have good manners when they dine. Some think it's all right not to be so refined. But everybody likes to eat, yes, no matter what their mood. It's a treat. Everybody likes food. Almost time for lunch, lunch. How about a munch, munch? Let me hear you crunch, 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 crunch. Everybody likes to eat, yes, no matter what their mood. It's a treat. Everybody likes food. Everybody likes to eat. Everybody likes food.
I'm giving this guy his favorite treat, hibiscus blossoms. He usually gets an ordinary diet of cut grass, lettuce, cabbage, apples, banana tree stalks, and leaves. But as long as he's going to be on television, his keeper said it's all right to give him something special. He likes hibiscus blossoms, even though eating flowers might seem strange to you. After all, this tortoise might think that burgers and fries is an unusual lunch. What's the weirdest thing you can think of to eat?
Stale raisin bran on pizza with green slime.
A salad made of peas and flies. Chocolate-covered mushrooms.
Pizza covered with pepperoni, liver, snails, and peas.
Cow brains, scrambled eggs, and hot sauce on the top. Cake with raw rice mixed in with the frosting. Onion candy. Pizza made out of raw pig and goat cheese.
The elephant's favorite treat is a regular old apple, which they get only on special occasions.
The rest of the time, they eat the standard Roundup pellets made of alfalfa, grains, and vitamins, like we saw in the zoo kitchen. They also eat about 1,150 pounds of hay a year, along with some vegetables like sweet potatoes. It takes a lot of work to prepare meals for these animals, almost as much as it takes chefs to prepare a meal for humans in a fancy restaurant. Let's take a look at a very unusual group of chefs and see how they're learning the fine art of cooking at the Hotel Intercontinental in New York City.
Paella is made out of duck, chicken, rabbit, pork, lobster, mussels, clams, artichokes, string beans, rice, tomato. That's a lot of things, huh? So my name is Chef Daniel, and that's Chef Alex. Today, we're going to start a paella. Do you know what paella is? Do you know where it's coming from, the paella, that dish? It's coming from Spain. Okay? So we're going to start now. Latif, give me the duck. Oh, you know what the duck is, huh? Great. Now we all take our bowl and we all go over there on the hot kitchen, okay? So everybody, come with me, be careful. We're gonna take a big pot and we're gonna cook it very quick. That means saute. Listen, huh? Do you listen that? It's roasting. Wow, huh? Did you see that, how you're roasting? And we're gonna saute it for 2 minutes, okay? So look, huh? Listen, smell good, and now it's gonna be perfect. The rabbit, the duck, the pork, huh? So we're gonna saute it for 2 minutes. We're gonna put a little saffron. Do you know what saffron is? It's coming for beautiful flowers, huh? And smell like flowers. We're gonna put a touch of it, huh? Okay. Okay, now it's boiling. You see it? Those beautiful bubbles? Huh? Look at them. So now let's go and finish it, okay? We take it, we put some rice inside, and after we stick it in the oven. Let's go. Okay, let's go, kid. Look at that, kid, now when we sorted it. Look at what we have. Can you smell it? Yeah. After the beautiful dish we create together, now we have to cook it, okay? So now we stick it in the oven. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. Wow. Okay, children. The best part of cooking, it's eating. So let's go. That's our paella. That's our chocolate mousse. And I wish you all of you a bon appetit. You know what that means? Enjoy your creation.
Still feeding time at the zoo, and the most important species is yet to be fed. Thank you. I love eating a la carte. You know, I wonder if the person who made this went to chef school. He sure knows how to combine the right ingredients. 1 hamburger, 1 bun, a little mustard and mayonnaise. No ketchup, I'm glad to see. As you know, too much ketchup can make you turn pink. Oh, you didn't know that? Well, you don't have to take my word for it.
Do you know why little piglets are pink? Well, I do, because I just read a book called Mrs. Pig's Bulk Buy. It's about 10 pigs and their love of ketchup. Mrs. Pig tries to convince her piglets not to eat so much ketchup, so she plays a little trick on them. I like the pictures in the book because they're funny. Best of all, I like William Pig because he's always looking in the pots when his mother is cooking, and so do I. I recommend this book to my friends because it's very easy to understand, and most of my friends like animals, especially pigs.
Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Bazance, and I'm here to tell you about this new cookbook made especially for you kids out there. It's called The New Junior Cookbook by Better Homes and Gardens. The thing I like about this cookbook is that the recipes are real easy to make, and they're delicious to eat. I know this for a fact because I made some of the recipes myself, but today I'm only going to tell you about my favorite one. My favorite recipe was the mouse salad that I made. I made it by using pears for the body, cloves for the eyes, and a carrot curl for the tail. If you want to impress your friends and family, go to your nearest library and pick up this book by Better Homes and Gardens.
Hey, kids, have you had your dinner yet? Well, after I tell you about this book, you'll feel very hungry. So listen up now. This book is called Poem Stew, and the poems are selected by William Cole, and it's great. This book has funny poems, mostly about tasty things to eat, such as pizza, cake, potato chips, cucumbers, and cocoa. Now, kids, if you don't believe that Poem Stew is a good book, well, here's my favorite poem, Arbuckle Jones. Arbuckle Jones, when flustered, eats custard with mustard. I'm disgusted.
I'm here at the zoo's nursery where they keep all the newborn baby animals. This little guy here is a 6-week-old porcupine named Porter. And the good people here at the nursery make sure that he gets all the right foods. Right now, I'm feeding him lunch. When the animals are young, they've got to get the food that's right for their bodies. If he doesn't eat the right foods now, he won't be healthy when he grows up. And it's the same thing with a pet or a little brother or sister. They really need a healthy diet. And you've got to watch out for terrible eaters. But you're not a terrible eater, are you, Porter? No. Let me hear you say, see you next time. See you next time.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. Twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow, reading rainbow.
Hi. Behold the egg. An everyday object you see all the time, but have you ever really looked at it? It's quite amazing. The shell is perfect and smooth all around, and it really doesn't have a top or bottom, a beginning or an end. The egg shape is oval, just right for cradling in your palm. The shell is hard and feels robust, but you sense it's vulnerable and can break. An egg's color is also something to marvel at. The brown ones are like whipped butterscotch, and the white ones are creamy and pearly. Well, I've got big plans for this egg, and I'm not going to have it for breakfast because there's something else you can do with eggs other than eat them. You can decorate them. This is my arts and crafts kit, and inside I've got a lot of odds and ends that I've collected over the years. Some yarn here, some old ribbon. Of course, I've got my glue, scissors, jar of thingamajigs. I think I'll call him Egg McMahon, huh? You know, there are lots of other artists besides me who have found the egg irresistible. They've turned eggs into true works of art. Just take a look at this. This egg has been marbleized, painted so rivers of color cascade down the sides. It might look like a zebra laid this egg, but it's really made of glass and painted with zebra stripes. Look at the ribbons of color trapped right inside this Venetian glass egg. Now this was once a chunk of pink marble. Someone just cut it and polished it into the shape of an egg. Here's a wooden nesting egg with an old-style map of the world painted on it. The egg opens up to reveal another map egg. And another. And another. And still another. This egg hatches out of itself. This one's a beauty. Leaves were imprinted right onto the egg. There's just something about an egg that makes people want to decorate it. All over the world, in just about every culture, there's a tradition for embellishing the egg. And one of the most beautiful comes from the Ukraine, where eggs are lovingly decorated in a style that's been handed down for centuries. Here's a story about some Ukrainian eggs that were truly extraordinary. It's called Rechenka's eggs.
Rechenka's Eggs by Patricia Polacco. Read by Vivica Lindfors. Babushka lived alone in a dacha, the little house in the country. But she was known far and wide for the fine eggs that she lovingly painted. Her eggs were so beautiful that she always won first prize at the Easter festival in Moscow. Each day, Babushka would paint the shell of an egg in wonderful designs, using the shapes of stars and flowers, triangles and circles. One day, after a snowstorm, Babushka went outside to feed the wild caribou that came around the dacha. Just then, a flock of noisy geese honked loudly overhead. And one of them faltered and fell from the sky. A hunter did this. She took the wounded goose back to her little house, and she put it in her best basket, lined with the warmest quilt from her own bed. "I shall name you a good name," she said, and she patted the goose's head. "How do you like Rechenka?" "Yes?" "Then Rechenka it shall be."
With Babushka's care, Rechenka grew stronger. To repay Babushka's kindness, Rechenka laid an egg for breakfast every morning. One day, she jumped on top of Babushka's work table, knocking over the basket of painted eggs. Niet, niet, Babushka screamed, no! The eggs crashed onto the floor and shattered into millions of pieces. Babushka and Rechenka were both very sad. Next morning, Babushka got out of bed and trundled over to Rechenka's basket to get her morning egg. She picked out the most brilliantly colored egg that she had ever seen. A miracle, Babushka whispered. A miracle. She made small holes at both ends of the egg and blew the yolk and the white into a dish to cook for breakfast. Then she held the egg up to the morning light and marveled at its beauty. Soon Babushka had enough eggs to take to the festival in Moscow. Spring is here, my little friend. Soon now you will be flying off to the north with your flock. Da, da, Babushka chanted. My little friend, I shall surely miss you, but you're a wild thing. It would not be right to ask you to stay here with me forever. When Babushka left her little house, she took one last look at Rechenka sitting on the doorstep. The festival was bright and exciting. Babushka showed her friends the eggs. Her eggs are the most beautiful in all Russia, they thought. Look at them, the elders said. They almost glow, as if the paint is part of the shell itself. The judges picked Babushka's eggs as the most beautiful. Oh, Babushka was so happy. She beamed as she looked at the first prize, a feather bed quilt. As Babushka made her way homeward, a honking flock of geese flew overhead. Babushka gave them a long, lingering look. She wondered if Rechenka was one of them. When Babushka arrived at home that evening, Rechenka was gone. Alone, she put the new quilt on her little bed. Then she drifted off to sleep. Babushka was awakened by an ever so small sound. It was coming from Rechenka's basket. Babushka hobbled closer and saw a glorious egg. But this one was different from all the others. It quivered, it moved, it made tiny muffled sounds. The egg jumped, it bumped, rolled, and pitched in the basket. Then there was a crack, and Babushka could see this very special gift that Rechenka had left for her. It's all a miracle. And this little goose remained with Babushka always.
What a wonderful gift Rechenka gave to Babushka. And what a wonderful gift the author of this book has given us. Whenever someone writes a book that touches your heart, the story stays with you forever, like a precious gift. It takes a special kind of person to create such a story. A person like Patricia Polacco, the author of this book.
Drawing all of my life has been incredibly important to me. I'm learning disabled, and drawing was something that I could do very well as a child. I didn't read well at first and didn't do math very well at first. The moment I would start to draw, I would feel like there was something that I could do that was right. When I was little, I was lucky enough to live in the same place with my grandparents. My grandmother was Ukrainian. My grandfather was from the Republic of Georgia, Soviet Georgia. And people from that part of the world are incredible storytellers. So our evenings were literally spent listening to my babushka, my grandmother, and my diadushka, my grandfather, tell stories in front of the fireplace. They used to call this fire talking. They'd always begin by saying, remember, you know, words have power. Words can make pictures in your head. I got the idea for Rechenka's eggs because every morning I go to the lake nearby where I live and I feed the geese. They're Canada geese. They're particularly beautiful, wonderful geese. And one morning I looked at them and thought, oh, how I would love to write a story about you. You're so beautiful. But what could I write about them? Well, they lay eggs. And I thought, that's it, I'll do a story about eggs. And then I thought of my grandmother, her face and everything about her. And I thought she would be perfect, the perfect babushka for the story. I remember when my grandmother called me into the kitchen one day, and she says, come in, I'm going to show you now how to make eggs in the Ukrainian fashion. And she heated this instrument, the kistka. A kistka is a tiny little copper funnel, and in the hole at the end is where you put wax. And hot wax will come out of this tiny little point. This gives you a very fine drawing line. A lot of people think that these eggs are painted. You can see that they're not. They're done by applying wax to the shell and dyeing them. What happens is the dye won't go where the wax goes. All right, let's take it out of the dye. I think this egg is yellow enough. Wherever I draw with the kistka will remain yellow underneath. My grandmother would say to me, don't go over that line. Be careful, don't be in a hurry. This is something you have to do very slowly. Wherever I put marks will remain orange. There she goes. When I'm decorating these eggs, I'm always struck by how it feels to actually touch them, how it feels to draw the kistka along the surface of the shell. You may even be able to hear it. It's a scratching. This is the best part. It's like a mystery underneath the smoke and the fire and the wax. As the wax melts away, all of the beautiful colors appear. I'm just going to put a bit of shellac on the egg so it will glisten. Isn't it beautiful? The tradition that my grandmother taught me. A pizanki. It's believed that as long as a pizanki is being painted somewhere in the world will never end.
Not only is an egg the perfect shape for decorating, it's also one of the strongest shapes in nature. It can take a lot more pressure than you think. Here's an experiment that shows just how strong eggs can be. You're really gonna be amazed at this. Probably try this someplace that's easy to clean because it could get messy. Now, the most important thing to remember is that you must distribute your weight evenly. Otherwise, this won't work. Okay? Here we go. Can you imagine how strong these eggs must be to hold me up? Incredible. Outdoors in nature, eggs must be incredibly strong in order to survive. Unlike these eggs we buy to eat, eggs in the natural world have been fertilized and there are babies growing inside them. Strong eggshells protect these baby animals from harm right up till the day they hatch. The strength of the shell lets mothers or fathers, like this guy, sit right down on top without harming the eggs. When it's time to hatch, the shell is built so a baby's beak can pierce right through. Then little animals, like these ducks, push and pull themselves out. Penguins lay enormous eggs, which they catch on their feet and hold there, keeping the eggs nice and warm. Now, these eggs may be see-through, but they're sturdy enough for baby horseshoe crabs to develop inside. Snake babies are born from eggs, too. crocodiles waste no time wrestling out of their shells. And after being cooped up so long, they head right for the water to swim. If you're still wondering if eggs are all they're cracked up to be, these books are exactly what you need. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, I'm Shanika. Here's a book filled with dancing rabbits, eggs that can talk, and colorful crazy chickens. It's called The Talking Eggs. This is a story about a girl named Blanche. Blanche is a kind and generous girl, but her mom and sister are mean and greedy. They make Blanche do all the work in the house. I can't tell you the whole story, but there's this mysterious old lady who lives in the woods. That's where the magic begins. The Talking Eggs is a folktale, and it teaches you a lesson. The lesson is, be nice to people, and good things may come your way. Be nasty, and you better watch out.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and I'm a busy guy. I have piano lessons on Monday and basketball on Friday, but I always save some time for arts and crafts, and I learned a thing or two in this book called I Made It Myself. There are lots of things to make. Each activity has a picture and step-by-step instructions. You might want to try this one, sandals for sunny days. Can you believe they're made out of newspaper? You can even make things with eggs. Check these out. This maze is my favorite. If you like crafts, I really recommend this book. But once you start making things, you won't be able to stop. I made this, and this, and this. Hi, I read a story about a really tight relationship between a man and his goose. I'd like to tell you about it. The name of the story is Stefan and Olga. Stefan the man and Olga the goose live in a farmhouse. Stefan and Olga like to do everything together. They harvest vegetables, they look at the sunset, and they eat breakfast together. One winter, Stefan has a problem. He doesn't have enough money for food. He is really sad because he has to sell Olga. The rest of the story tells how Stefan and Olga try to get back together. By the way, my name is Josh, and if you're like me, every now and then you want to read a book that makes you feel good. I suggest Stefan and Olga to anyone who has a soft spot.
It is remarkably simple, and yet simply remarkable. The egg is one of nature's wonders. It's strong enough on the outside to hold the seed of life, and yet delicate enough on the inside for that brand new life to break out. But that's not all. The perfect beauty of the egg's shape inspires us to create magnificent treasures. So, break out of your shell and go decorate an egg. I'll see you next time. Today's Reading Rainbow books are Rechenka's Eggs by Patricia Polacco, published by Philomel Books, a division of the Putnam and Grosset Book Group. The Talking Eggs by Robert D. Sansucci, pictures by Jerry Pinkney, published by Dial Books for Young Readers, a division of Penguin Books USA Incorporated. I Made It Myself by Sabine Loaf, published by Children's Press. Stefan and Olga by Betsy Day, published by Dial Books for Young Readers, a division of Penguin Books USA Incorporated.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow.
Oh, wow! Hi! Not such a good day for a baseball game and picnic. But it is a good day for lots of other things. Listen. I love the sound of rain. It's like tap dancing on my window. You know, I wonder why so many people are so down on rainy days. I love them. I think I'll find out how long the storm is going to last so that I can make some special rainy day plans.
And now, Linda with the weather.
And now for the local weather forecast.
Betcha I can make a 100% accurate prediction. It's raining, right?
It's raining, and the forecast is bad.
Bad? What do you mean bad?
We're in for lots more of this terrible weather.
Terrible? Who says it's terrible? Don't be such a drip.
Now, I know this is unhappy news.
It is? I don't think so.
But we're in for a whole day of this dreary gray weather, folks. And the entire central part...
I don't have to listen to that. Nobody can convince me that I can't have a fine time on a rainy day. Luckily, we chose tomorrow as an alternate date for our baseball game and picnic. That means I have today to do whatever rainy day things I want. So, I think today, I'll work some jigsaw puzzles and solve my puzzle cube. Maybe I'll make some chocolate chip cookies. And I might even take time out for my favorite rainy day sport, puddle hopping.
Woke up this morning, I could see the wind was blowing and the rain was dropping. No school today, mom's working and my daddy is going shopping. What a day, don't get the blues. Put on your coat and your rainy day shoes and go puddle hopping. Puddle hopping. On a day like today, all my friends stay in to play, but I'm not stopping. Looking on the ground all around till I found me a puddle I can flop in. What a way to chase the blues when there's nothing to do. You got nothing to lose. Go puddle hopping. Puddle hopping. It's raining, don't stay inside. Get on your feet or get your bike and ride. You ain't lived till you try. Puddle hopping. 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 Puddle hopping.
It's great to go puddle hopping and running in between the raindrops, but it's also good to know when to come in out of the rain to a place that's dry and cozy. A nice cool glass of apple juice, just perfect for my favorite rainy day pastime,
curling up with a good book. Or 2. Or 10. It's a shame I can't read them all today. This is one of my favorite stories. It's called Bringing the Rain to Kapiti Plain. It's based on an old African legend told by the Nandi people who live in Kenya. It's a perfect rainy day story because, well, it tells us just how important rain is to all living things and how a rainy day can sometimes be the best day of all. What if you lived in a land that was dry and thirsty and you waited and waited for the rain to come? What if your mouth was dry and your stomach empty because there was no rain? For weeks and weeks, no clouds, no rain, no water. And you waited and waited.
A Nandi Tale. Bringing the Rain to Kapiti Plain. Retold by Verna Adama. Pictures by Beatrice Vidal. This is the great Kapiti Plain, all fresh and green from the African rains, a sea of grass for the ground birds to nest in, and patches of shade for wild creatures to rest in, with acacia trees for giraffes to browse on, and grass for the herdsmen to pasture their cows on. But one year the rains were so very belated that all the big wild creatures migrated. Then Kipat helped to end that terrible drought, and this story tells how it all came about. This is the cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti Plain. This is the grass, all brown and dead, that needed the rain from the cloud overhead. The big black cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti Plain. These are the cows, all hungry and dry, who mooed for the rain to fall from the sky, to green up the grass, all brown and dead, that needed the rain from the cloud overhead. The big black cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti Plain. This is Kipat, who watched his herd as he stood on one leg like the big stork bird. Kipat, whose cows were so hungry and dry, they mooed for the rain to fall from the sky, to green up the grass all brown and dead, that needed the rain from the cloud overhead. The big black cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti Plain. This is the eagle who dropped a feather that helped to change the weather. It fell near Kipat, who watched his herd as he stood on one leg like the big stork bird. Kipat, whose cows were so hungry and dry, they mooed for the rain to fall from the sky, to green up the grass, all brown and dead, that needed the rain from the cloud overhead. The big black cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti Plain. This is the arrow Kipat put together, with a slender stick and an eagle feather, from the eagle who happened to drop a feather that helped to change the weather. It fell near Kipat, who watched his herd as he stood on one leg like the big stork bird. Kipat, whose cows were so hungry and dry, they mooed for the rain to fall from the sky, to green up the grass all brown and dead, that needed the rain from the cloud overhead. The big black cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti Plain. This is the bow, so long and strong and strung with a string, a leather thong. A bow for the arrow Kipat put together, with a slender stick and an eagle feather, from the eagle who happened to drop a feather that helped to change the weather. It fell near Kipat, who watched his herd as he stood on one leg like the big stork bird. Kipat, whose cows were so hungry and dry, they mooed for the rain to fall from the sky, to green up the grass all brown and dead, that needed the rain from the cloud overhead. The big black cloud, all heavy with rain, that shadowed the ground on Kapiti plain. This was the shock that pierced the cloud and loosed the rain with thunder loud. A shot from the bow, so long and strong and strung with a string, a leather thong. A bow for the arrow, Kipat put together with a slender stick and an eagle feather, from the eagle who happened to drop a feather that helped to change the weather. So the grass grew green, and the cattle fat, and Kipat got a wife, and a little Kipat, who tends the cows now, and shoots down the rain, when black clouds shadow Kapiti plain.
This is the cloud all heavy with rain that shadowed the ground on Kapiti plain. Whoa. You know, when I was a little kid, I used to be afraid of thunder. I always used to wonder, what makes the thunder? Then I made up a little story so I wouldn't be scared. I used to imagine that there were these angels that lived in the clouds, and on rainy days, the angels would go bowling. Now, if you've ever been bowling yourself, you know that it can be a pretty noisy sport, what with balls rumbling down the lanes and crashing into pins and all. And you know what? It sounds a lot like thunder. So, on rainy days when I'd get scared by the thunderstorms, I'd just say to myself, it's only the angels up there, bowling. And I wouldn't be so frightened anymore. Say, do you ever wonder what makes thunder?
Well, I don't know, but I think it comes from light. I think it comes from a huge volcano up in the sky that erupts every time it's angry.
Whenever it rains, God moves his furniture, and whenever he puts the piano down, it goes down with a big bang.
When God shoots a basket and the ball goes down, thunder comes. I think thunder happens when there's a traffic jam in heaven. The clouds bump or the clouds are angry.
Clouds filling up with rain and then bursting. When the angels go bowling, they throw the bowling ball and it hits the pins. So when the pins fall down, it makes such a noise that's where thunder comes from.
I guess everyone has their own special thunder story. But you know, scientists say that thunder always happens after lightning. You see, lightning makes the air very, very hot, and it sort of expands, blows up. And that's what you hear when it thunders. Thunder isn't dangerous, it's just very loud. But nobody's absolutely sure what causes thunderstorms. At the National Center for Atmospheric Research, scientists believe that a day without a thunderstorm is like a joke without a punchline. They even built their laboratory high in the Colorado mountains where there are more thunderstorms a year than anywhere else in the United States.
Oh, it looks like we have a couple of good thunderstorms out here. We'd better get an airplane up on them.
Hello, Cindy. We're airborne now. Can you tell us where to go?
Hi, Jaws 30. This is Land Shark. There's a cell out at 120 degrees at 50 nautical miles that we'd like you to go look at. Hi, I'm Cindy Mueller, and I'm a meteorologist. A meteorologist is someone who studies the weather. Today we're in the middle of an operation. We're studying thunderstorms. We're trying to learn something about them and be able to predict them. If you take a look at the radar screen, you can see that we have 2 thunderstorms, one here and one here. You can tell that they're the most severe areas of the thunderstorms because they have red and gray areas. There's probably hail in these locations. What we're going to have the airplane do is fly around the thunderstorm so that we can get an idea of what the airflow is like around the thunderstorm. And we don't want them to go into the center because they might encounter hail and severe turbulence which might hurt them. Jaws 30, this is Cindy. Hi, Ed, I'd like you to get on a heading of about 120 degrees and proceed about 10 nautical miles and then make a 180-degree turn.
Okay, well, I hope you're going to give us an exciting ride today. Hello there, my name's Ed, and we've just taken off to go and find some thunderstorms. Cindy's going to tell us where to find them, and I hope it's going to be an exciting day. We can never tell when we get airborne whether we're going to get the sort of storms that we want. We have a Hawker Siddeley jet here, and we've got lots of clever instruments in it that help us to measure the weather. Cindy looks at all the storms that we're flying close to, and she tells us how dangerous they are. And if there's any hail in those storms, then that can really damage the airplane. So we keep out of those and just fly around the outside. Most of the time when we're going to fly against the thunderstorms, we fly just underneath the base of the cloud, and you can see out there that there's a great big solid base on that cloud, and then in the middle you can see the rain coming down from it. Some days when the air isn't too bad inside those thunderstorms, then we fly through the middle of them. It can get very exciting and very turbulent, and the airplane gets thrown around, and we get held in here in our straps, and we have a really good ride. We really enjoy it.
Not only do we study weather using airplanes, but we also study it using radars. Kathy Kessinger is in charge of the radars. Kathy, how did the radars look today?
They look good, Cindy. We'll have to do a manual check, though, before we begin scanning. Hi, my name is Kathy Kessinger. I'm also a meteorologist. I'm in charge of setting up the radars so that they scan the thunderstorms that we want them to. And we do have 3 Doppler radars in our program. Just 1 minute, I need to check to make sure that our antenna is working properly. Kathy, could you tell me if the antenna is moving properly, and could you scan it in the southeast sector, please?
Roger, Cindy, that's azimuth left 296, azimuth right 360, elevation 0 to 10 degrees. The job I have here is a very important one. I run the radar, which is one of the scientific instruments we use in studying severe weather, just like the storm we're studying now. My name is Kathy Jarek, and I'm an electronics technician here at NCAR. Right now, we're standing inside the radome, which is a big white balloon that we put over the antenna to protect it from severe weather. The radar is an electronic beam which is sent out from our antenna, and it goes out, hits a cloud, and it comes back, which enables us to measure how big it is and how fast it's moving. That should be a pretty good scan. How does it look to you, Cindy?
Looks like a pretty good scan in all sectors.
We also use a lot of different kinds of equipment in our program here. We use the weather balloons to tell us what's going on in the upper atmosphere. The balloons have an instrument package attached that measures the wind speed and wind direction, temperature, humidity, and pressure. And we have 27 ground stations that we use to measure wind speed and direction, pressure, humidity, and temperature. They're very important, and they let us know what kind of features the thunderstorms have in the low levels. We use all of this data, and we take it and we put it all into the computer. Once the computer gets all this data, we can do 3-dimensional models of the thunderstorms, and we use that to tell us more about the structure of the thunderstorms and how it's changing with time. But you know, even with all this information that we have available to us, we still don't completely understand a thunderstorm, and we still need to continue studying them. We hope that in the future we'll be better able to predict where thunderstorms move and how they're going to behave.
Get out of here. Shoo, fly. Predicting the weather is easy, but making a prediction that's right, well, that's another story. People use both science and folklore to try to tell whether it will snow, sleet, shine, or rain cats and dogs. Listen to some of these stories. It's harder to untie rope before wet weather. Well, that certainly seems true. Here's one. Bears and raccoons are always restless before a storm. Well, remember that the next time you run into a bear or a raccoon. Ah, here's a good one for city dwellers. When cockroaches fly and pigeon wings droop, expect rain. Right. Ah, here's a great one. Fly in your nose, a scratch and it goes. If it comes back again, it'll bring a wet rain. Well, according to this, that fly should be landing right here any second. Well, I hope that fly wasn't planning a career as a weather forecaster. You can use these old sayings to try and predict the weather and see for yourself if they really work. Meanwhile, here are some people who do a lot better job of predicting the weather than I do. Or that fly, wherever he is.
Come on, folks, you better get your umbrellas now. I got collapsibles for $3.50 and portables for $5. Come on and get your umbrellas now. Hey, I got a nice Chinese umbrella for you, lady. Nice. Hey, take it home. $4. $4 for you. Come on, folks, you better get your umbrellas. It's going to rain in about 2 hours from now.
It's rain in 2 hours. It's beautiful out now.
Don't let the sunshine fool you. It is going to rain in 2 hours. I'm sure of it.
It's going to rain? How do you know it's going to rain?
Man, how do I know it's going to rain? I can feel rain. I can smell it in those gray clouds forming way off in the distance. And my grandmother's bunions was acting up real bad this morning. She said it's going to rain for 2 days straight. Besides, I'm half Indian. I can feel it in my bones. Come on,
look,
hey,
lady, here's the price for this umbrella. We'll take this umbrella, okay?
There, you got a deal.
Great.
Hey, lady, this is a nice umbrella. Your husband can take it when he plays golf.
Howdy. Sure is a beautiful day, isn't it? But I don't need those fancy folks on the radio or TV to tell me that. No, sir. I just use Mother Nature. Whether I'm inside or out. When I go in the house, I watch my cat. The way she washes tells me a lot about the weather. When I see her take that paw and lick it, and go up around that ear and start to wash, I know it's going to rain. And the harder she licks and the more she washes, the more I know it's going to rain. So Mother Nature helps me inside. Go outside, too, for that matter. Look at the birds, look at the cattle, look at almost anything in nature and learn something. Why, look right here. Here's a little old caterpillar, woolly caterpillar. Good morning. Now, he tells me a lot of information. First of all, I can tell he's darn happy, so I know he's going to give me the right information. See the black at the end? Well, we know that clouds are dark. So that means we're going to have rain in July and in August. Now, you see this side here, there's more black, so that tells me we're going to have more rain in August. It'll be a dry spell. But all this information is important to me for planting my crops and harvest them. So I don't need those fancy folks on TV with the degrees and all. I just rely on Mother Nature. Thank you, Mr. Caterpillar.
Now, speaking of predictions, here are some other books I know you'll enjoy, rain or shine. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm here to tell you about this great book I just read. It's called The Cloud Book by Tommy D. Paola. Two clouds I especially liked were the cumulonimbus clouds, which create heavy thunderstorms, and the cirrostratus clouds, which just about blanket the earth. Now, I used to look up at clouds and think, now, what kind of a cloud is that? But I read this book, and I finally found out. I think you'll find out a lot of facts about clouds, too.
Hello, all you boys and girls out there. My name is Africa Whitaker, and I would like to tell you about a book called A Story, A Story. It's about a man called Anansi the Spider-Man. He wanted to get the story so all the kids of the world could hear stories and won't be so bored all the time. I think you would like this book because it's a wonderful book, has wonderful, colorful pages, and you would find your favorite part in there.
Hi, my name's Mary. I'm here to tell you about this book called Rain. It's about these two children who are playing outside in the rain. This book tells a lot with just pictures and no words. If you like stories about nature, you'll like this book because it's got pictures of trees, flowers, and birds. After I read this book, I took a shower to get the real feeling of rain. After you read it, I hope you take a shower too.
Scientists and storytellers often have different explanations for the same things. A scientist would say that it rains when the air gets so heavy that it can't hold any more water. But that's not what Kapiti would say. Hey, look! The storm's over and the sun's trying to come out. You know, if we're lucky, we might even get a rainbow. Now, there's something that people tell different stories about. What makes a rainbow? Well, the Shoshone Indians say that a rainbow is a giant serpent rubbing its back against the sky. In Hawaii, storytellers say that a rainbow is a bridge to heaven. But most rainbows are caused by the sun when it shines through raindrops left in the sky after a storm. Did you know you can make your own rainbow? Sure, it's easy. All you need is a little water and some sunlight. You take the glass and you put it half on, half off the windowsill, like this. And with a little luck, we've got a rainbow on our hands. You know, even when I know how and why something happens, it can still feel like magic. Once you make your own rainbow, you can decide whether you want to look at it as a scientist or a storyteller. It's up to you. Well, see you next time.
Twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow, reading rainbow.
Teamwork! Teamwork!
All right, hold it, everybody. Hold it. Listen, LeVar, for that to work, you've got to delay 2 counts. You're 2 counts early.
Okay.
If you delay 2 counts, the flip will work and we'll get into teamwork, okay?
Sorry, Sam. Hi, I'll be with you in a second.
All right, let's set up from the pyramid, okay? Come on down to the pyramid.
Okay.
Front, gentlemen. Here we go. And 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, that's it. That works. It's real good.
Okay.
All right, let's set up for the diner scene.
All right.
Here we go.
Whew. Hi. We're working on a song and dance for Reading Rainbow with our choreographer, Sammy Dallas Bays. You'll see it later on in the show. It's going to take a lot of hard work and some serious teamwork to get it right. But by the time we're ready to go on the air, it'll look as easy as pie.
Waiters and waitresses, set your props. Let's run through the diner scene. We'll take it from bar 79. Ready? And playback.
Friends working along with me, I get energy, 'cause I know we've got teamwork.
Cut. cut. Come on. We need a little teamwork ourselves here. You take that, and you take that, all right? All right, let's do it again. Ready? And playback.
Friends working along with me, I get energy, 'cause I know we've got teamwork.
Good.
You have a dream, you want to make it.
Shell, look up, don't look at the floor.
Working up steam to make your dream work.
Smile, people, smile.
Working together, whatever we do, doing it better as a team.
And cut. Very good, people, very good. Let's take a 5, all right?
Okay. Ah, look what the rainbow special is on today's menu. A chair for my mother. Now here's a book to whet your reading appetite. It's a tasty tale about a terrific team, a family that works together as well as ice cream and cake, peanut butter and jelly, or ketchup and french fries. When the going gets tough, this family really gets going with some extremely delicious results.
A Chair for My Mother by Vera B. Williams. Read by Amy Linker. My mother works as a waitress in the Blue Tile Diner. After school sometimes I go to meet her there. Then her boss Josephine gives me a job too. I wash the salts and peppers and fill the ketchups. When I finish, Josephine says, "Good work, honey," and pays me. Every time I put half of my money into the jar. It takes a long time to fill a jar this big. Every day when my mother comes home from work, I take down the jar. My mama empties all her change from tips out of her purse for me to count. Sometimes she's so tired she falls asleep. Usually Grandma sits with us too. While we count, she likes to hum. When we can't get a single other coin into the jar, we're going to take out all the money and go and buy a chair. A wonderful, beautiful, fat, soft armchair. We're going to get the best chair in the whole world. That's because our old chair's burned up. There was a big fire in our other house. All our chairs burned. So did our sofa, and so did everything else. That wasn't such a long time ago. My mother and I were coming home from buying new shoes. Right outside our house stood 2 big fire engines. I could see lots of smoke. Tall orange flames came out of the roof. All the neighbors stood in a bunch across the street. Mama grabbed my hand and we ran. My Uncle Sandy saw us and ran to us. Mama yelled, "Where's Mother?" I yelled, "Where's my Grandma?" My Aunt Ida waved and shouted, "She's here! She's here! She's okay! Don't worry!" Grandma was all right. Our cat was safe too. But everything else in our whole house was spoiled. What was left of the house was turned to charcoal and ashes. We went to stay with my mother's sister, Aunt Ida, and Uncle Sandy. Then we were able to move into the apartment downstairs. We painted the walls yellow. The floors were all shiny. But the rooms were very empty. The first day we moved in, the neighbors brought pizza and cake and ice cream. The family across the street brought a table and 3 kitchen chairs. The very old man next door gave us a bed from when his children were little. My other grandpa brought us his beautiful rug. My cousin brought me her own stuffed bear. Everyone clapped when my grandma made a speech. "You are all the kindest people," she said, "and we thank you very, very much. It's lucky we're young and can start all over." That was last year, but we still have no sofa and no big chairs. So that's how come Mama brought home the biggest jar she could find at the diner, and all the coins started to go into the jar. After supper, Mama and Grandma and I stood in front of the jar. Well, I never would have believed it, but I guess it's full, Mama said. On my mother's day off, we took all the coins to the bank. The bank exchanged them for $10 bills.
Here you are. Have a nice day.
Then we took the bus downtown to shop for our chair. We tried out big chairs and smaller ones, high chairs and low chairs, soft chairs and harder ones. Grandma said she felt like Goldilocks and the three bears trying out all the chairs. Finally, we found the chair we were all dreaming of, and the money in the jar was enough to pay for it. We called Aunt Ida and Uncle Sandy. They came right down in their pickup truck to drive the chair home for us. I tried out our chair in the back of the truck. Mama wouldn't let me sit there while we drove, but they let me sit in it while they carried it up to the door. We set the chair right beside the window with the red and white curtains. Grandma and Mama and I all sat in it while Aunt Ida took our picture. Now, Mama sits down and watches the news on TV when she comes home from her job. After supper, I sit with her. And she can reach right up and turn out the light if I fall asleep in her lap.
And a 5, 6, 7, 8, 1.
Along the sounding. We've got to move.
All right, hold it. Somebody's in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The family and a chair from my mother saved up little by little, penny by penny, to buy a new chair to replace the one that they lost in the fire. And they couldn't have done it without friends and neighbors to help.
All right, do you think you have that? Let's go on to something else.
When people work together, they can do things that nobody can pull off alone. Take firefighters. They even go to fire school to learn how to work as a team. Classes are a lot like rehearsals. First they learn what to do, then they practice it over and over until they can do it with their eyes closed when the heat is really on. Firemen are like everyone else. They have to go to school. At the New York Fire Academy, people train and study for the big day when they'll ride up on a fire engine to put out the flames.
All right, come on, let's go. All right, get that hose off.
Each fireman has a special position on the truck and a special job to do when he arrives on the scene. Unlocking doors, stretching out hose, and hooking up the pumper to the fire hydrant all happen at once.
Hold on. All right, start water. All right, crack the nozzle. All right, let's move in.
People who are training to be firemen are called probies. That stands for probationary firefighters. It can take up to 2 years before a probie can become a full-fledged firefighter.
All right, shut down. All right, guys, that was good. We were a little slow on hooking up. We're going to have to work on that. All right, guys, Keith is going to review with us on how to hook up the hydrant to the pumper.
The first thing we have to do is check the hydrant to make sure that it works. We turn it on until we get some water, and then we turn it off. We know that the hydrant works. You have to take the soft suction off the rig and hook it up to the hydrant.
One of the most important parts of fireman training is learning to work together. Everyone has a specific job to do, and they do it quickly and efficiently. When human lives are at stake, you can't make mistakes.
And then we take the other end and hook it up to the fire truck. Okay, we have it hooked together. We can open the hydrant to give the fire truck the water. We come back over to here. We take the hose, thank you. And you screw it on to this outlet. Once I have it connected, I wait for the signal to start water, and then I pull out this valve. I have to check my gauges to make sure that they're getting enough water, and the lights tell me how much water is in the engine.
Thank you, Keith. Well, you guys did pretty good on this one. Now I think you're ready for a rescue.
All right, yeah.
Fire engines are the flashiest and loudest pieces of firefighting equipment. When one of these red and silver trucks comes barreling down the street, everyone knows, and everyone watches. Training for a ladder rescue is especially scary. The ladders can reach up to 3 and 4 stories high. One of the secrets is, don't look down.
Are you alone? Are you alone?
Someone's in here with me.
Yeah? Okay. All right, now let's get you ready. Ready?
When a civilian is being rescued, 2 firemen climb up to the rescue point and get on either side of the person being saved. This is a safety precaution to keep them from falling off. They give lots of words of encouragement, they come down slowly, and make the long journey down as smooth as possible.
I got you. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. You look good. We're working well together.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Let's see if we can put out a real fire.
All right, no problem. We got it.
Burning cars are extremely dangerous. Tires, glass, and engine parts can explode with the heat and cause serious injury. Never get near one. That's a fireman's job. The person holding the nozzle of the hose has a tough job. That water comes out hard and fast. Firefighters call each other brothers. Their lives are in each other's hands, and that makes them pretty close friends with one another. It's more than a sense of being on a team. It's like being in a family.
5, 6, 7, 8, 1.
It's not too big for one, but we'll get it done. 'Cause I know we've got teamwork.
Whoa, wait a minute. Sam, it feels real awkward for me to bend down for the ladder like this. I don't know.
Well, wait a minute, I got an idea. What if we flip it around and come at you with the other end?
What do you mean?
Well, like this, wait. This way?
Right, see, and then that way I can walk the ladder up with my hands like this.
Not a bad idea. Let's go back to the top and try it again with music, okay? Re-rack. Ready? And playback.
This job's too big for one, but we'll get it done, 'cause I know we've got teamwork, teamwork. You have a dream, you want to make it real, you need a team.
All right, and cut. That's great. That's going to work real well. Thanks, Stanley.
Good idea, Stanley.
All right, everybody take 5.
Thanks, Sam.
Looks good.
See? It feels great when you finally get it right. 10 heads are definitely better than 1. That's what teamwork's all about. Say, you ever wonder what you could do as part of a team that you can't do alone?
I like to run track, and I'm the third leg on the relay team.
I like to play baseball. I like to play soccer at Night Heron Park with all my friends.
I like to sing in the chorus at school.
I like to go to the park and play frisbee with my friends. I like to play cards with my friend Sheena, and we play fish. I love going camping, fishing, hiking with my mom and dad and 2 brothers. I can't play hide and seek by myself because I need a lot of people.
Okay, guys, let's go over the basketball insert, okay? All right. Ready? And playback.
See some teamwork, the big games tonight.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cut. It's not working. There's something missing. I think it's the music, all right? I'll be right back. Steve.
Yeah.
I need your help. Right here.
The C-section.
Yeah. That section we're going to be shooting in slow motion.
Oh, terrific.
And right now it feels a little empty. What can you do?
No problem. We can put in some really terrific strings there, push them in the mix, and then for that move you were doing, we can use an electric guitar to do a soaring solo and motivate that move.
Yeah, that'd be great. Good. All right, let's do that. Thanks. Okay, I think we got it.
All right.
Steve's going to put a guitar solo in there. It should make that whole section look real beautiful. Okay, people, come up here, please. All right. That's it for tonight, okay? You've done a great job. The number looks real good. And you're all real winners. Now listen, what I want you to do is go home, get a good night's rest, and be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. for a 4:30 performance. Okay? Yeah. Good night.
All right. If you thought A Chair for My Mother was a real winner, here are some other books that you might enjoy. They're all about the most important teams in the world. Families. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Do you know what it's like to have a brand new baby in the house? Well, I read a book called My Mama Needs Me. It's about a boy who has a brand new sister. Jason was frustrated because he couldn't hold the baby a lot because the baby usually was sleeping. Whenever his friends would come over, they would leave because he would say, "My mama needs me." So he would never get to play with them. Finally, Jason finds out what his mama really wants. A great big hug, and she gets it. I'm Nathan, and this is my little brother Nicholas. Just like in the book, I didn't get to hold my little brother right away. But if you're patient, you'll get to hold your brother or sister soon.
Hello, my name's Nellie Chilungu, and I'm here to tell you about a book I've just read called Everett Anderson's Goodbye. It's about a little boy who's lost his father. At first, in the story, Everett doesn't believe that his father's gone. Then, Everett says that he doesn't love his family anymore. He really does love his family, but he's just angry. Everett can't eat and he can't sleep because he's too sad. Finally, after some time, he realizes that even though his father's gone, he still has his love. Even though this is a sad book, I felt relieved at the end because Everett found a way to feel better. I think kids should read this book because it helps them understand how it feels to lose someone you love.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. If you've ever known a person with a handicap, you probably know that they have the same feelings as everyone else. I Have a Sister, My Sister is Deaf by Jean Whitehouse Peterson is the story of a young girl and her little deaf sister and the special relationship that the two of them share. The relationship is special because the two sisters understand each other even without words. Like one time when they were playing together in the grassy lot next to their house, they pretended that they were stalking deer. The deaf sister watched for quick movements in the grass, and the older sister listened for small sounds. The deaf sister can use all her other senses to communicate her feelings.
This story helps you understand that being handicapped is nothing to be ashamed of. It just makes a person unique, and the love between two people all the greater.
Reading Rainbow, teamwork, take one.
Okay, great performance.
Want to make your dream work? Try teamwork. We'll see you next time.
This job's too big for one, but we'll get it done, 'cause I know we've got teamwork, teamwork. You have a dream, you want to make it real, you need a team, working up steam to make your dream work, teamwork, working it through, working together, whatever we do, doing it better as a team.
Today's Reading Rainbow books are A Chair for My Mother by Vera B. Williams, published by Green Willow Books. My Mama Needs Me by Mildred Pitts Walter, illustrated by Pat Cummings, published by Lothrop, Lee, and Shepard. Everett Anderson's Goodbye by Lucille Clifton, illustrated by Anne Grifalconi, published by Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. I Have a Sister, My Sister is Deaf by Jean Whitehouse Peterson, illustrated by Deborah Ray, published by Harper & Row.
Funding for Reading Rainbow is made possible by a grant from Kellogg's, who urges you to explore the joys of reading.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Hi. Welcome to the best junk shop in Boston, the Recycle Store at the Boston Children's Museum. Its barrels are brimming with buttons, baubles, rickrack, and calico, and stuffed with scraps that weren't made into wedding gowns, seat covers, or ping pong balls. You know, it's amazing how one person's trash can be somebody else's treasure, isn't it? All of these bits and pieces could have been tossed out for the garbage trucks, but with a little inspiration, they can be recycled, used again, to create a brand new whole that's a whole lot greater than the sum of its parts. Almost everything you can think of is made up of little bits and pieces of something else. The food you eat, the clothes you wear, the house you live in, maybe even the quilt you tuck under your chin at night. A handmade patchwork quilt is a warm blanket made of small pieces of cloth that are stitched together. It looks a lot like a jigsaw puzzle and can tell a story without using a single word. That's what this book, The Patchwork Quilt, is all about. How a little girl and her family stitched together a swatch of blue, a scrap of red, and a gleam of gold to create a quilt of memories.
The Patchwork Quilt. Story by Valerie Flournoy. Pictures by Jerry Pinckney. Read by Isabel Sanford. Tanya sat restlessly by the kitchen window. She was anxious to go outside and enjoy spring, but she had a cold. "Mama, when can I go outside?" asked Tanya. "In time," Mama murmured, "all in good time." "I'm going to talk to Grandma," Tanya said. Grandma was sitting in her favorite spot. In her lap were scraps of materials of all textures and colors. Tanya recognized some of them. The plaid was from Papa's old work shirt, and the red scraps were from her brother Ted's shirt. "What you going to do with all that stuff?" Tanya asked. "Stuff? These ain't stuff. These little pieces gonna make me a quilt. A patchwork quilt." "I know what a quilt is. Grandma, there's one on your bed. It's old and dirty." Grandma sighed. "It ain't dirty, honey. It's worn, the way it's supposed to be. My mother made me a quilt when I wasn't any older than you, but sometimes the old ways are forgotten." Mama walked in and looked at the scraps of material that were scattered all over. "I just cleaned this room and now it's a mess." It's not a mess, Mama, Tanya said. It's a quilt. A quilt? You don't need these scraps. I can get you a quilt. Grandma looked at her daughter and then turned to her grandchild. Yes, your mama can get you a quilt from any department store, but it won't be like my patchwork quilt, and it won't last as long either. Grandma's eyes grew dark and distant. She gazed out the window, absent-mindedly rubbing the pieces of material through her fingers. Grandma, I'll help you make your quilt, Tanya said. Thank you, honey. It's going to take quite a while to make this quilt. A good quilt. A masterpiece. It'll take me a year at least. A year, shouted Tanya. I can't wait that long, Grandma. A year ain't that long, honey. Making this quilt gonna be a joy. One August afternoon, Mama said Tanya's brother Jim's favorite blue corduroy pants were beyond repair. Bring them here, Grandma said. Grandma took part of the pant leg and cut a few blue squares. Jim watched her add his patches to the others. A quilt won't forget. It can tell your life story. On Halloween, Tanya was an African princess. She danced in the long, flowing robes Mama had made from several yards of colorful material. Grandma cut some squares out and added Tanya to the quilt, too. One day, Tanya leaned over the table to see into the living room. Grandma was telling Mama all about quilts and how this quilt would be very special. From that moment on, both women spent their winter evenings working on the quilt. Only once did Mama put it aside. She wanted to wear something special Christmas night, so she bought some gold material and made a beautiful dress. Tanya knew without asking that the gold scraps would be in the quilt, too. There was much singing and laughing that Christmas. Papa said he had never felt so much happiness in the house. And Mama agreed. The next day, Grandma didn't feel well, and they had to call a doctor. Tanya looked into the living room. The patchwork quilt was folded neatly, just as Grandma had left it. "Can we see Grandma?" Tanya asked. "Not tonight," Papa said. "Grandma needs rest." It was nearly a week before the children were permitted to see their grandmother. "We miss you, Grandma," Ted said. "Your quilt misses you too, Grandma," Tanya said. "My masterpiece," Grandma sighed. "Almost half finished." Tanya walked slowly to where the quilt lay and thought real hard. She knew how to cut the scraps, but she wasn't certain of the rest. Just then, Tanya felt a hand resting on her shoulder. She looked up and saw Mama. "You cut more squares, Tanya, while I stitch some patches together," Mama said. Tanya snipped and trimmed the scraps of material till her hands hurt from the scissors. Every day, Tanya worked on the quilt. But after a few weeks, she stopped. Something was wrong. Something was missing. Finally, she knew. Something wasn't missing. Someone was missing. That evening, before she went to bed, Tanya tiptoed into Grandma's room, a pair of scissors in her hand. She quietly lifted the end of Grandma's old quilt and carefully removed a few squares. February and March came and went. Then one June day, Tanya came home to find Grandma working on the quilt again. "Grandma!" Tanya shouted. "Hush, child. It's almost time to do the quilting on these patches. But first, I have some special finishing touches." "There. It's done," she said. Mama helped Grandma spread the quilt full length. Reds, greens, blues, and golds, light shades and dark, blended in and out throughout the quilt. It's beautiful, Papa said. He touched the gold patch, looked at Mama, and remembered. Jim remembered, too. There was his blue and the red from Ted's shirt. There was Tanya's Halloween costume, and there was Grandma. Even though her patch was old, it fit right in. They all remembered the past year. They especially remembered Tanya and all her work. So in the right-hand corner of the last row of patches was delicately stitched, "For Tanya, from your Mama and Grandma."
You can't buy a quilt like Tanya's at any store, for any price. And Tanya's Mama and Grandma taught her more than just how to stitch, snip, and sew. They showed her that the secret ingredient in her quilt was love. That's what happens when you make things together with your family. Well, this may look like nothing but a big mess, but it's really a quilt in the making. These students from the Joseph Lee School in Dorchester, Massachusetts, are making their very own special, one-of-a-kind quilt. Each square will be as individual as a fingerprint, as special as its maker. Each square will be designed to say, "Hey, this is me."
This picture says a lot about me because my sister likes playing teacher with me a lot. So every week we play teacher 3 times. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I like my little sister and I like her being in my patch. I really love her and care about her. In my patch, I'm making apple pie with my mother. That's me with yellow hair because I have blonde hair. I really like using a needle and thread because it's fun. I think I like making apple pies with my mom because it's one of the ways that she shows she loves me. In my patch, I have a skirt on because it's easy to jump with a skirt. The blue and white cloths that I used to make the shirt is from the dresses that my mother made for us. So it has a special meaning to me. The 2 people that are turning the rope are Liam and Linda, and they are my best friends. So they had to be in my patch.
This is me sitting under a tree, enjoying one of my favorite books, and I'm sitting under a rainbow because I'm the host of Reading Rainbow. And I think of myself as the man under the rainbow. I put all of these elements into my Patchwork quilt. Wow, from this to this. The whole really is greater than the sum of its parts. This quilt is made of individual patches sewn together with thread. And families are made up of individual people whose lives are sewn together with love. Just like patchwork quilts, families come in all sizes, shapes, and colors. There's no one pattern. What do you think a family is?
Someone to hold you, who you know is always there. Someone who is working hard and still has time to share. A brother or a sister that you can depend upon. A relative who's older, a baby who's just born. You're all part of each other, like branches on a tree, growing strong together as a family. all painted different hues. Step-brothers and step-sisters from different backgrounds too. But because you love each other, all the differences you see, they just don't seem important in a family. You may have just one parent, or your family may live in different places too. There's always room for you, and though it isn't perfect, you fit in perfectly. 'Cause you belong there, that's why you're a family. Growing strong together, you're a family.
Oh, hi. Come on in. You know, I think most everybody will agree with me when I say that the heart of any home is right here in the kitchen. And this kitchen here at the Boston Children's Museum shows what your great-grandmother's kitchen might have looked like. I'm about ready here to make something really special. It's called the LeVar Burton Super Duper Sandwich. You ready? Okay, here we go. There you have it. You know, you can change the face, but the taste is still the same. Delicious. But I'm not the only one with my favorite recipe. The Balducci family brought their secret recipes across the ocean with them from Bari, Italy, to the sidewalks of New York City. As you'll see, the business sure has mushroomed since grandfather Louis Balducci first started selling fruits and vegetables from his pushcart 70 years ago.
Today, almost the whole family works alongside Mom and Pop Balducci. Some of the clan work in the office, handling the day-to-day paperwork, like ordering products from all over the world. And the Balduccis do at work what most families do at home. Eat. Taste tests are part of the job.
I think it is a very, very good smoochie.
I can't even remember the name. All right.
Meanwhile, Pop Balducci is upstairs sharing secrets of success with his grandson, Joe.
The restaurant man is all right, but you take the bed leaves, and it looks all right.
Should you trim the top?
Just a little bit.
Not much, though.
No, not much. Just a little bit.
Well, I love working with my grandfather. Like he says, I do have a little bit of a short temper, and I do blow up once in a while, but I know deep inside that he does mean well, and he teaches me a lot. This is a great experience. You get to learn a lot, and it's a lot of love involved.
Over here, you haven't got time to sit. Always got something to do. To fix them. To make them look an appetizer. I don't need money, but I need love. Money don't mean nothing. Love each other. That's the important thing I have in my heart.
No. Well, let me try to do it. See if I could do it. Joseph, maybe you could do this?
Anybody can do it.
Family tradition is also honored downstairs in the kitchen, where Uncle Andy and Louie make bite-sized mozzarella called bacconcini.
Homemade, fresh-made mozzarella. You always got to do mozzarella because people keep eating mozzarella and you can't make it fast enough. The more you make, the more they eat.
I call my uncle Zio Andy, which is Italian for Uncle Andy. He's a beautiful person to work with. Not such an easy person to work with, but you have to be very patient because you see in time that they're right. And we're all in a hurry, but they say, slow down, do it right.
Louis, don't do it so fast. Take your time. Grandpa always said you can't get quality with quantity.
Yeah, but we have a line of people upstairs waiting.
I understand, Louis. The people will wait. I look at Louis, and I remember my father talking to me, and I can't help to think how I reacted when Pop kept telling me the same thing over and over again. When I look at Louis sometimes, I sort of sympathize with his feelings.
How am I doing?
Well, fair. Oh, that's beautiful, Louis. Oh. And now, Louis, it's ready to be sold, to be enjoyed by all our good customers.
Looks great. And what's happening in the big kitchen? Lessons on meatballs and lasagna from Mom Balducci herself.
What are you doing? What are you doing over here?
What are they doing? They're making a
Yeah,
mess.
yeah, I don't like what you do. That's too much. That's too much.
No one that doesn't like you. Better watch out, kids.
That's all.
My mother and father are an inspiration to me and to my children. That's what this store is all about. Mom and Pop. They have taught us a lot, and hopefully we can carry this through to our children.
What do you do? Yeah.
The kitchen is the heart of the store, and you have to love it. You have to love the food. You have to love the products. That's what I've been taught, and that's what I want to pass on to my children.
Though it isn't perfect, you fit in perfectly. You belong. That's why you're a family. Growing strong together, you're a family.
The Balducci's built a family business out of spaghetti, cheese, fruits, and vegetables. And visitors here at the Boston Children's Museum built this library, a house made especially for books out of milk cartons that they could have thrown away. You can do it too. Here's how. You take 2 milk cartons, stuff one with newspaper, then put the 2 cartons together. Easy. You can build your own library out of recycled materials. And if you want to put some books into it, then try the Patchwork Quilt and others about families of all kinds. Here are some that you might enjoy. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Hello, my name is Alyssa, and I'm here today to tell you about the different kinds of ways that you could become a family. I read about them in this book called Being Adopted by Maxine B. Rosenberg. In this book, all the children are adopted. Andrew came from India, Karen came from Korea, and Rebecca came all the way across the United States. The stories in the book are real. I especially like the part when Rebecca's sad because someone made fun of her because she's adopted. And her brother told her not to worry because their mom and dad will never give them up. I came to my family from South America on an airplane. Just like Rebecca, I know my mommy and daddy will never give me up. Being Adopted is a great book. You should read it. It'll help you understand it. Being Adopted is excellent.
Have you ever been teased? It's no fun, is it? Well, nobody knows that like the little girl in this story. Angel Child, Dragon Child. Hi, I'm Mike Szymanski. This book was about a little girl that comes to America from Vietnam. The little girl, Oot, finds it difficult coming to a new school and making new friends. A boy at school, Raymond, teases her terribly about the clothes she wears and the trouble she has learning English. One day, the principal found Oot and Raymond fighting. My favorite part of the book was when Oot and Raymond made up and became friends. After that, the whole school gets together to bring Oot's mother to America. I can really relate to this book because I came from Korea. It was a little hard for me, too. Angel Child, Dragon Child will help you see that even though people are different, they should be treated kindly.
Hola, boys and girls. My name is Maritza T. Would you like to read a beautiful book called The Two of Them? It's about a little girl and her grandfather. When she was born, her grandfather made her a silver polished stone ring. Grandfather made her a flute of bamboo. Grandfather played the guitar, and they made music together under the trees. At the end of the story, the little girl takes care of her grandfather because he was dying and he couldn't walk.
The ending is sad, but I still think you should read this book because it shows you how great it is to have a special grandpa.
Calcium, water, phosphate, potassium, sodium, sulfur, copper, iodine. These are just some of the basic chemical ingredients that make up one of the most important items in the whole world. Somebody's Sean size is worth about $1.38 worth of sodium, calcium, and other basic chemical ingredients. But no one could ever put a price tag on her real value, or yours. You are so much greater than the sum of your parts, aren't you, honey suit? Yeah, you are. All the ingredients in human beings may be the same, but the result is always different. That's why you're you, one of a kind. Imagine trying to cut one square out of this quilt. Just one. Wouldn't be the same, would it? Well, your family, your community, your whole world would never be the same without you. Shawnee, you want to help me wave bye-bye? Yeah, come on, let's wave bye-bye. Wave bye-bye. 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 We'll see you next time. Yeah, wave bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. Today's Reading Rainbow books are The Patchwork Quilt by Valerie Flournoy, illustrated by Jerry Pinkney, published by Dial Books for Young Readers, a division of E.P. Dutton Incorporated. Being Adopted by Maxine Rosenberg, photographs by George Ancona, published by Lothrop, Lee, and Shepard. Angel Child, Dragon Child by Michelle Marie Surratt, illustrated by Vo Din Mai, published by Carnival Press Books, an imprint of Raintree Publishers Incorporated.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. Reading rainbow.
Hi. Look around. What do you see? This is a very special time that happens every day, when the colors deepen and the shadows lengthen and the earth speaks softly of her beauty. It's almost sunset. Dominic Arcaro is a Native American artist who is trying to capture the beauty he sees in this sky.
I love sunsets because of the colors, because they're never the same. I look into my memory of all the sunsets I've seen, and I remember the colors, a white to a yellow to an orange to a red spectrum, and into the darker blues and violets. My name is Dominic Arquero. I'm from Cochiti Pueblo, New Mexico. My Indian name is Kishiwa. It means runner. It was given to me by my grandfather. Painting to Native Americans has held a very special place in our lives since the beginning of our time. We painted out of a need, just as we sang, danced, and prayed. I still paint out of a need to create, to feel colors and motion. All paints come from Mother Earth. All paints, all colors. Black is usually taken from a burning process of certain weeds and adding water to that. Red can be obtained directly from the ground through clays or mineral veins. Yellow can be obtained from different types of minerals, like iron oxide. When the sun sets, it gives birth to a new variety of animals. They come out and feed and graze throughout the night. I say, go where your heart is needed. Let your inside self be the master of the brush.
Did you ever see something so beautiful that you wanted to hold on to it forever? Well, a boy named Little Gopher did. And at first, he didn't know how. But he listened very carefully to the earth. And finally, she showed him the way. In this story, the legend of the Indian paintbrush.
The legend of the Indian paintbrush. Retold and illustrated by Tommy DePaula. Read by Harold Littlebird. Many years ago, when the people traveled the plains and lived in a circle of teepees, there was a boy who was smaller than the rest of the children in the tribe. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up with the other boys who were always riding and shooting their bows to prove their strength. But the boy, who was called Little Gopher, was not without a gift of his own. From an early age, he loved to decorate stones with the juices from berries. The wise shaman of the tribe understood that Little Gopher had a gift that was special. Do not struggle, Little Gopher. Your path will not be the same as the others. They will grow up to be warriors. Your place among the people will be remembered for a different reason. In a few years, Little Gopher went out to the hills alone to think about becoming a man, for this was the custom of the tribe. And it was there that a dream vision came to him. The sky filled with clouds, and out of them came a young Indian maiden and an old grandfather. She carried a rolled-up animal skin, and he carried pots of paint and a brush made of fine animal hairs. The grandfather spoke. My son, these are the tools by which you shall become great among your people. You will paint pictures of the deeds of the warriors and the visions of the shaman, and the people shall see them, and remember them forever. The maiden unrolled a pure white buckskin and placed it on the ground. "Find a buckskin as white as this," she told him. "Keep it, and one day you will paint a picture that is as pure as the colors in the evening sky." And as she finished speaking, the clouds cleared, and a sunset of great beauty filled the sky. Little Gopher looked at the white buckskin, and on it he saw colors as bright and beautiful as those made by the setting sun. Then the sun sank behind the hills, and the dream vision was over. The next day, Little Gopher began to make brushes from the hairs of different animals. He gathered berries and flowers and rocks of different colors and crushed them to make his paints. And he began to paint pictures of great hunts, of great deeds, of great dream visions, so that the people would always remember. Many months before, he had found his pure white buckskin, but it remained empty because he could not find the colors of the sunset. He used the brightest flowers, the reddest berries, and the deepest purples from the rocks, and still his paintings never satisfied him. He began to go to the top of a hill each evening and look at the colors that filled the sky to try and understand how to make them. One night, he heard a voice calling to him. "Because you have been faithful to the people and true to your gift, you shall find the colors you are seeking." The next evening, Little Gopher went to the top of the hill as the colors of the sunset spread across the sky. And there, on the ground all around him, were brushes filled with paint, each one a color of the sunset. Little Gopher began to paint quickly and surely, using one brush, then another. And as the colors in the sky began to fade, Little Gopher gazed at the white buckskin, and he was happy. He had found the colors of the sunset. He carried his painting down to the circle of the people, leaving the brushes on the hillside. And the next day, when the people awoke, the hill was ablaze with color, for the brushes had taken root in the earth and multiplied into plants of brilliant reds, oranges, and yellows. And every spring from that time, the hills and meadows burst into bloom. And the people no longer called him Little Gopher, but he who brought the sunset to the earth.
It's morning, and the mountains of New Mexico are sparkling with snow. Here is the Taos Pueblo, home to the Taos people for over 1,000 years. They call themselves the Red Willow people, and they call the earth their mother. Every part of their lives is in some way connected to the land. Even their homes are made from the ground that they walk on. It's called adobe, and the bricks are made from a mixture of mud, water, and straw, baked hard in the sun. The people believe that all life comes from the earth. It's where their art begins, too.
Dip the bottom first?
This red clay will be shaped into some of the most beautiful pottery in the world.
Okay, maybe we should put some of the...
The Naranjo family, Dolly, her mother Rose, and her daughter Jody
make pots from this earth on the Santa Clara Pueblo as their grandmothers did before them.
The mixing of the clay is one of the special parts of making pottery.
Oh, it's cold.
The two types of clay are mixed together to give the red clay substance. I am Dolly Naranjo. My family has been making pottery for generations. Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, it's cold. It's really cold.
The first moment of stepping into it, how cold it is, and after a few moments, you know, it warms up. Your body responds to it. This matter that's extremely silky and soft, it becomes a part of you. It's not quite mixed yet because there are white flecks in there that you can see. And if you don't get the white flecks mixed in, then when you're making the pots, it leaves holes. When you've got your feet or your arms in clay, it truly does feel like you're in chocolate pudding. I learned how to make pots in the same way that every child who makes pottery in the Pueblos learns to make pottery, which is by watching and doing. The clay is so special, and you never waste it. You never throw any of it away. You never are disrespectful to the clay in any way. Pottery allows me to feel that I am a part of the world that we live in, and it allows me to be creative, and it allows me to express myself. When you begin working and making a pot, it forms itself. And when the pot is ready to close, then it comes together, and when it's finished, it's finished. But it's impossible to try and make a pot be something that it doesn't want to be. But it's done. I have many polishing stones. The stones that I have were given to me by my mother when I first started making pottery. The firing is to harden the pots. It makes the pots permanent. The tin is right there. pottery making is just simply a part of your daily life. It's what we do. You know, it's who we are. It is our connection to the earth.
The first winter snow. A magical time for the Pueblo people. They are grateful for this snow because it will melt and feed this creek. Listen to the Red Willow Creek. Its music and movement provide inspiration to the Taos Red Willow dancers. Benito Concha and his family use all the gifts of the earth to create a living art, their dance.
My family and I dance, so then the songs and the dances will be passed on to generations and generations. They will also feel the beauty and the love and the sacredness in all the dances. My name is Benito Concha. I'm from Taos Pueblo. My people are the Red Willow people who live in the mountains of northern New Mexico.
Hey, we got the same style!
When I was first coming into dancing as a child, I remember my father dressing me, and he told me the purpose for each part of the outfit. When my father dresses up my nephews, he's doing the same thing he did for me. Each person's outfit is expressing their feelings that come from within them. The shawl, their moccasins, their leggings, their dress, their braid ties and the feathers they wear in their hair. They all have a purpose, and all of it comes from the earth, and it is representing the earth. Whenever there's ceremonies, we wear this face paint. It is a red paint that my people have always acquired through the land, and the red represents the earth itself, and the white represents the people on the earth. I learned the eagle dance at a very early age. All Native Americans feel the significance of the eagle as a highly honored being, for it carries our prayers, and it's the being that can fly the highest. I see the movement of the eagle, and that is my teacher. When I dance, I feel like I'm an eagle, and every time I put on the eagle wings to dance, I do it in honor and respect for the eagle.
The story of Little Gopher and his vision quest is a legend of the Plains Indians. There are many different Native American tribes, each with its own legends and history. Here are some of my favorites. Yeah, Conade.
Once upon a time, long before humans were in this world, crows were beautiful and as colorful as a rainbow. This legend tells their story. It's called Rainbow Crow. In those days, the weather was warm and the animals were happy. Then, snow began to fall. It became deeper and deeper. Soon, the animals were covered with snow. The animals decided the only way to save the day was to send a messenger to the Great Spirit. Crow was chosen. The Great Spirit liked Crow and gave him the gift of fire. I'm Barbara Moy, and I really loved the magical legend of the Rainbow Crow. I think you will too.
Hi, my name is Jamon Martinez. Do you think you know a lot about Native Americans? Well, I think you'll be surprised about how much you'll learn in the new True Book series about the Indians of the Americas. There are a lot of books in the series, and each and every one of them tells about a different tribe. Tribes like the Cheyenne, the Navajo, the Apache, and the Hopi. The pictures tell what Indian life is really like. If you'd like to read more about Native Americans, what are you waiting for? Get this series.
Hi, my name is Simone, and I love horses. This is a story of a boy who wanted a horse so much that he made one out of mud, and it's called the Mud Pony. One day, the little boy got lost. But something wonderful happens. His mud pony comes to life. The pony said, "I am made of Mother Earth, and I will take care of you." The pony helped the boy find his mother and father. This story made me feel happy, and I think you should read it too.
Listen to the whisper of wind on eagle's wings. Listen to the voice of the clay. Listen to the peaceful sounds of sunset. If you're quiet and you open your heart, the earth will speak to you. She is always generous to people who ask for her inspiration. Watch and listen to these last moments of sunset. Can you hear a whisper? Asamuya Wiwa.
Today's Reading Rainbow books are The Legend of the Indian Paintbrush, retold and illustrated by Tommy DePaula, published by G.P. Putnam's Sons. Rainbow Crow, retold by Nancy Van Lan, illustrated by Beatrice Vidal, published by Alfred A. Knopf. Indians of the Americas, from the New True Book series, published by Children's Press. The Mud Pony, retold by Karen Lee Cohen, illustrated by Shanto Bigay, published by Scholastic Hardcover and imprint of Scholastic Incorporated.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Hi! I love this time of evening. Night is just falling. Some people are out jogging, some strolling. Some folks are just coming home late from work. Soon, some of them will be thinking about going to bed. But not us, not tonight. This is the night we stay up all night discovering the secrets of a city. And what better city to explore than one of the biggest, most exciting cities in the world, New York, New York. So, let's get started, because tonight we tackle the Big Apple at night. The heart of New York. And even though it's almost midnight, the heart is still beating with music, noise, crowds, and voices.
Clear sounds of all night music.
Including one particular voice I love to hear.
And I'll deliver you safely into the morning light. Hello, this is Nisi Cologne hanging out with you, and I've got a whole lot of dedications to send out to my fellow night owls. To all of you who are on the job all night, like me, I'm sending this next one out to the proud crowd that's up to some fishy business down on Fulton Street. The folks at the Fulton Fish Market tell me that every night about 1 million pounds of fish pass through their hands. The rest of the world may be as quiet as the ocean floor, but down on Fulton Street, honey, they are slinging those fins and hustling those mussels, squids, sharks, and favorite, lobsters. Hey, you fellas can send one of those babies up here anytime. It may be the middle of the night, but I know that you people down at Mutual Cut Flowers are in full bloom. They have buds and blossoms arriving all night long. Whether they're exotic or backyard variety, our friendly florists have to move fast to keep the flowers fresh. I've got a big bouquet of kisses going out to all you petal pushers down there, and I mean the whole bunch. I'm also whispering a nighttime hello to a special group of bakers on East 78th Street. You know who I mean. I'm talking to you fellas down at Washer's Bakery, who are baking all night, kneading that dough so that we'll all be breaking fresh bread at breakfast. You can save a nice loaf for me. And don't think I forgot about all you moonlighters down at the Moon Dance Diner. This next tune goes out to all of you who are up working with me. Here we go, doing it with Into the Night.
Hi, LeVar. There's one open right here.
Thanks, Angie. Busy night, huh?
Tell me about it.
What'll it be? I'll have a chicken salad sandwich on whole wheat and apple juice to drink. Thanks, Larry.
Okay.
This place is open all night, which comes in pretty handy when you get your lunch break at 3 in the morning like a lot of these people do. And I happen to know about another little night spot that gets cooking at this hour. It's in this book called Animal Cafe. Of course, the customers in here are a different breed entirely.
Animal Cafe. Story and pictures by John Stadler. Read by Martin Short. Maxwell owned a food shop. Sometimes business was good, and sometimes business was bad. But good or bad, it was all the same to Maxwell. For one morning each week, he found that the foods on his shelves had vanished overnight, and his cash register was stuffed full of money. Must be magic, he said. As Maxwell closed the shop one Friday evening, he said to his cat and dog, "You, Casey, you're such a lazy cat. You couldn't catch a mouse if it were sitting on top of your nose. And you, Sedgwick, some watchdog you are. A burglar with bells on his feet wouldn't keep you from snoring. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep." "Sweet dreams," Maxwell whispered as he left the shop. In a flash, Sedgwick and Casey were up and about. "All clear," Sedgwick called from the doorway. Casey was already in the kitchen, slicing, dicing, and spicing. "What are you cooking tonight?" Sedgwick asked. "I'm writing out the menus."
It's an old family recipe. A tasty dish of chipped beef with a touch of cheddar cheese, some chopped liver, and lima beans with some spinach, garlic, and prune juice tossed in for good measure."
"Fine. We better call it Casey's Combustible Casserole," Sedgwick said. Then Sedgwick ran from place to place, decorating the shop. Casey heard the sound of approaching footsteps and chattering voices. Someone pounded on the door.
"Just in time,"
Casey cheered. "Welcome back, friends," Sedgwick said as he opened the door to the first guests.
"Oh, delighted, I'm sure,"
answered Mrs. O'Hare.
"Wouldn't miss it for the world,"
added her husband. "Uh-oh," Casey whispered. "Here comes Cutlet. Last time he ate us out of house and home, and then he complained about the meal being pork and beans." "Just be nice," Sedgwick said through a stiff smile. "Well, hello, Cutlet. We were just talking about you. Welcome."
"Welcome, schmelcome,"
Cutlet snorted.
"Where's the food?"
Soon, many more guests arrived. Professor Toscanini of Huxley College was there, as well as Dr. Quack, Lady Dumont was not far behind, accompanied by Colonel Kangaroo. All the guests mingled happily, discussing this and that.
Oh, no, thank you.
Sedgwick saw that it was growing late and hurried the guests to their tables. "What do you think of it?" Sedgwick asked, after he served Casey's combustible casserole.
Oh, I would say, undoubtedly,
replied Miss Goose.
Oh, boy.
The guests ate lightly, except for Cutlet, who constantly cried out, "Boy!" After dinner, Sedgwick and Casey started the entertainment. First, Casey juggled, and then he sang and danced. Finally, they sang some old favorites together.
Dogs run free.
Bravo! Roared Hubert the Bear.
Now we...
cried Alicia the Gator.
Yikes! It's almost dawn. Maxwell will be back soon.
The guests quickly lined up to pay their bills.
Oh, no! Look!
Cutlet was lying on the floor, groaning. "He's eaten too much again. We'll have to roll him out." It was an enormous struggle. Then Sedgwick and Casey rushed about to clean up the shop.
Hurry!
They yelled at each other, running in all directions at once. "Maxwell will be here any minute."
I'm pooped.
Sedgwick swept past him. "Keep at it! He's coming!" In a flash, they finished the kitchen, washed up the shop, and locked all the money in the cash register. Just as Maxwell reached the door, Sedgwick and Casey dashed to the back of the shop, falling on top of each other in a heap. Maxwell came in and turned on the lights. He opened the cash register and saw that it was full once again. Must be magic. Then he looked over at Sedgwick and Casey. "Silly animals," he said. "All you ever do is sleep." And that they did.
Of course, Casey and Sedgwick aren't the only animals that come out at night. In fact, 60% of the Earth's creatures live their lives at night and sleep during the day. That includes owls, porcupines, raccoons, frogs, and of course the night's most mysterious and fascinating creatures, the masters of night flight, bats.
Long before man walked this earth, bats filled the night skies. People used to think bats were birds, but they're not. Bats are mammals, like you and me. I'm Dr. Merlin Tuttle, and I've been studying bats for 20 years. We're about to enter Bracken Cave in Texas, where more than 20 million bats live in a world of darkness.
Well, here we are. We're down deep inside the cave. This is like a big tunnel, as long as a football stadium. The ceiling of this cave is over 3 stories high. And everywhere around me, everything is covered by millions and millions of bats. And this is a very unique environment, because the droppings from all those bats turn into ammonia. And that's why I've got this respirator on. I would die down here without protection from the ammonia fumes. But the bats, they're amazing animals. They live without any problem down here. despite all the ammonia. Let's go on now and have a look deeper in the cave. Because so many bats live in here, and their bodies are all giving off heat, it's extremely hot, sometimes more than 100 degrees. There are nearly 1,000 kinds of bats in the world, and they live almost everywhere. In old buildings, and chimneys, trees, and in the jungle, some even make tents from leaves. Most bats, like the free-tailed bats in this cave, eat insects. Let's take a look at some bats close up. Here's a mother bat. She has fur just like dogs and cats and other animals, and it's very soft and velvety. She actually keeps very clean. Spends a large part of each day grooming and cleaning herself. Let's take a look at her otherwise. Look at her big ears. Those big ears are used to help her navigate, to find her way home at night, and to help her catch insects. She uses a system where she sends out beeps of sound, and they bounce back from obstacles in front of her or from little insects, and those big ears catch the sound. It's called echolocation. Bats are the only kind of mammal that flies. She has long, narrow wings that enable her to fly very fast at night. Her wings are just like a hand. This is her thumb. Has a little claw to help her climb around. And then she has 4 more fingers, just like we do. The end of her wing here can be used just like a hand. She can come flying up to an insect at night, curl these bones around, and grab an insect right in that little webbing in the end of the wing in order to get it to her mouth to eat. See there? Just like you use your fingers. So in this way, just one bat can catch up to 500 or more tiny insects in a single hour. As you can see, bats really are not dangerous animals. In fact, they're among the world's most gentle animals. But you should never pick one up like I am doing, because any bat that you can catch is more likely than others to be sick. And any animal that's sick can be dangerous. Let's let her go now. We'll take a look at some babies. There are babies of several ages here. This is just a newborn baby. This one's only about a week old. Each mother free-tailed bat here produces one baby like this each year. But you know, these fellows are born a third as big as their mothers. He eats an awful lot, and within 3 more weeks, he'll look just about like her and be ready to fly away with her some night. He's a little worried right now, thinking that I might be a predator going to eat him. But he'll be just fine. We'll put him back safely. For young bats learning to fly, the floor of this cave is a very dangerous place. Any bat that lands on this floor and doesn't get airborne again within a few seconds will become a skeleton like this. There are literally billions of little flesh-eating insects crawling everywhere, just waiting to pounce on a hapless baby that doesn't make it from one side to the other.
Bats are creatures of the night. And every evening, between dusk and dawn, these bats wing their way across hundreds of miles looking for food. Tonight, this cloud of bats will consume 250,000 pounds of insects. That's the equivalent weight of 93 elephants. Bats like you've just seen could soon die out unless people everywhere learn to understand them and appreciate them. They're gentle and graceful. Bats are truly masters of night flight.
You know, one of the great things about staying up all night is picking up a fresh copy of the morning paper, hot off the press. Daily News?
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Thanks. I always read the book reviews, but first, I check out the horoscope. Let's see, horoscope. Where are the horoscopes? Ah, here we go. Let's see, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius. 3 great books will soon come your way, but you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, I'm Michael. Have you ever had nightmares that you're dying to get rid of? Well, the Orientals believed that there is a creature that will eat your bad dreams. He's in this book called The Dream Eater. This story is an Oriental myth about a boy named Yukio. Yukio has terrible dreams at night. He dreams that there's a 3-headed demon chasing him on a dragon, and just when he's about to eat him, he wakes up. Yukio goes down by the river. There he saves a weird creature's life. The creature is a Baku. Then he finds out that the Baku eats bad dreams. Just like the boy in the book, I had a bad dream. It's the funniest thing. After I read this book, it disappeared. So if you have a bad dream, I know you do sometimes, go to the library and pick up The Dream Eater.
Hi, I just read a wonderful poem that I'd like you to read. It's called The Moon by Robert Louis Stevenson, and the book is filled with just beautiful pictures. It's not a very hard book to read, and on each page the moon glows. You can learn a lot about nighttime from this book. Did you know that bats come out at night and dogs sometimes howl at the moon? Nighttime is really a good time to go fishing. The pictures are filled with colors. My favorite picture is when all the things that belong to the daytime go to sleep. I'm Robin, and I love to watch the moon and the stars at night. If you do too, go to your local bookstore and pick up The Moon.
Hi, kids. My name is Jonathan Rose. Did you know that while you're asleep at night, more than half of New York City is up? Just to make sure you have your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They work in night markets, and that's the name of this book. Night markets are the places in a city where all the food is delivered. There are bakeries that are open all night for your pastries, muffins, bread, and that special roll that you want in the morning when you get up. There's the Fulton Fish Market where you can find fish from all over the world. This is a non-fiction book, and the pictures are real photographs. You can actually go to these places if you can stay up that late. If you're interested in nighttime activities and want to find out about New York's nightlife, this is a great book to read. I'm sure it's at a library near you.
Good morning, all you early risers here at WBLS in New York. It's almost light, and that about wraps it up for me. This is Nisi Cologne reminding you that I'll check you out again tomorrow. Hope you'll do the same. But in the meantime, I'll leave you with this tune to take you into your new day.
Through the night, we gotta keep on going, working steady through the night, through the night, through the night. While most people sleep, we get things ready through the night. We work until the day breaks through the night. We work until the day breaks through the night.
Well, sun's rising, and it's getting to the point when it's so late, it's early. People on the day shift are shifting into gear, and the people on the night shift are heading home, heading to bed. You know what? I think they have the right idea. So next time your head hits the pillow, remember, when you're calling it a night, someone else is calling it a day. See you next time.
Good morning. 6 a.m. on another sunny day. Time to get out of bed and shake those Z's.
Today's Reading Rainbow books are Animal Cafe by John Stadler, published by Bradbury Press. The Dream Eater by Christian Garrison, illustrated by Diane Good, published by Bradbury Press. The Moon by Robert Louis Stevenson, illustrated by Denise Salduti, published by Harper & Row. Night Markets, Bringing Food to a City, by Joshua Horwitz, published by Thomas Y. Kroll.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. Reading
Watching a polar bear turn water play into water ballet is really fun. Polar bears are white because back home in the ice and snow, they need to hide from the animals they're hunting. Hi, today we're at the first zoo ever built in America, the Philadelphia Zoo. And for me, a zoo is kind of like an animal fashion show. Each animal dresses differently, and how an animal looks can say a lot about where and how it lives. Take these giraffes, for instance. They grow to be 18 feet tall, tall enough to see danger at a distance. They can also eat the food that other animals can't reach. Whether it's a shape, a color, a lump, or a bump, every animal has its own special look.
Not everyone can wear antlers and look as good as you do. Spots are not hot this season, but they sure look good on you. Feathers don't tickle everyone's fancy, but you wear them so well. And you have to be somebody special to look so good in a shell. You're a fashionable, fashionable animal, a creature of style. You're a fashionable, fashionable animal. You're totally wild. Whoa. Your neck might be as tall as a tree now. Your nose may hang down to your toes. Everybody looks different. That's just the way it goes. Your stripes, your size, or your green skin make you stand out from everyone else. But that's part of what makes you so special. And it's how you feel about yourself that makes you a fashionable, fashionable animal. You're a creature of style. You're a fashionable, fashionable animal. You're totally wild.
Looks like somebody lost something here. Hey guys, excuse me, did one of you guys lose one of these?
No, LeVar.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Those are springbuck out there. They're a kind of antelope, and they have horns, not antlers.
Oh. Linda Jennings is the horn and antler expert here at the zoo. So, Linda, what is the difference between antlers and horns?
Well, LeVar, you know, both of the antlers and the horns are appendages. You know what appendages are. Fingers are appendages, and arms are appendages. Anything that sticks out from your body.
Right.
But you can see one of the biggest differences, just looking at them, is that the horn is one piece, the antler branches out, just like a tree branches out.
Right.
Okay, that's one of the big differences. Another difference is that the horn stays on the animal all the time, all its life. The antlers come off. At the end of the year, the antlers fall off and they start to grow a new set.
So this is actually attached right into the animal's head?
That's right.
Does that hurt when the antlers fall?
Not really. It's tender when it first comes off, sort of like when you lose your first tooth.
Right.
It's a little sore inside, but it doesn't hurt a lot.
Well, what are antlers and horns made of?
Well, they're made of bone, and the bone is a living tissue. When antlers are growing, they're covered with a beautiful, beautiful skin and real short, soft fur, and we call it velvet. And you can imagine why.
It feels just like velvet.
Just like velvet, right.
Linda, what are antlers and horns used for? I mean, nature must have put them there for some reason.
She certainly did. You can see the ends are very, very sharp on both the horn and the antler. So they can use those to defend themselves from their enemies. And they compete for mates during the breeding season.
Oh, really? Now, how big do antlers get, Linda?
Well, some antlers can get to be 6 feet wide, which is wider than I can stretch out my arms.
That is huge.
They're really large. We have a very large set of elk antlers over here if you want to see them.
Sure. Oh, boy, these guys are huge. Heavy, too.
Very heavy.
Can I try these on?
Certainly.
How do I look?
You look terrific.
You know, I wonder what it would be like to wear antlers like these all the time. Well, no one knows better than the girl in this book, Imogene's antlers. Imogene and her parents come up with some very clever ideas to handle some interesting appendages.
Imogene's Antlers by David Small. Read by Imogene Coca. On Thursday, when Imogene woke up, she found she had grown antlers. Getting dressed was difficult, and going through a door now took some thinking. Imogene started down for breakfast. Whoop. But got hung up. Oh, Imogene's mother fainted away. The doctor poked and prodded and scratched his chin. He could find nothing wrong. The school principal glared at Imogene, but had no advice to offer. Her brother Norman consulted the encyclopedia and then announced that Imogene had turned into a rare form of miniature elk.
Absolutely.
Oh! Imogene's mother fainted again and was carried upstairs to bed.
She's getting heavy.
Imogene went into the kitchen. Lucy, the kitchen maid, had her sit by the oven to dry some towels. Lovely antlers, said Lucy. The cook, Mrs. Perkins, gave Imogene a donut, then decked her out with several more, and sent her into the garden to feed the birds. You'll be lots of fun to decorate come Christmas, said Mrs. Perkins. Later, Imogene wandered upstairs. Oh. She found the whole family in Mother's bedroom. Donuts, anyone? She asked. Her mother said, Imogene, we have decided there's only one thing to do. We must hide your antlers under a hat. Norman telephoned the milliner.
Hello? Emergency hat service? We need help. Antlers? Yeah, antlers.
At 3 o'clock, the milliner arrived. Rapidly, he sketched a few designs, then set to work. Voila, said the milliner. Bravo, bravissimo, cried his assistants. Oh! Imogene's mother had to be carried away once more. After dinner, Imogene practiced her piano lesson. Then, yawning, she folded her music, kissed the family, and went to bed. Imogene sighed, remembering the long, eventful day. On Friday, when Imogene woke up, the antlers had disappeared. When she came down to breakfast, the family was overjoyed to see her back to normal. Until she came into the room.
Imogene may have traded her antlers for a more trendy tail like these fellows, but here's a fashion that's never out of style. Stripes. When you look at lots of zebras in a herd, all those stripes start to run together. Predators, like lions, have a hard time trying to pick out one zebra to chase. So those stripes are more than just a flashy outfit. They're protection. You know, dressing up like your favorite animal can be a lot of fun. What would you do if you could dress like your favorite animal?
Well, if I was a pig, I'd probably live at the zoo.
If I had a beak, I'd eat like a bird.
If I had a beaver's tail, I would be a great builder.
If I had antlers, I'd hang my clothes on them.
If I had eagle wings, I would soar.
If I had cat whiskers, I'd go to work with my dad and help him sniff out crimes, because he's a policeman. If I had a shark's fin, all the other fish would be afraid of me.
Did you ever hear the expression, you are what you eat? Well, these flamingos are pink because they eat a lot of shrimp. It's true. You see, shrimp have a special ingredient which turns ordinary flamingo feathers into beautiful pink plumage. And these flamingos aren't the only ones around here who strut their stuff. Philadelphia's mummers are famous for their sensational music, dancing, and costumes. And I hear this year they came up with some pretty fishy fashions. Every New Year's Day, the Quaker City String Band marches up Philadelphia's Broad Street, competing for the honor of being the best band in the parade. They spend the whole year preparing fabulous costumes and headpieces so that on January 1st, they make a spectacular sight. This is so beautiful. You know, I don't think I've seen anything quite like this before. It's so intricate. I'm here with Bob Shannon, who's the captain of the Quaker City String Band. Hiya, Bob.
Hi, LeVar. How are you?
Bob, there seems to be some sort of theme running through all of these terrific costumes here. What is the theme?
Every year we have to do something different. This year we looked at the undersea world, and our theme was Showtime in the key of C, S-E-A.
Ah, so all of these costumes are characters from under the sea.
Right. And we looked at the shrimp, the lobsters, the sea hag, and also the sardine.
Do you have any examples of these guys? Oh, well, here's a headdress here.
Sardine hat.
Ah, now what are some of the materials that you use in the making of these?
It's made of satins, an awful lot of sequins.
A lot of sequins, yeah.
We also have an awful lot of ostrich boa.
Right. These plumes here. There looks like even some silver threads running through here.
We also have straw hat.
Right.
And we have some mylar.
Yeah, absolutely. How about in the other pieces of the costume?
We have sequins, some brocades,
right?
A lot of chiffon.
Tons of more mirrors here.
Right.
And there seem to be a lot of layers. Does that make the costume heavy?
Very, very much.
About how much do they weigh?
About 25 to 35 pounds.
But they must look fantastic when you've got them on.
Would you like to try one on?
Do you have one my size?
I think that one will fit.
This one here?
Right.
Let's see. Well, you really get an idea of how much weight you're carrying around here on your back. There are some other pieces that are in the costume, too, right?
Right. There's a gigantic headpiece with ostrich plumes, and that's even heavy.
Really? So you've got all of these different pieces of the costume on, and you're marching down the street, and what else?
We play instruments and dance.
All at the same time?
Right. We have Harry Brown here playing bass fiddle.
Hi, Harry. Nice to meet you, too. Bob, the bass fiddle is such a huge instrument. How can you possibly march while carrying an instrument this size?
Let's show him.
Oh, boy. This is huge and real heavy. So I guess you just march along and...
For 2.5 miles.
2.5 miles. The band takes its music very seriously. They practice until it's perfect.
Six, seven, and 1, 2, 3.
In the parade, the band members look like professional dancers, but only after hours of rehearsal.
2, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right?
Dennis, how you doing?
Hi, LeVar. How you doing?
What is it that you guys are doing here?
Practicing our sardine dance.
The sardine dance.
Sardine dance.
Is it something I can learn?
It's real easy. Give it a shot.
You hop on your left.
Hop on the left.
Down on the right.
Down on the right.
3 quick steps. Left, right, left.
Left, right, left.
Hop on the right. Down,
down,
right, left, and hop, step, left, right, hop, step, right, left, right. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, well, that looks easy enough. It should look great in the parade, huh?
But there's just one small thing we forgot to add.
What's that?
Can we have those props, please?
Oh, no, flippers!
On the top, a 5, 6, a 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, 7, and 2, 2, yeah. 5, 6, 7, and 3, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Add the kicks, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7. Step, pump, step, per step.
After all the months of hard work and rehearsal, the band goes out to have the time of their lives on New Year's Day. This is Captain. And Captain's here today with his friend Keith Russell. Keith is an ornithologist, a person who studies birds. Hi, Keith.
Hi, LeVar.
Keith, what kind of bird is Captain?
Well, Captain is a blue and gold macaw, and he comes from Brazil and South America.
Now, macaws are part of the parrot family?
That's correct.
Well, looking at Captain, the first thing we notice is his beautiful color. Can you tell us something about that?
Well, each bird in nature has its own coloration. And this particular bird recognizes other birds of its type by the fact that they're blue and gold.
Now, how about Captain's feathers? I notice he has long feathers on his tail and different sized feathers on his wings and even shorter feathers on his chest. Are there purposes for those as well?
Well, the outer feathers on a bird are called contour feathers, and they protect the bird's body. They protect it from the cold, the sun, and from other foreign matter. And the contour feathers are very strong because when a bird flies and flaps its wings, they would break if they weren't strong. And underneath the contour feathers are the down feathers. And down feathers are very, very fluffy and soft, and they really insulate the bird's body from the cold.
He's beautiful, Keith. Thanks a lot. This is Oliver, a great horned owl, and he's here with his friend Ann Holman, whose specialty here at the zoo is birds of prey. Hi, Ann.
Hi.
Ann, Keith and I were talking earlier about owls and how they can fly without making hardly any noise at all. How is that possible?
Well, they have very special feathers that are tattered so that when they flap their wings, they don't make any noise.
Now, tattered, what does that mean exactly?
Well, it's the difference between a daytime feather that has a very hard edge on it and a great horned owl's feather that's soft, so the air goes through it, therefore no sound.
Now, looking at Oliver, I mean, he's a very beautiful bird, but he doesn't have nearly the coloring, the bright plumage that a bird like, say, Captain has. Why is that?
Well, Oliver does his hunting at night. He's a nocturnal animal, so he sleeps during the daytime, and therefore he's going to blend in with the trees, so no other birds can see him that might try and harm him.
So Oliver does most of his activity at night, huh? Well, I wonder what Oliver and all the other animals do at night. think I could read 8 books at a time, but I do like reading 1 book at a time. And here are a few others I think you'll enjoy too, but you don't have to take my word for it.
Hi, how would you like it if a very special furry friend came to your house? Well, that's what happened in this book, when Panda came to our house. The visitor was a Chinese panda. Once upon a time, a little girl found a large, friendly panda at her door. The little girl teaches English to the panda. And the panda teaches the little girl how to make fried rice with a wok. Panda was very clever in the kitchen. I'm Michelle Castro, and I think you should read this book because it's fun and interesting. And if you ever take a trip to China, you'll know exactly what to do. Do you ever have adventures on your way to school? I just read a book called The Trek. It's about 2 girls who use their imagination to turn an ordinary day into an exciting day. When the little girl takes her trek, which means journey, she sees animals in the middle of the city. The garbage bags turn into rhinoceroses. The laundry bags seem to be fish and sharks. The girl and her friend pretend they're in a jungle. Finally, they get to school, safe and sound. I'm Caroline Tepper Marlin, and if you want to see some fantastic pictures, get this book. It will make you look at things in a whole new way.
Hi, I'm Kareem. Can you imagine what it'll be like to be 2 inches tall? You'll be smaller than your toothbrush. Well, that's what happens to George, and George shrinks. One day, George dreamed that he shrunk, and he woke up and found it was true. Even though he was small, he still had his chores to do. He had to make a bed thousands of times bigger than him. Did you ever try to brush your teeth with a toothbrush twice your size? The pictures in the book are the best part. They're so funny that you'll pop right out of your seat. This is a very silly story, but it did teach me something that you never know what to expect when you wake up in the morning. Boy, I can't wait till tomorrow.
You know, what we humans wear tells a lot about who we are and how we feel. But for our friends in the animal kingdom, there's an even better reason to look the way they do. Fashion is a matter of survival. But it's still fun to be like Imogene with antlers or peacock feathers, or like a mummer in a lobster costume. Or like me, ready to sail with a whale of a tail. I'll see you next time. Today's Reading Rainbow books are Imogene's Antlers by David Small, published by Crown Publishers, Incorporated. When Panda Came to Our House by Helen Zane Jensen, published by Dial Books for young readers. The Trek by Ann Jonas, published by Greenwillow Books. George Shrinks by William Joyce.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, It's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow. A reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book. A reading rainbow. Reading
Hi, welcome to the Starship Enterprise from the television show Star Trek: The Next Generation. Now, you might have seen me here before on the bridge as Lieutenant Geordi LaForge, the ship's navigator. But now, let me show you something I'll bet you haven't seen before. None of this ever appears in an episode of the show, but without it, there just wouldn't be a Star Trek: The Next Generation. Same is true of everything on TV. What you see on the screen just isn't the whole story. Now, here's a book about all the people, equipment, time, and energy it takes to make a TV show about an ordinary rabbit who becomes a superhero in the Bionic Bunny Show.
The Bionic Bunny Show by Mark Brown and Lorene Krasny Brown. Read by Gene Clavin.
Good morning,
said Wilbur. You're late, grumbled the director. Wilbur only had 10 minutes to get made up, go to wardrobe, and finish learning his lines.
Hold still,
said Maxine, the makeup woman.
I have to make you look strong and smart. It isn't easy, you know,
she joked. With practiced skill, the wardrobe department transformed Wilbur into the Bionic Bunny. First, they snapped on his costume with the built-in muscles. They tied his bionic sneakers, which made him taller. They strapped on his bionic wristwatcher, which supposedly let him see anything anywhere. And finally, they pulled on his bionic ears, which supposedly let him hear everything. Everyone on the set, ordered the director.
Speak up, mumbled Wilbur. I can't hear a thing with these darn ears on.
The crew switched on the lights and tested the microphones. They moved the last sets into place and quietly wheeled the cameras into position. Tilt camera one up to make Wilbur look taller in the opening shot. Wake up, Wilbur, called the director. Let's make television. And now, said the announcer, with a twitch of his nose and a wiggle of his ears, the one who makes the impossible possible, the Bionic Bunny!
This is a stick-up.
Oh, dear.
Lock all the doors. Nobody's gone nowhere.
We've been robbed. Help!
So long, suckers. To the rescue. A brick wall never stops the Bionic Bunny. I'll just twitch my nose and wiggle my ears. Here I come. Ouch!
Cut, shouted the director. What's the matter, Wilbur?
I need a Band-Aid.
If those bricks were real and not rubber, you'd need more than a Band-Aid, said the cameraman. Places, everyone. Action!
Oh, no. It's the Bionic Bunny.
Quick, to the Ratmobile.
Drop those guns, you ribbon rats. Oh, shucks.
Cut, called the director. Wilbur, you should know your lines. Sometimes it amazes me that you can even remember your name. The script man's voice came from the control room.
Drop those guns, you rotten robber rats.
Ready? Action!
Step on it, Big Cheese. If we can beat the Bionic Bunny to the secret hideout, we'll get away. I'll just use my bionic ears to tune in on those rats. If we can beat the Bionic Bunny to the secret hideout... So they've got a secret hideout. Not so secret when I show up. Boy, that Ratmobile really travels. I'll have to make a bionic leap over that building to catch up. With a twitch of my nose and a wiggle of my ears.
Cut! Called the director. Set up for the bionic leap. Wilbur, you pose for 3 shots. Now remember, just look like it's easy. The editor will put these shots together so that it looks like you did it yourself.
Rolling, please. Speed.
I can see everything up here, except those robbers. I'll just tune them in on my bionic wristwatcher. What's going on? No picture. My wristwatcher and my bionic ears aren't working.
We fixed him and his fancy bionic equipment.
Time for some serious research. I'll consult my Bionic Bunny Handbook. Just as I thought. Water rats. I have a plan that will cook their goose. Look, he's following us. He doesn't stand a chance in this storm. Bye-bye, Bionic Bunny. Give up, you rats. I've got you surrounded. The rat trap is set. The Bionic Bunny is unsinkable.
Cut! Screamed the director.
Help! I'm drowning! I can't swim!
This is supposed to be a storm, not a tornado, yelled the director. Turn down the wind machine. Control room, less thunder and lightning. Prop department, bring out the giant cat balloons.
Meow! Meow! Meow!
What's that? Sounds like a very large pussycat. I hate pussycat.
Me too. Run for your life!
The Bionic Bunny always leaves before we get a chance to thank him.
Yeah, you wait, Bionic Bunny.
Our pairs will cross again. Cut, announced the director. Another show finished. Good work, cast. Wilbur, make sure you know your lines better tomorrow when the Bionic Bunny meets the giant gerbils from Mars.
You're kidding,
groaned Wilbur. Wilbur said a tired goodnight to the cast and went to his dressing room. Here he slipped off his bionic sneakers, pulled off his bionic ears and wristwatcher, carefully hung up his costume with the built-in muscles, and headed home.
Hello, dear,
said his wife.
You're just in time to help with dinner. Can you open this jar? Twitch your nose, Daddy,
suggested the twins.
And wiggle your ears, giggled the triplets. Look, cried the triplets. Bubba opened the jar, and he didn't even twitch his nose or wiggle his ears.
For every character on the Bionic Bunny show, there are many more doing their jobs behind the scenes. It's the same here on Star Trek The Next Generation. Every week you see the captain, Geordi, and the rest of the Enterprise crew. Worf, Counselor Troy, Data, Commander Riker. Together, they keep the ship running at warp speed. But there's another group of people behind the scenes that you never get a chance to see. Until now.
Take the light another 6 seconds. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Bring that over your light.
Too much at once. Now, from this up to this.
Right on it.
The day begins for us in the makeup trailer, where we're transformed into our characters for the show. Some of us change more than others.
Turning an actor into a Klingon takes a bit of doing. In fact, it takes 2 hours every morning to transform my friend Michael into Lieutenant Worf, Chief of Security on the Enterprise.
Stand aside, I take large steps.
When we get to the set, we go over the script with the director. Everyone contributes ideas to make the scene work.
Captain, I've determined what is my function on the freighter. So you get a sense
build that.
Yeah, building it. You're tightening up the action.
Start it with.
You take your best shot.
All right, let's rehearse. Quietly, rehearsing from the top. Action.
Solar flares are...
During rehearsal, the director blocks the action for the scene, and we practice it with the dialogue.
Here comes Jonathan.
Hello, our quarrelsome guests.
Waiting for you in the observation lounge, sir.
And that takes us to this.
A scout ship reported 2 inhabited planets, one of which was on the verge of acquiring space travel.
Odd that in 2 centuries, neither civilization...
Rehearsal is going well.
I find it strange.
So the director begins final preparations to shoot the scene.
In here, and in anywhere in there, I want to come.
He directs the cameraman to roll the cameras into position. Sound is put in place, and lighting is adjusted.
This one.
Lose a single.
The actors get ready with a few vital finishing touches.
All right, here we go. Places, please.
They should still look wet.
The crew has done a great job and everything is ready. Now they look to us, the actors, to bring the scene to life. Focus for the camera is measured.
And roll, please.
We wait for the director's cue.
Background. Action, LeVar.
Solar flares are increasing in magnitude, Captain. The shields are shaky, but they're holding.
Maintain.
Door.
How are our rather quarrelsome guests?
We're waiting for you in the observation lounge, sir.
Mr. Data, what can you tell us about the inhabitants of this system?
Good. Cut.
The scene is shot from many angles. Now the cameras are rolled into a new position and props are moved out of the way. We're ready to shoot the scene from a different point of view.
Jonathan, take your position behind Brent for a second.
Rolling, please. Background. And action.
And here's what the cameraman sees through his lens. This is a master shot. That means the major characters for the scene are in the shot.
The only recorded contact with the Delos system was over 200 years ago. A scout ship reported 2 inhabited planets.
Now the captain's close-up.
Mr. Data, what can you tell us about the inhabitants of this system?
Now Riker's reaction shot.
Action.
Not very much, sir. The only recorded contact with the Delos system.
And Data's close-up.
Action.
The system was over 200 years ago.
And so it goes. Shot after shot after shot.
Background.
Action.
Close-ups, establishing shots, reaction shots, 2 shots, zooms, pans, wide-angle shots. How do you make a show out of all of this? You take it to an electronic editing house.
Solar flares increasing in magnitude, Captain. Shields are shaky.
We're here at the Post Group in Hollywood, California, where a lot of the post-production work for Star Trek The Next Generation is done. And this is Rob Legato. He's the show's visual effects supervisor. He's here working with a couple of the guys from the post-production team on some of the scenes we shot the other day. Hiya, Rob.
How you doing?
Good, good.
Welcome. LeVar, I'd like to introduce you to Fred Raimondi and Rich Thorne. This is LeVar Burton.
Hi, LeVar. Hiya, Fred. Hiya, Rich. So this looks pretty complicated. What are all these buttons and knobs?
Well, actually, everything in the room is a remote control for all the tape machines, which are actually downstairs in the basement, so to speak.
Aha. And what your keyboard there then is...
This is a computer that lets me roll the tape machine to a specific point to make an edit.
Well, let's edit some film.
Great. Okay, but we were working on scene 42.
Remember scene 42? The one with the solar flares and the people come on board and...
That's right, that's right. So what are we doing first?
The one we cut to the wide shot now.
Okay.
Solar flares.
Editing film or videotape is like putting together a puzzle. And each shot is a piece of that puzzle. The editor rolls through all of the shots, selects the ones that best tell the story to make a scene. When all of the scenes are put together, we have a show. Solar flares increasing in magnitude, Captain. Shields are shaky, but they're holding.
Maintain. How are our rather quarrelsome guests?
They're waiting for you in the observation lounge, sir.
Data, what information can you give us about the inhabitants of this system?
Not very much, sir.
But what makes Star Trek unique happens next. Those amazing special effects.
Reported 2 inhabitants.
Captain, we're passing Warp 10. Rob and his team create these effects in some very surprising ways. So, Rob, where does this process of visual effects start?
Well, it starts with the script. They write a scenario and they describe what they think it should be, and then I have to take a look at the script and interpret it and decide what I think it should be.
Well, in this scene, the writer says, they enter cautiously. In the center is a shiny black box. It pulsates with a glowing light.
Well, after I read that, I decided to make it about 100 feet tall.
And this is what you came up with?
And this is what I came up with. So what we decided to do, since this is in keeping with the rest of the script, everything was octagonally shaped, we decided to make an octagonally shaped model made out of old model parts, pieces from aircraft carriers and tanks and planes and cars.
So in creating these things, you can use absolutely anything.
You can make this little tiny object, which is about 2 feet tall, look like it's 100 feet tall.
Well, now, one of the effects that everybody loves in Star Trek is the transporter effect, beaming in and out. How do you do that?
Well, first it starts, again, with the script where they describe that might be a sparkly pattern or whatever, and then you have to figure out how to make that sparkly pattern. And one of the ways of doing it is actually take sparkles, like you buy at a hobby shop, and you need to suspend them somehow. You can suspend them with wind or air or whatever, or the easiest way is to suspend them in water. And simply take regular sparkles and dump them in a water tank. And then stir it up, and then start filming it after you've stirred it up. And it looks like...
Look at that. You can actually see those sparkles in the beam-up effect. Rob, that's amazing. And what's this little guy here?
Well, this is a little model we built for a matte painting shot we did. It was a painting of the Enterprise in the space dock, and this was going to be a little scout ship. We didn't have much money, so it was built out of spare parts. There's a disposable razor here. Then we added some lights to it, and we shot those in smoke as well, so you have the little beams that come out of it, and we flew that in front of this painting of the Enterprise, and it made it look like it was realistic.
You like what you do, don't you?
Sure, I enjoy it. It's fun. It's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, I bet you're wondering where the real Enterprise is. Well, earlier today, Rob took me to Image G, where the Enterprise lives. So this is it. This is the Enterprise. Rob, how big is it?
6 feet.
Now, I noticed that the ship is upside down. Why is she upside down?
It's upside down so that you can shoot across the bottom of the ship for when it comes overhead.
So it's actually just easier to shoot it with it upside down,
Yeah.
and
then you flip the camera upside down, and it looks like it's
looks
going
right side up. So the camera is actually moving around.
Yeah, the way we make the ship look like it's moving is actually not move the ship and leave it stationary so it's all lit correctly. We just move the camera, and when you put it against a star field, it appears that the ship is actually flying when it's really not. It's the camera that's doing all the movement.
It's the camera that does all the work. Amazing. Now these guys are ready to put the Enterprise into space. This, I want to see. So, Rob, we've shot the model. Now what?
Now we have to take all the pieces that we shot of the model, all the various passes that we call it, and we put it together to make one shot.
Aha. What are you going to lay in next?
There's the existing planet.
Right.
And the stars. And then the next thing we'll do is we would put the Enterprise over that. To actually insert the Enterprise into a shot, it's a little more difficult than just kind of placing the ship into the shot. One of the things we need to do is actually cut a hole in the background. So we use a cookie cutter of sorts, something that looks like this, that's just a shape of the Enterprise.
A silhouette.
A silhouette. So we start out with this, and what we do is we actually cut a hole in the background.
Wow.
A shape of the Enterprise.
Right.
Then if we add the actual Enterprise into that hole, it looks like that, and there's the Enterprise on the shot.
Now, can you make that image of the Enterprise move in this picture?
Sure.
Whoa!
What'd you think?
That was great. That was great. Listen, thanks, guys. I really learned a lot here.
Well, you're welcome.
I'll see you later, Rob. Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's cut to the ship.
Good, you got it.
Walking along the miles of corridors that there are on this ship, you begin to understand the power that it takes to keep it running. Let me show you something. This is the engine. This is the energy source that powers the Enterprise as she explores unknown worlds. Pretty impressive, huh? You know, there's something else that can help you explore the universe. Books. They can take you literally anywhere. So if you like the Bionic Bunny show, then here are 3 that'll take you where you've never gone before. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Lights! Camera! Action! Hi, everybody. My name is Jonathan Moe, and I just read this great book called Lights, Camera, Action. It tells you how movies are made. There are 3 big steps: pre-production, production, and post-production. If I worked in the movies, I would like to be a director because you get to tell the people what to do and when to do it. So if you like movies and want to make one of your own, then this book is for you. Cut. Print it! Where would 105 men and women, all dressed in black and white, go to play in the middle of the night? Give up to the Philharmonic. That's what this book tells about. It's called The Philharmonic Gets Dressed. The 105 men and women are members of an orchestra. Before the performance, they bathe and dress and get their instruments ready. Everyone comes early so they can warm up and practice. I play the piano, and I know what it's like to play in front of a big audience. I get butterflies in my stomach and my hands start to tingle. But I love it because it makes me feel special. I'm Deidre Avery, and if you want an idea of what that special feeling is like, read The Philharmonic Gets Dressed.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't touch that dial. My name is George, and I have a great new book to tell you about. It's called Ramona Behind the Scenes of a Television Show. Let me tell you about this book. It's all about how a real TV show was actually made. It tells how the scripts were written and how the cast was chosen. Like Ramona, for example. The pictures show every step in the production, including how the sets were built, how the people in the crew worked, and how the show was finally put together by an editor. This is a challenging book to read. It's a chapter book filled with exciting information and pictures. Why not check it out?
You know, things on the set don't always go, well, perfectly.
Captain, the freighter's hold temperature is approaching critical.
We're losing the freighter. We have to beam those people out there now or even sooner, or as soon as I can give the order.
That's a car.
Captain Tujon, we're not able to attach the what's-her-names.
Captain Turgeon, we're not able to attach the tractor beams.
Heavy cut.
Okay. Captain Turgeon, we're not able to...
Sorry, gentlemen. Okay, that's a cut.
I get the assistant Oscar for that?
You know, we have a lot of fun. And when we're finished, we've made a show we're really proud of. You can turn on your TV set and enjoy a story well told by the experts we've met today. Or you can be the expert by picking up a book. When you read a good book, you're the producer, the director, the actor, even the special effects magician. You bring the book to life in your imagination. So, the next time you're looking for some behind-the-scenes adventure, pick up a good book. One to beam down. I'll see you next time. Energize. Today's Reading Rainbow books are The Bionic Bunny Show by Mark Brown and Lorene Krasny Brown, published by Atlantic Monthly Press, Little Brown and Company. Lights, Camera, Action by Gail Gibbons, published by Thomas Y. Crowell. The Philharmonic Gets Dressed by Carla Cuskin, illustrated by Mark Simont, published by Harper and Row. Ramona, Behind the Scenes of a Television Show by Elaine Scott, photos by Margaret Miller, published by Morrow Jr. Books.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow.
Hi there. Everybody's been telling me about an amazing store around here. They say there's nothing in the world like it. So I wanted to see for myself. Ah, this must be it. Hats to wear. Hats to wear. Strange name for a hat store. Well, come on, let's check it out. Wow, look at this. Every kind of hat you can imagine. Straw hats, top hats, cowboy hats, even books about hats. This is a great place. We're totally surrounded by hat after hat. Whoa! Did you see that? I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Ooh, this store is definitely keeping some secrets. Okay, books are always good for finding answers. I wonder what kind of books are in a hat store. The Great Hatsby? Pat the Beanie? Ah, this one looks promising. In fact, it's perfect. All about hats. It's called a 3-hat day.
A 3-hat day. By Laura Geringer. Pictures by Arnold Lobel. Read by Zelda Rubinstein. R.R. Pottle III loved hats. He loved firemen's helmets, and fur hats, and felt hats with feathers tucked in the bands. He loved top hats and tiny hats. He loved berets, and bonnets, and bathing caps, and bowlers. R.R. Pottle was the last of a long line of Pottles. Father collected canes. Mother liked umbrellas. Together they took long walks in the rain. After a happy life together, Mother and Father died. R.R. lived by himself in the Pottle mansion. He was rather lonely. He dreamed of meeting his future wife in the rain, and he dreamed she would be wearing the perfect hat. Every morning when R.R. woke, the first thing he did, before he polished his glasses, before he combed his mustache and his few strands of hair, even before he yawned, was choose a hat. Sometimes when he was feeling sad, he chose 2 and wore them, one on top of the other. One bright, clear morning, R.R. felt so sad, he wore 3 hats. He passed 2 frogs in a pond, singing a tender duet. R.R. recognized the tune. It was Estrelita Be Mine, the love song. R.R.'s shoulders drooped. There was only one thing left to do on such a glum day. With a sigh of relief, he glided through the revolving doors of the largest hat store in town. What hats! There were fezzes and face veils, tiaras and tam-o'-shanters. There were sombreros and skull caps, pillboxes and panamas. There were beanies with propellers. There were derbies with green glitter that glowed in the dark. And much, much more. He tried on the sombrero and did a little jig. The pom-poms hit his nose. What are you doing? A sharp voice rang out. R.R. was doing a pirouette. An angry saleswoman pointed at him, scowling. "Stop that," she said. R.R. took off the sombrero, slipped it back on the shelf, and backed away. Tears came to his eyes. He turned to leave. Just then, a round figure rushed out from behind a curtain. When she saw R.R., she smiled. It was the sweetest smile he had ever seen, and above the smile was a hat, a perfect hat. On one side, a sequin seal balanced a shining ball on the tip of its nose. On the other, tiny gold bells jangled, and a plume as soft and gray as fog graced the peak. Oh, Isabel, the cross one said. That little man is messing up our hats. Look, he's wearing 3. But Isabel was still smiling broadly at him. Why, Ida, she said, we don't sell sailor hats. She stepped up to R.R. and gently took off his sailor hat. And Ida, she said, we don't sell firemen's helmets. And gently she took off his helmet. And Ida, dear, we don't sell bathing caps either. And gently, she took off R.R.'s bathing cap. It's clear, said Isabel, balancing on her toes, that this man is no messer-upper of hats. It's very clear, said she, that this man is a lover of hats. And she beamed. R.R. took off his glasses. Shall we go for a walk? Yes, said Isabel. They passed a pond where 2 frogs sat doing a duet. Isabel recognized the tune. It was, Love, is that you? Isabel and R.R. Poggle III lived ever after in the Poggle mansion where R.R. Poggle IV was born. R.R. Poggle IV did not like hats. She did not like umbrellas, and canes left her cold. R.R. Poggle IV loved shoes.
R.R. Poggle would love this store and all the hats in it, even if there is something odd going on here. I mean, well, this looks like an ordinary pith helmet, the kind an explorer might wear.
Excuse me. That is exactly what I'm looking for.
This pith helmet? Mm-hmm. But this is not the kind of hat that goes with a tuxedo.
But it's not what the hat goes with. It's where the hat goes.
Whoa! Where the hat goes? Where the hat goes? Hats to wear! Well, let's see. Well, this looks like some sort of weird baseball cap. Okay, hat. Take me out to the ball game! Whoa, where am I?
Hey, what are you doing?
I don't know. Where am I?
You're at Turf Paradise. This is a racetrack. I'm Denise McCormick, and I'm a jockey. So all these guys, we're going to go ride a race. What are you doing?
Well, I guess I'll ride the race with you. What do I do
I don't
first?
think you will like that. You better put your goggles down.
Goggles, they're up here, huh?
Yeah, you're going to be eating some dirt. Better buckle up your chin strap.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here we go. Then what?
Okay, get your stick out.
Here?
Yeah?
Uh-huh. This doesn't hurt a horse, does it?
Oh, no, this is just to urge him on a little.
Okie doke.
Okay, get your reins.
All
One
right.
in each hand.
One in each hand.
Grab the mane.
Uh-huh. And then what?
And get tied on, big boy, because it'll get a little western.
Okay.
Good luck.
A horse race, I can't believe it.
It is now post time. Last horse in, Wally Sombrero with LeVar Burton, who's riding for the first time at Turf Paradise. They're all set to go. The flag is up. And they're off. That's Bluebonnet going for the early lead. On the outside, Wally Sombrero, followed by Skycap, Top Hat, and Fedora. Into the first turn and racing towards the backstretch. Bluebonnet has the lead, Wally Sombrero to challenge. After that, it's Fedora, followed by Top Hat and Skycap. They race down the backstretch, tightly bunched towards the front end. On the inside, Wally Sombrero now takes the lead. With Bluebonnet still in second, Fedora is third, then Top Hat and Skycap. moving down the backstretch and racing around the far turn. Wally Sombrero opens up the lead by 5 with LeVar Burton. The field now enters the stretch. Wally Sombrero opening up a commanding lead. Coming into the final yards of the race, LeVar Burton will win this with Wally Sombrero.
Well, thank you. Thanks to Wally there.
Congratulations, LeVar.
Thank you very much. Oh, how about a kiss? Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, the horse did all the work, but I really owe a debt of gratitude to this hat that brought me here today. I get it. This place is not your ordinary neighborhood hat store. Let's try another one. Nah, too cold. A railroad cap. I'd love to ride a locomotive. Woo-hoo! All aboard! Tiny trains. Is this some sort of miniature world?
Hi, LeVar. I'm Bruce Williams.
Hey, where am I anyway?
Well, you're in Three Bridges, New Jersey, home of one of the world's largest model railroads. Let me show you around.
Great. So, Bruce, this is really remarkable. It really looks like you've created a whole miniature world here for these trains.
Well, this is one of many, many, many towns. We have some cities, and we have little towns like this.
The attention to detail, though, is really, I think, the most fascinating thing. There are so many little touches, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not just the people, but like signs on the houses. I see laundry hanging out of the window over there.
Well, they get their clothes dirty in that house, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable.
Well, see, when we're not here, and there's nobody down here, this community becomes alive. The little people walk around, smoke comes out of the chimneys. Really?
Bruce, how many guys does it take to run this train?
Well, LeVar, would you believe it takes 81 men to run this system?
81?
Yep. In fact, right around the corner over here, we've got a couple of the operators running some trains.
And how big is the train set up altogether?
Well, after this room, there's 5 more rooms just like it. Come on, let's go look at them.
5 more rooms. Could you tell me a little bit about the bridges?
There's over 400 bridges, all of which are scratch built.
So you've built every single one of these bridges by hand?
Yep. You got to know what you're doing to make it support the weight of the train. Some of these trains can weigh as much as 20, 30 pounds.
Really?
Yeah, the engine and all the cars. This is completely scratch built from nothing, just like this bridge is scratch built.
So you started with just raw materials?
Right. Card stock, and built the railings and designed this thing, and presto, we have a building, an industrial building.
It's like a mining town or something, or what?
This is a mining refractory, and they go back into the mountains way past this bridge, and they ore it out and bring it through the bridge, in through the building, down. It's crumbled up and put into other freight cars, and on it goes.
On its merry way?
On its merry way.
How do you feel about this? I mean, you've obviously devoted a lot of time, 14 years of your life.
I love it. I just thoroughly enjoy creating. It's a lot of hard work, but I have these dreams and these pictures in my mind that I want to create, and, you know, find what the heart can do and then do it with all your might. LeVar, great having you here. I gotta go build a bridge. I gotta scoot.
Thanks, Bruce, so much for showing me around.
Terrific.
Wow. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, how do I get back where I came from? Think, LeVar, think. I think it has something to do with this hat. Whoa. Ah, I get it. I just took this off and said hat, and I'm back. These hats can take you anywhere you want to go. And I know something else that can do that. A good book. So here are 3 that'll flip your lid. But you don't have to take my word for it.
Some people like hats. Some people like gloves. But the person who wrote this book likes shoes. All kinds of shoes. And guess what the name of the book is? Shoes. This book is a poem all about things to wear on your feet. There are shoes to slide in and run in. Shoes to turn a double flip in. Shoes for fishing. And rubber shoes for muddy squishing. And lots more. You'll love this book, or my name isn't Jarrah Witt. So put on your favorite shoes and run right down to the library right now. Caps for sale! Caps for sale! That's the name of the book that I just read. Hi, my name is Vincent Sierra, and this book is terrific. It's about a man who sells caps and carries them on his head. He's a funny little guy. He walks around town slowly so they don't fall off his head. One morning, he can't sell any of his caps. So he decides to take a nap alongside a great big tree. When he wakes up, the caps are gone. There's some mysterious monkey business in this story. And the pictures are marvelous. I like this book because it teaches you not to fall asleep on the job. So put on your cap and pick it up at your local library.
Hi, are you interested in meeting some very unusual characters? Well, there's a couple in this book. It's called Mabel's Suitcase. Mabel is a 108-year-old woman, and Binkle is a bird who lives next door. Mabel is famous for making unusual hats. Some of them are a little weird. Mabel and Binkle work together on a terrific hat for the annual hat-making contest. I'm Michelle Bernstein, and if you like funny stories as much as I do, you should read Mabel's Suitcase. Now, here's my entry for the annual hat contest. What do you think?
Okay, I think we should try one more of these hat trips. Let's see what we've got here. Trip on the ocean? Too far away. Definitely too far away. What's this? I've never seen a hat like this before. I wonder what it's for. Maybe some sort of two-sided helmet. Can you guess? I don't have a clue. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. I hope I don't regret this.
Hey, LeVar, your helmet's on backwards.
What? Oh.
But at least you have your skates on properly.
Skates?
Here, let me give you a hand there. Let me get you up. There we go.
Thanks.
There you are.
Hey, where am I anyway?
We're at the Nassau Coliseum. You're at practice for the New York Islanders. Come on, let's show you. Take it easy there. How you doing now?
Well, I'm a little shaky, but I think we'll be okay.
Okay, LeVar, I'm Kelly Rudy of the New York Islanders. I'm one of the goaltenders. How you doing?
I'm all right, Kelly. How are you?
Good, good. Let me show you a little bit about the stuff that we're wearing today. First we have the skates down there, then the pads, pants, chest and arm protectors.
Right.
Then we have the gloves. This is a blocker. But that's really not for catching anything. As you see, there's no pocket or anything. We really just sort of knock the pucks out of harm's way.
Whack it away.
Exactly, exactly. Okay. Next, then we have the catching glove.
It looks exactly like a catcher's mitt.
Exactly, no different. Then we have the stick. This is really just for deflecting the shots away. Then we have the helmet here. You had it on like this. That's not correct. face it with the cage facing forward.
The bars go outside this way, huh?
Exactly. There's another thing I want to tell you about is the balance, and that's really the most important thing about goaltending. Why don't you just stand over here?
Okay.
And I'll show you a few things.
Right here, huh?
Exactly.
Okay.
First off, you want to really bend your legs. You want to keep the weight on the balls of your feet facing forward, stick out in front of you with a firm grip. Ready to make a few saves?
Sure.
Try it?
Okay.
Okay, the first one will be a leg save, okay? We'll just stick out the left leg, out like that, and bring it right on up. Can you try that?
Just stick out the left leg.
Exactly. Keep the legs bent properly. There you go, that's all right.
Yeah.
Add a little speed to it. Try it the other way now.
Try it the other way, okay.
Just like that.
Like that,
Bring it back up. Then once you do it a few times, you can get a little quicker here. Why don't you try that?
I don't think I'll get it that quick. Like that, huh?
There you go.
And like that.
Exactly.
How's that?
Now stand right back up. Want to try some glove saves now?
Okay, a glove save.
Okay. First, you'll envision that a puck's coming towards you. All you have to do is turn your body and pretend that you're going to grab it with your glove.
Boom. Like that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
just like a catching glove.
Just like in baseball.
Exactly.
Okay.
You want to try everything a little quicker now?
Okay.
Okay. Left leg.
Left leg.
Up. Right leg.
Right.
Up. Glove save.
Glove save.
Other glove
Other
save.
glove save.
Great. How's that feel?
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Want to give it a try?
You think I'm ready?
I think you're ready.
Okay.
Pull it, you guys. Take it easy on them. Let them feel the puck.
Keep my balance here.
Exactly.
Glove out.
Watching the puck. What a save.
Oh, yeah.
Great stuff.
Gotta get down here.
Doing good. Oh,
Okay.
great job.
All right.
Way to clear that rebound.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great job. Great catch.
Now, what do you do with it when you catch it?
Just hang on to it.
Hang
Wait
on
for
to
a
it.
face-off.
Okay. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
You want to keep your gloves up here so you don't give them too much of the top part of the net. Just like that. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Oh, got by me there. Got by me. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Concentrating, having fun up there?
Well, now, this looks pretty easy. In fact, it's a piece of cake.
Oh, come on. Why don't you put your helmet on, then we'll take some real shots at you.
All righty.
All right? There you go.
Like this, huh?
Exactly. Put the glove back on. We'll shoot some real hard ones now. How's that sound?
All right.
If you think you're so good.
Well, we'll give it a shot.
Ready,
LeVar? What a great hat trick. Whew. Anyway, 3 hats will do it for me today. Hey, I guess we did have a 3-hat day, right? So, I'll see you... Whoa, wait a minute. Look at this. Nah, I think this had just better stay a 3-hat day. Okay, I'll see you next... Oh... What the heck? Let's make it a 4-hat day. I'll see you next time. Whoa!
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Today's Reading Rainbow books are A Three-Hat Day by Laura Geringer, pictures by Arnold Lobel, published by Harper & Row. Shoes by Elizabeth Winthrop, illustrated by William Joyce, published by Harper & Row. Caps for Sale by Esfer Slobodkina, published by Harper & Row. Maybelle's Suitcase by Tricia Tusa, published by Macmillan Publishing Company.
Reading Rainbow is made possible by a grant from Dayton-Hudson Corporation on behalf of Target, Mervyn's, Dayton-Hudson Department Store Company, and Lechmere, and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, this station and other public television stations, the Carnegie Corporation of New York, and the National Science Foundation.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow.
Here, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Naji. Hi. I'm looking for Naji. He must have slipped away. I don't know where he is. Naji. Where did you go, kitty? Catnip. The finest quality cat-catching equipment. It's an herb, and cats love the smell of it. Okay. Naji. Naj. Naji, where? Ah, there you are. I knew you couldn't hide from me for long. Surprised? This is Naji, a full-grown Bengal tiger. And this is his trainer and best friend, Peter Gross. And we're at Marine World in Vallejo, California, where the big cats are specially trained just so that we can get close to them. Peter, he's magnificent. I've never been this close to a tiger before. It's all right that I pet him like this.
Sure.
Yeah?
This is the end you want to pet, right down here.
Uh-huh.
And this is the end we might want to avoid. This is the biting end.
That's the end with all the teeth.
That's
yeah?
right.
Now, tigers are known for their stripes, and this is a Bengal tiger, right?
That's
now,
right.
what are his stripes specifically for? Do they have a purpose?
The importance of his stripes are camouflage, as is the hide on most animals. If you were to, say, shave a piece of this fur off here, you'd see the same markings on his flesh.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems to be making a lot of noise here. It's almost like he's talking to us.
It is. We have sort of a tiger language that we understand. We both speak tiger now.
Peter, are tigers like people? They have different personalities? They have certain things that they like and dislike?
He's not fond of, say, having his ears touched like that, see him pull his ear away, or having you touch his paws. He would reach over with his mouth and tell me to let go, which I do every time.
Remarkable. He's so beautiful. Now, how long have you two been together?
We've been together about 17 years now.
Really?
So we know each other very well, and we have a rather strong bond at this point.
Yeah, he really seems like he really loves you.
Yeah, and he lets me know that by making a chuffing noise, which is sort of a happy sound, which is the equivalent of a house cat purring. And I'll see if he'll make it. Naj? Yeah. That's a very happy sound, sort of a greeting.
Yeah.
That's the one I want to hear.
It's obvious that Peter and Naji have a great relationship, but they had to work at it. And so do people who have cats as pets. And that's what the characters in this book, Duncan and Dolores, found out.
Duncan and Dolores by Barbara Samuels. Read by Jane Curtin. One day, Fay and Dolores saw a sign. Needs a home. 4 years old. His name is Duncan.
I want a cat just like that,
said Dolores.
He's cute and he's just my age.
But animals run away from you, Dolores, said Fay.
I want that cat,
said Dolores. Ah, poor Duncan, sighed Fay. The next day, Duncan was delivered in a case.
Now you are my cat, and you will come out and play with me.
Duncan shot out of the case and disappeared under a cabinet. Oh dear, it's starting already, said Fay. Later that night, Fay said, "Come to bed, Dolores."
I'm going to sit here till Duncan comes out.
Just leave some food by the cabinet. He'll come out when he's ready, said Fay.
Okay, but I'll leave him this note so he'll know where I am.
Oh, brother. 2 days later, Duncan reappeared. Dolores said,
I'm so glad you finally came out, Duncan. Now we can play dress-up.
Cats don't play dress-up, said Fay.
Duncan does. Today I will wear a beautiful cape, and he can wear this lovely hat.
Duncan didn't want to play dress-up.
I understand, Duncan. You would rather do tricks. I will throw this ball, and you will bring it back to me. Go get it, Duncan.
Duncan didn't want to do tricks. Here, Duncan, called Fay softly. You don't have to do tricks. Duncan walked over to Fay and sat in her lap. The next morning, Dolores said,
Duncan doesn't like me. He likes you better than me.
I think he's afraid of you, said Fay.
Duncan afraid of me? How silly! You're not afraid of me, are you, Duncan? How come you always play with Fay? You never play with me! It isn't fair!
It would be a lot quieter around here if you'd leave that poor cat alone, Fay grumbled.
That's fine with me,
said Dolores.
I have much better things to do than chase that fat cat.
Dolores made a hiding place with chairs and an old blanket. Then she had tea with Martha and Mabel. She did not ask Duncan to join them. After tea, she played the piano and refused to notice Duncan. And when she took her nap, she hugged her teddy bear, not Duncan. Later, she painted.
Now look what you've done.
Duncan rolled the paintbrush toward Dolores. It stopped at her feet.
Why, thank you, Duncan,
said Dolores. Duncan purred softly.
Duncan sat on my easel today,
Dolores said later that night. Really, said Fay.
Then he brought me my paintbrush.
That's nice, said Fay.
Look, Fay,
whispered Dolores.
Look at Duncan. His chin is on my neck and it really tickles. Fay? Duncan really likes me!
Dolores discovered that Duncan really did want to be her friend. He just needed a chance to be himself. But making friends with 500-pound tigers, now that's a real challenge. And it begins when they're just cubs.
Hi, my name is Mary Fleming, and these are my babies. I work with a veterinarian here at Marine World, and my job is to care for these babies from the day that they're born. This is Madras. He's a 2-month-old white Bengal tiger cub. Right now he weighs about 15 pounds, and when he's full grown, he'll weigh about 500 pounds. And this is Deli. Deli's Madras' sister. Right now she weighs about 17 pounds. When she's full grown, she'll weigh between 250 and 300 pounds. She gets a little cranky sometimes. You're okay, you're okay. Even though these cubs are small and I treat them like babies, I always have to remember that they are tigers. Right now they have the baby teeth, and as with any baby, they try and tear everything up. By the time they're about a year old, they will start getting their adult teeth. When they're real young, when they put their claws out, we just kind of pick up their paws and tell them no. And they automatically retract their claws, and eventually they learn what we're talking about. As soon as we say no, they'll retract their claws. And you are being a brat. I teach these cubs basic manners, just like you teach your kitten at home. The first thing the babies learn is the word no. No, no, no. Good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy. See, you have to learn that too. See, I can get rough too. If you can get rough, I can get rough. Sometimes you just have to be a little rougher than they are, just to teach them. When I do this, it relaxes them. I think it has a lot to do with the way that the mother would carry them around. A mother tiger carries her baby just like a regular cat. She'll hold them by the scruff of the neck. And when they're real young, they go kind of catatonic, and that way she can walk around wherever she wants with them, move them from place to place. So we try and copy that, and it kind of relaxes them and makes them feel real secure. Oh, good girl. Their training begins in the animal nursery. When they get too big for me to handle, I turn them over to Peter Gross and the guys on Tiger Island.
Tiger Island is really a great place for the older cats to get their exercise. Pat's giving Rechenka a little piece of meat now for standing up on his hind legs and stretching, something he might do in the wild on a tree to sharpen his claws. It's a lot of fun for the cats to be able to just let down all their inhibitions and play and get in the water and have the handler sort of act like another tiger with them.
Oh, good girl. Good girl, Jai. Ah, got the fat white one down. I see him.
One of the favorite things for the tigers to do is to jump on you from behind and catch you when you're not looking. They love to knock you down and then kind of stand there and lick you in the face and walk away.
Good girl. Good girl.
They have very large paws to house the retractable claws that they have, but when they're out here playing with their handlers, they know not to use the claws. Even though it looks like it might be very dangerous, it's really a very controlled situation. We never forget that these tigers are wild animals. They still have all their wild instincts, even though we have a nice rapport with them.
Easy. All right.
We want to let them get excited, but not get too excited. So the cats, even though they're having a good time and playing and romping and jumping on their trainers, know that there's still a limit. Now here's the ultimate reward. After the tiger jumps on him, he lays down and Pat will scratch his stomach and talk to him. And this is a wonderful part of this long-term training. And as you can see, they still have a wonderful bond.
Cats are well known for their unique personalities. They can be coy, confident, friendly, or finicky. People are so fascinated by cats that a Broadway musical was created about them. And the actors and actresses in that show go through an amazing transformation.
Lonnie, I'll see you later on, okay?
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, come on in. I have an hour to get ready. This is where Lonnie Ackerman, the actress, becomes Grisabella, the glamour cat. Grisabella is an old cat who was once very beautiful. I love playing her, but the best part is becoming her. First line to becoming Grisabella. Sometimes I look at my pictures to see exactly where the little snout is. What I'm doing now is creating a cat base, and I use grease paint, which is special theatrical makeup. It's very smooth. It's a lot of fun to use. And it kind of starts the magic of the cat. This shade is going to make Grisabella look old. Okay, here comes the nose. This is one of my favorite parts. More cat. Now that I put the eyeliner on, I really feel like my eyes are beginning to stand out like cat's eyes. Whereas before they were just human eyes. This is where I give Grisabella her glamour. When my makeup and hair are ready, I know it's close to showtime.
Okay, cats, half hour to get ready.
dreamt of being on Broadway. When I'm up on stage, everything comes together. My makeup, my costume, my voice. I am a cat.
Have been the inspiration for a lot of great ideas, including books. So, if you liked Duncan and Dolores, then here are some others that'll tickle your whiskers. But you don't have to take my word for it. Of course, you could take his.
Hi, my name is Erica Siegel, and I've just finished reading this out-of-the-ordinary book called Puss in Boots. It's different than any other book I've ever read. This story is about a man who has a cat named Puss. When Puss puts on his boots and hat, he feels extra smart and very brave. He outsmarts animals, people, and even the king. He does all of this to help his master become great. This story has a surprise ending, but I'm not going to spoil it for you. You'll just have to read it for yourself. Puss in Boots.
Hi, my name is Adam Alexander, and I just finished reading a book about a cat who dreams of flying and how he finally gets his wish. It's called Cat and Canary. Cat is very funny and adventurous. When Cat finds a kite tied to a TV antenna, he takes it off and soars into the sky. I could even imagine myself flying over the city. Canary and his friends rescue Cat in an amazing way. How? You'll have to read the book yourself to find out. I thought this book was funny, and the cat was the most unusual one I've ever heard of. Get Cat and Canary.
Can you imagine having a moon tiger come into your bedroom and take you to magical places? Well, that's what happens in the story called Moon Tiger. In this story, there's a little girl named Jessica. In her bedroom, she imagines that a moon tiger comes and takes her on different adventures. She flies to the jungle and follows gorilla tracks. When Jessica and the moon tiger come home, the tiger sees Jessica's little brother and says, "Do you want me to eat him?" Jessica thinks for a second and decides her little brother is not so bad after all. I'm Jordana, and I really enjoyed this story. So the next time you want to use your imagination, read Moon Tiger.
You know, it's hard to believe this little guy will grow up to be a 500-pound tiger someday with his own distinct markings and personality. You know, all cats have a certain mystique, an exotic quality that some of us just can't resist. But big or small, I love them all. See you next time. Come on, you want to go for a walk? Come on, let's go for a walk. Let's go for a walk. Come on. Today's Reading Rainbow books are Duncan and Dolores by Barbara Samuels, published by Bradbury Press. Puss in Boots by Charles Perrault, retold and illustrated by Lorinda Bryan Cawley, published by Harcourt Brace Jovanovich Incorporated. Cat and Canary by Michael Foreman, published by Dial Books for Young Readers. Moon Tiger by Phyllis Root, illustrated by Ed Young, published by Henry Holt & Company, Incorporated.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. Reading rainbow.
Oh, thanks. Oh, boy. You know, this isn't as easy as it looks. To be really good at disco skating, you've got to keep at it. But it's still fun, even if you're not an expert. Besides, there's always the music. Sometimes I love just watching and listening. You know, I've always loved music, all kinds of music. I take music with me wherever I go. I believe that everything in life has a rhythm, and I'm very sensitive to the rhythms in my own life. Some people hear the strings, some people horns. Well, I hear the drums. And there's music everywhere today, from birds warbling in the trees to musicians tooting, strumming, and fiddling in the park. Let's go see if we can find some. in here. What is this?
This is a one-man band, sir.
A one-man band. This is wild. How many instruments do you have here?
I have 55 right now.
55. It's great the way they all kind of fit here on the rack in their own place. Can anybody do this? Can anybody make a one-man band?
I think so.
Yeah? What does it take?
A lot of junk and a lot of work and experience.
Well, how long have you been at it?
12 years, exactly.
12 years. You know, one-man bands have always been very special. And this is a story about a very mysterious stranger who promised to make a one-man band right out of thin air, and about the boy who believed that he could.
Ty's One-Man Band by Mildred Pitts Walter, illustrated by Margot Tone. The sun rose aflame. It quickly dried the dew and baked the town. Another hot, humdrum day. Ty's mother was washing clothes, and his father was busy unloading feed for the chickens. His sister was in the kitchen. Ty had nothing fun to do. Ty thought of the tall, cool grass at the pond and decided to go there alone. At the pond, big trees sank their roots down deep and lifted their branches up, up, up toward the sky. The grass grew tall enough to hide a boy as big as Ty, and he lay quiet, listening. Step the rump. He heard it again. Step the rump, step the rump, step the rump. What could it be? His heart beat wildly as he kept still, listening. Closer it came. Then Ty saw a man carrying a bundle. Ty had never seen anyone like this before. The man had only one leg. The other leg was nothing but a wooden peg. The man walked down the path to the water's edge. He set his bundle down. From the bundle, he took a tin cup, a tin plate, and a spoon. Then he took out cheese, apples, and a big round loaf of bread. He smiled, and then he ate hungrily. Then he did a surprising thing. He tossed his cup into the air and caught it. He tossed the plate and then the spoon. He's a juggler, Ty thought. Then he beat a rhythm with the spoon on the cup. Tink, kink, tink, kink, 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 tink, kink, 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 kink. He's a drummer, too, Ty said to himself. Wonder if he's a circus man. Then there was a low rumble, like thunder afar. The train turned the bend. When Ty looked back toward the pond for the man, he was no longer there. Where had the man gone? Was he a disappearing magician too? Ty tiptoed to the trail. He felt his heart beat. Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump. Just as he was almost to the trail, whee! The man jumped out of the grass. He laughed so hard that Ty began to laugh too. Are you a circus man, Ty asked. No, I'm not a circus man. Who are you? My name is Andro. I'm a one-man band. What's a one-man band? I'll show you. Go home and get a washboard and 2 wooden spoons, a tin pail, and a comb. I'll come into town at sundown and make music for you and your friends. A one-man band? Wait till I tell my friends. At home, Ty ran to his brother Jason's room. Can I use your comb at sundown for the one-man band to make music? Yeah, but combs are made for combing hair, not for making music. Ty rushed to the kitchen. His sister was stirring cornbread. Can I use 2 wooden spoons at sundown? Yes, his sister said, if you promise to bring them back. These spoons have made a lot of cornbread, but I never heard them make music. He found his mother in the yard, taking in the clothes. He told her about Andro, and she said, "You may use my washboard at sundown, but that board is made for washing, not for making music." His father was in the shed, putting corn in the pail to feed the chickens. "Of course you may use the pail, son, but don't bet on hearing a one-man band. Pails are for hauling, not music." Ty ran to tell his friends, but no one believed there was such a thing as a one-man band. How could he make music with a comb, a washboard, or wooden spoons? All of Ty's friends laughed. Ty sat on the corner under the street lamp. The comb, the pail, 2 wooden spoons, and the washboard were nearby. He waited. Had Andro forgotten? Soon, the street light came on. Ty's friends saw him still waiting. "Hey, so you think the one-man band is coming, eh?" Ivan shouted. "If he were coming, he'd be here by now," Noah called. "Washboard music, what's that?" Josh said. And they all laughed. "He will come, you'll see." Ty waited and waited. Would he come? Ty waited some more. He was just about to pick up his things and go home. Then in the darkness, he heard a step the rump, step the rump, step the rump. He was coming. "Whee! I'm here at your service," he said. And Ty just grinned. Andro took a thin piece of tissue paper from his pocket. Carefully, he folded the paper over the comb. Before Ty could ask what this was all about, Andro was making music. The music drifted through the empty streets, around quiet corners. One by one, people began to leave their porches. They pressed in closer and clapped their hands and tapped their feet as Andro played and danced to his own music. His peg leg went tap, tap, tippity tap, tippity tap, 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 tippity tap, tippity tap, tap, tap. He twirled, skipped, hopped, and danced round and round in the spotlight of the street lamp. Andro drummed on the pail with his fingers. "More," Ivan shouted. He clickety-clacked with the spoons. "More, more," Josh and Noel cried. He strummed the washboard with his hand. "More, more, more," the people shouted. Boys and girls, mothers and fathers, even the babies clapped their hands. Some danced in the street. Whenever the music stopped, everybody shouted, "More, more." Andro let Ty take turns using the instruments. Ty's friends wanted turns too. Soon the 4 of them played together like a one-man band, and everybody danced. Only Ty saw Andro slip away back into the night.
Tinky, 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 tank. Tinky, 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 tank. You know, reading this book is a little like making music. Once Andro shows you the secret, you can make music out of almost anything. You know, Ty really believed in Andro, and it paid off. All they needed was a little imagination and some very ordinary things to get a whole town up dancing. And who can sit still when there's good music playing? I sure can't, and neither can my good friend Ben Vereen. When he read Ty, it made him want to get up and do a very special dance.
Can you hear it? Coming in loud and clear. Hey, it's music. And it's happening right here, all around you. Anywhere you happen to be. everyday sounds that surround you. Hey, they sound like music to me. Can you hear it? The sounds of having fun. Hey, it's music, and it's there for everyone. When you're tuned in, every sound's as good as can be. Everyday sounds, they sound like music to me. Slinky sounds, licking sounds, shaking sounds, crashing sounds are music. Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Sounds like music to me. Can you hear it? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I got this great feeling coming around, filling up inside me. Great feeling showering down from above. Great feeling, I've never been so excited, so come and join me. Great feeling, I think we can just call it love.
People like Ben Vereen and Andro can make music out of anything. A swing, a bouncing ball, a jungle gym, or their own bodies. And some people, like Fortune, can make beautiful music together without using a single musical instrument, except their own voices.
I've got this great feeling coming around, filling up inside me. Great feeling showering down from above. Great feeling, I've never been so excited, so come and join me. Great feeling, I think we can just call it love. I think we can just call it love. Yeah! Hooray!
Steve Horlick of Patchworks is an up-to-the-minute one-man band who can turn himself into a whole orchestra. Steve's the music director for our shows, and we call him the Reading Rainbow Music Man. So take it away, Steve.
Recognize that melody? Hi, I'm Steve Horlick, and this is Patchworks, and all of the music for Reading Rainbow is created right here. I use this computer and lots of other equipment to generate all of the sounds of the orchestra. This computer consists of this piano-type keyboard and this typewriter-type keyboard, which you may find on your personal computer or a computer at school. The sound I just played was the sound of a saxophone, but I'm using the computer to generate it. I can also make the computer sound like a violin. Watch. The computer is showing me what the sound of a violin looks like. By studying this display, I can use the information to create new sounds. For instance, here is a sound that I just made up from scratch. As you can see and hear, this sound is totally different from either the violin or the saxophone. Every sound has its own unique personality. With the light pen, I can redraw the wave shape of any sound and make it totally different. Listen to this. Sounds totally different, doesn't it? You know, I can take this sound and some of the other sounds I created, add some vocals, some performers, and end up with a totally finished piece of music. Let me show you what I mean.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high.
This computer is really incredible. I can even take my own voice, put it into the computer, and change it in any way that I want to. Watch this. Reading Rainbow.
Reading rainbow. Reading rainbow.
Reading rainbow.
Reading rainbow. Reading rainbow. Reading rainbow.
That's pretty weird, isn't it? You know, I can make one of me,
Reading rainbow.
or I can make two of me,
Reading rainbow.
or I can make a whole chorus of me's.
Reading rainbow.
I also have a sound effects library. How about a smash? How about a bigger smash? How about an arrow hitting a target? And this is a list of all of the sounds that are in my computer. So libraries aren't only for books. With everything that I can do with this computer, you know, I really am a one-man band. Moo. Sound effects are really neat. Even the words we use to describe sounds are a lot of fun, like clink, or smash, hiss, or slam, or creak. Words that sound like what they mean are called automatopoeia. Automatopoeia, you know, that's a fun word to say. As a matter of fact, I'm writing a song about automatopoeia right now. Do you want to hear it?
Zip.
Clink, talk, clank, tick, curry, talk, hiss, tick, clink, talk, clank, tick, curry, talk, hiss.
The world speaks to me in a wonderful way, in sounds that are words, and this is what they say.
Hiss, tick, clink, tap, 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 pop,
Pop.
pop, pop,
Pop. Pop.
pop, 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 pop,
Pop. 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 Pop.
Crunch.
crunch, 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 crunch,
Crunch. Crunch.
crunch, crunch,
Fizz.
Fizz. Fizz.
Fizz. Fizz. Fizz. Fizz.
Fizz.
Fizz.
Fizz.
Slurp.
slurp,
Slurp. Slurp. Slurp.
slurp, slurp,
Slurp. Slurp. Slurp.
slurp,
Burp.
Burp.
pop,
Crunch. Burp. Slurp. Burp.
Fizz.
Burp.
crunch, slurp, pop, slurp, pop, pop, crunch, crunch, slurp,
Fizz.
slurp, slurp,
Fizz.
pop, slurp, crunch, crunch, slurp, crunch, crunch, slurp,
Gosh!
Okay, here we go today. Right about now, M-U-S-I-C, one of life's necessity. Music is what we're speaking of. It has a way of spreading love. Now, what do you hear before you arrive? In the morning at your window just outside, you hear birds singing, dogs barking, people talking, children walking. Ha! Sounds of life is so profound. Imagine the world if there was no sound.
If you like tying as one-man band, try some other books that are in demand. Bet they'll turn you on, suit you to a T, but you don't have to take it from me.
Hi, I'm Sky
that extra. And I don't know about you, but I kind of like music. If you like music and you'd like to make some musical instruments, you can go to your library and read this book called Making Musical Things by Ann Wiseman. Let me show you some things that you can make. One thing you can make is you take some buttons and you paste them on some cardboard. Then you fold the cardboard and they sound like this. Another thing is this really neat horn. You take a mouthpiece from a baritone, a trumpet, or a trombone, and you put it in a plastic tube. And then you put a funnel at the other end of the tube. Believe it or not, you can even make music from your body. But if you want to know how, you just have to read this book called Making Musical Things by Ann Wiseman. Hi,
how are you? I'm Jenny Guitart, and I'm going to tell you about a great book called The Amazing Bone. It's a funny book and has lots of magic in it. Pearl is the main character of the story. This mean fox tried to kidnap Pearl for dinner. The bone said some weird words like bibble, foo, bibble, bob, or something like that. And the fox started shrinking till he was as tiny as a mouse, and he scurried away into a hole. That's why the bone was magic. It could make any sound in the world. You'll love this book and other books by the same author. And I know I haven't told you yet, his name is William Steig. So take my word for it. The Amazing Bone is a great book.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rio Moyo, and I've just read the exciting book called The Banza. It was written by Diane Wallstein, and the pictures were by Mark Brown. It all begins in a Haitian jungle when a tiger and a goat run into the same cave for shelter. The tiger gives the goat a banza. In other words, it means banjo. And then 10 hungry, fat, horrible tigers come and ruin the goat's day. So she plays the song and scares them off one by one. The moral of this story is to have courage when you're scared. So try and look for this fantastic book in your card catalog in the library.
Whether you play a homemade kazoo or a fancy grand piano, whether you're an electronic wizard or an old-fashioned one-man band, whether you play jazz, rock, salsa, or your mother's pots and pans, I'm sure there's lots of beautiful music down deep inside you. And it doesn't matter how you play the music, whether you use your fingers, your feet, your voice, or by turning on the radio. The only way to make real music is with your heart.
Oye, LeVar, ven a tocar. Come play some music with us. Come on.
I'm gonna go play. See you next time.
For Reading Rainbow is made possible by a grant from Kellogg's, who urges you to explore the joys of reading. Funding for the series was also provided by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting This station and other public television stations, the Carnegie Corporation of New York, and the National Science Foundation.
Nothing is holding me. I'm rising easily into the open air, wherever the wind wants me to be. I'm on top of the world today. I'm on top of the world today. Seeing it all in a brand new way. In a balloon in the sky. In a balloon in the sky. Soon you may see me passing by. Look at the world below. Look at the people go. I wonder if they see me. Maybe I'll wave and say hello. I'm on top of the world today. I'm on top of the world today. Seeing it all in a brand new way. In a balloon in the sky. In a balloon in the sky. Soon you may see me passing by. Oh my, I feel like I can reach out and touch everything I see. High above a world of wonder, gliding gently, flying free. And from here I can see everything, and everything I see is fine with me. In a balloon in the sky. In the sky. Soon you may see me passing by. In a balloon in the sky. In the sky. Soon you may see me passing by.
I don't think I'll ever look at things quite the same way now that I've seen the world from up here. I hope every one of you gets a chance to fly like this someday. A chance to discover just how wonderful it feels to leave the noise and the hustle and bustle of the earth far below. We'll see you next time.
Reading Rainbow is made possible by grants from the Carnegie Corporation of New York, the National Science Foundation, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, this station, and other public television stations.
Twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading
B. Dalton bookseller, who urges children and parents everywhere to follow the reading rainbow. B. Dalton is committed to literacy and hopes that in your house, reading is a family affair.
See you next time.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere, friends to know and ways to grow, a reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look, it's in a book, a reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading rainbow. A reading
Today's Reading Rainbow books are The Milkmakers by Gail Gibbons, published by Macmillan Publishing Company. Whales and Other Sea Mammals by Elsa Posel, published by Children's Press. Baby Animals on the Farm by Hans Heinrich Isenbart, photographs by Ruth Rao, translated by Elizabeth D. Crawford, published by G. P. Putnam's Sons. From Blossom to Honey, a start-to-finish book by Ali Mitguch, published by Carol Rhoda Books, Incorporated.
Reading Rainbow is made possible by grants from B. Dalton bookseller, who urges children and parents everywhere to follow the Reading Rainbow. B. Dalton is committed to literacy and hopes that in your house, reading is a family affair. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, this station and other public television stations, the Carnegie Corporation of New York, and the National Science Foundation.